You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, 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 hours. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, 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 I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, 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 hours. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never.
Of where we're at, because I couldn't call how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think it was incredibly close earlier. Like you said, I think it was a single hill that separated Rent-Free from moving down to that loser's bracket on Solitude. And suddenly they're able to not only collect that hill and the following, but then the map afterwards as well. So a battle of margins between these two. Potential for Employed being the team coming in from the loser's bracket to reset our bracket. But going to need to do back-to-back best of sevens and win them both in order to take it today. Aquarius CTF, where we're going to be starting this gladiatorial bout between the final two teams of the day in this kickoff final. Just eager to get into this one. And like you said, I really am not sure which way it's going to go. This first map can tell a lot, but I also think just the resilience of both teams. It's hard to really jump the gun and say, well, this team won this one quite convincingly, so the rest of the series is going to be there. It's really a coin toss, I feel, every map. It's going to be a battle of margins.
Yeah, and controlling that camo that spawns top mid is going to be pivotal as well. Ninja was really good at being on the camo in this last series that we had with these two teams, and in the previous one as well. And we also saw specific moments in that last series where every player was able to prove how instrumental they were to the success of their team. It was almost like its own highlight reel per player. But it's been a while since they've played. A bit of cooldown time, a bit of time in the lower bracket. Let's see if they're still dialed in. These guys have been at this now for like 7 hours. Sorry, 5 hours. Breaks concluded. I need a break.
Well, Employed, if they have anything to say about it, he'll be here for a little bit longer. Already trying to push into the base our Rent-Free, just get some early aggression on. That nade will push Wooten back at least, trying to live up with this camo. Able to find the one shot onto Zove though. The call will come through and capitalized on. These teams are going to be sound with their trading. And Ninja demonstrating. It's going to be interesting to see how Rent-Free shut him down. Ninja's had a pretty solid day. Nice silencing of him there in blue util. Trying to get the better of SLG, but wise to his tricks. Gonna need to pull a little bit more out the bag if you are Ninja against this team. Snipe drone onto his former teammate. Weak. Needing some assistance. Ninja there, but a little bit too late to keep his teammate alive. Zove, though, trying to correct that issue. Trying to return this flag. Mo's diving onto it. Is going to be able to get it. Wootum not able to cause much more friction for them. That flag will go home.
Ooh. Pivotal fight at the top mid there to keep control, but Snipe Drone jumps down, so he doesn't end up being sent to respawn as well. First flag pull not leading to anything so far in this first match of our grand final today. Such is life on Aquarius. You want to make sure that all the Spartans are where you need them to be, or it's very hard to get across there. And Wootum's going to go for the multi-kill here. Snipe drone is somewhere. He's there, but he's one shot, so he's not going to get it. And yet again, it's for like the 5th time today, I'm denied an overkill.
We did have one earlier on stream. It was Snipe Drone who actually picked it up. 4th kill practically handed to him on a platter. Would have been very frustrated if he didn't find that 4th. Perfect coming through for SLG. Rather likely frustrated that that flag cap didn't get much further than we see car 1. Bastos to pick up the camo and potentially live. These nades going to try and flush him out, but none of them landing. Snipe drone though, eyes on it. Also another player behind him. So Bastos, you might have the camo, but you still need to be careful. Can't just stand out in no man's land. These players are going to catch you out. Zova though, speaking of getting caught out, back turned. Mighty's there to clean up that damage. 10 and 4 for Wootum so far as well. So all the pieces are there for Rent Free, but employed no slouches. As this flag is going to get run by Bastos. Camo, but no problem. Nice aim to land onto him. Able to get the G-slide at least, but that will sit in yellow util, that flag just in the doorway. And this one's going to be tricky to not only return, but also get a touch onto it. Mighty's last alive, so going to have to try and do it all. This flag goes home very, very frictionless.
Yeah, that sequence there where 3 players went down, that was concerning. I thought they had the time there. A little bit of hesitation, despite the fact that we had the camo and the likes of employed. I felt like it was a strange choice to get the camo player to run back for the flag and run it, and that amount of time there, I think that cost them. So perhaps a little bit of miscommunication on positioning there, but they've shown they are able to pull that flag and move it across the map. The nades and the stray shot just taken out. I think it was Moz who was running it. My mind has drifted since then, but yeah. A good attempt, but execution could have been slightly better and could have potentially led to a cap.
SLG just waiting in the wings to team up with Bastos. To do exactly that. He will get taken one shot though, so does need to back off. Bastos not so lucky. He will continue to assist his team and actually keep his teammate alive there. Snipe drone will fall. Zove though to clean up Wootum and Mighty's to fall as well. So everyone flushed out of blue util. Employed keeping a level head. Trying to mount a push of their own. Snipe drone being caught will just avert Ninja's attention. Actually, the rest of his team will fall around him. No one really able to get out of these utilities. They are quite dangerous indeed. As Ninja's flag gets pulled, he sees the opportunity to take the red team's flag as well. So both flags out, but definitely Rent Free in a better position so far. That flag gotten as far as it has this entire map. But same can be said for employed Ninja. Beautiful timing. Able to just recognize when he finds a window and capitalizing, and suddenly we have a flag off. 2 dead for employed though means that Rent Free can start pushing forward. Ninja feeling like he's going to have to do something.
Getting that flag over, that was a really critical decision, and as you said, he spotted that window of opportunity very well and he was able to capitalize on it to get that flag to the other side of the map. So well played there. But as you say, now it's time for a flag off. I hate being the player that's sat on the flag like this.
I love responsibility.
I don't think anyone likes it. Like I can win my 1v1s, man, but I hate it when you're you're just waiting for that Halo timing where you look away. The blank melee, that sucks.
We've had a lot of those today.
3 players down for Rent Free.
Nice name.
That is not good. You've got to win this.
Oh, you needed that. You needed that if you're SLG, and that flag returning is likely going to be the first flag in. Exactly that will be put in by Zove. Resident flag holder in the back of the base finally gets his flowers, but that one was tough. SLG just losing the 1, and already Ninja trying to run this one again, seeing another opportunity. Ninja being the catalyst for these flag runs for employed so far, but Rent Free also recognizing that the flag can get run, but it doesn't look like it's gotten very far at all. The kills come through. Mo's with a double kill means that this flag is likely going to be going home, and the second going to be locked in for employed. It is 5 caps to win at least, but with Ninja locking this one in, just gets them ever closer. He's able to find one. He's going to need a lot of help from his team across map, but no one top mid to try and secure the kill onto Ninja. Means his flag is going to get run again. Mo shut down though. Wootum able to at least lock him out. And a nice pre-nade means Ninja's going to have to tuck tail. That flag goes home, but going to be getting quite nervous if you're Rent Free.
Yeah, that flag pull there was a little ballsy. I'm surprised Rent Free didn't take and push that advantage there. I was considering it was potentially a counter-cap scenario. The trades coming in for both teams here equals out the flow of the game a little. But the pressure does remain more on the side of Employed. Bastos just getting caught out a little bit there. Timing's potentially facing the wrong way there. I think he was trying to respond to a call from the teammate potentially. But yeah, that was a very volatile scenario right there. Surprised that it did not result in a flag cap for either team. Camo is up now though, and the red flag is now bottom middle. So the pressure here, Ninja running the flag again. Camo picked up off screen by someone. Mounting pressure on the side of Rent Free now. They do not want to go 3-0 down with 4 minutes left. That is a very steep hill to climb.
I feel like Ninja's really doing it all right now. He's got a flag cap of his own. He's run 2 of them pretty much the entire way. 13 assists and 12 kills. Really just trying to get everything done. And it's showing. Employed's looking very, very dominant. And a third will go in. Snipe Drone to lock that one in. Mose, what have you got? You need a flag cap of your own. But 23 and 14, maybe not. Maybe you can just carry on picking up all these kills. I feel like, although Mose has all this glory in the kill column, a lot of the damage will be evenly dispersed, as we so often see with teams of this caliber. Again, looking like Mose is actually going to be able to pick this one up. Zove with a double kill means that Mose does have a bit of a free run. Wootum at the top of the base is going to get squashed, but we'll find a nade onto Mose to flush him out at least. SLG not really able to do anything. Just so much damage done from Snipe Drone. And this fourth one, whilst Zove's not going to risk it, wants to guarantee it being locked in. Ninja there to slam that one home. And this is very dominant from Employed.
It is. This has been a great showing from them. Looking at the Slayer line as well, vastly ahead. 4 players down for Rent Free again. Salt in the wound. Players respawning in. Maybe free spawns, potentially back base, depending where they move here. Probably back base now. But it doesn't matter. 4 flags in this amount of time is a very, very steep ask. It is possible, but my god, you are going to have to spawn, lock, and rotate. And it doesn't matter because they're all dead anyway, so I'm just going to shut up and stop talking about it because this flag's well on its way. I think you've got to know. You've got to know when the game's over. And I think we've very much approached that point right now. But very admirable of them to try to stop that run.
I don't think there's really much opportunity to stop this flag. Ninja actually does get shut down as I say that. Zove as well will fall. Snipe Drone, the final bastion of this flag run, has a big ask ahead of him. But Nade will bounce off of Mose. Won't actually do really any noticeable damage. Ninja there to just dive onto it. Flag does get pulled though, so Vanadan, we can't count them out just yet. Albeit 2 minutes left. And both flags...
We need some efficiency, man.
Both flags actually still out. Well, one flag, excuse me. Rent Freeze will go home. Employed, keeping... needing to chase that down. Flag will go home. Good job from Rent Free to at least secure one. But 1 minute and 40, incredibly big ask. Triple kill comes through for Mose as well. So Bastos last alive. He will be the spawner on the back yellow base as the rest of his team do come up, and 1 minute and 30 to try and lock in 3 more flags is incredibly difficult. Especially when you're missing Ninja though. Trying to give him a way in. Bastos finding his over as well. They're going to need to pull a flag now if they want to try and even start a conversation about the final 2 in a minute.
Oof. I don't know what the actual time for a run is, but they're going to need someone to receive this flag and throw it up to the top. They only have to score 2 and pull 1. But that's tough.
This would be huge. If he can find Ninja. Ooh, SLG able to at least get the kill, but now the bodyguard for Mighties has disappeared, and the fumble won't cost him. But they're surely going to need to run. Oh, they're going to need to run it perfectly. The flag, the fumble, the pressure. And they're going to need to pull this straight away. SLG needs to try and live up. He will get caught out by Ninja. Not able to take one with him either, though. Snipe Drone will fall. And now, all of a sudden, Mighty's trying to push in, trying to be the man to run this flag. Does need a little bit more assistance. Someone top mid, please. Just needs a bit of help. Wootum preoccupied. Will find Mose, but Ninja to find Mighty's and Wootum to fall. This one's got to be guaranteed now. There's no way Rent Free are able to get across in time. And Employed going to be taking the first map with 10 seconds left. This surely is just for fun. A valiant attempt, but just too little too late. Rent-free will drop first map.
I fully agree with that. They were very, the idea was there. You could tell they committed. Mighty's doing everything he can towards the end there to try and do something. But just, they didn't have the support from top mid, and so the match ends 4 flags to 2. So Employed take the first game. I think that means games across the day. We're all tied up now. And, wow, Mo's dropping the 36 and 22. Getting the least assists on his team, but he's really good at cleaning up.
Yeah, you're going to need someone, right, doing the dirty work. If it's not landed all the damage and the rest of your team picking it up, you've got to be that person to pick it up. You need all that damage to actually be capitalized on. And that's how you win maps exactly the way they did. Very dominant when they collected their 4, and maybe then a little bit of a falter afterwards. Taking your foot off the gas pedal enough for Rent-free to notice a way back in, but not enough time to secure it. Solitude Slayer is going to be next. And albeit not the mode, but it was the map in which Rent-free were able to flip the script. See if they can have some magic again.
It was... That King of the Hill was nail-biting. That was so close. And there were so many hills that were so decisive within that game as well. So seeing how Slayer plays on this map is going to be interesting for these teams. I think from what we've seen so far, it's still hard to call how this is going to go, because Rent-free were still able to put up the resistance, they were still able to score flags, they were still able to push and hold areas. This series is very much still undecided.
He's just trying to lay down some cross-map shots. Give SLG an opportunity to pick up camo, but taking one shot is SLG. It's going to have to back off. Some nice support still from Wootum and Mighties to allow him to actually get away with that. SLG, though, will fall. I don't know if that did get picked up. Looked like his body did have some form of camo reaction. It doesn't look like it. Oh, no, it is actually still down. Camo still active, waiting for someone to pick it up. Snipe drone recognizing this, but not really in a position to jump up just yet. Ninja trying to hold on to this top part of the map. It's dicey. It's a little scrappy. Bastos just trying to keep some form of control around here. I'm not even sure if it has been picked up yet. Looking like it has. Bastos able to actually grab hold of that. I'm not sure how he managed it, but a good job nonetheless to finish what SLG started.
Yeah, we're all balanced out in this early part of the game. Just over a minute or so past here. 3 kills is definitely nothing to really consider at this point in the game, but it's expanding.
Oh, nice.
Triple kill, narrowly missing out on the overkill with Bastos there. 5-1, very early. They know the respawns are going to come in back tram. This is where the game could snowball a little bit. We've got some push off screen coming from Flowers as well. Overextending very slightly there from Bastos, potentially stopping the collapse that I was alluding to.
Unfortunate, Wootum falls with nothing. Just not expecting most to be that close. Snipe trying to find SLG as well. It's very melee heavy at the moment. Good kills separate these two. Bastos able to get away actually. I was worried about that second player in Zove finding him, but able to slip by. Ninja, Sticky won't land onto him, so it's still going to be a nuisance. Diving down onto Snipe Drone Bastos. Fortunate the damage had been done, but so damn weak. Going to have to try and play very carefully. As I say that, continues to just land some shots as the shields come back up. Zove able to get away. Mo's not so lucky. Zove hopefully going to get picked up, and Bastos really having a good start.
Oh, they're doing him dirty there, just waiting for him to get pinched and push through to the back there. Mo's now finding himself alone. Mighty's comes in from the other side, helps out. Really good collapse from there. Definitely a bit more initiative coming through from Rent-free so far, though, as we said, 4 kills is far from securing a game of Slayer. Bastos pops the camo. That's going to be out at around 8 minutes 35 or so. So they've got some time to try to get something together here. Shock rifle up as well, though. If he picks it up, that is going to tell Employed where he is.
Takes the risk.
Goes for it.
Just able to land the body shot. Interesting flip back, but he finds the double kill. Bastos playing with fire. and Dancing with the Devil. Able to get away with both. He's had a very impactful first camo. No wonder he wanted the second. And the shock rifle as well. This is looking nice for Rent-Free. When Bastos starts to feel himself, that fourth piece comes alive. The rest of the team have so many reps. They know exactly what they need to do. When you get Bastos just feeling himself, 14-2 right now. It's like the formula comes together well and truly. 29-23 though. Bastos really needing to pick up the slack with Mighties and SLG having maybe a bit slower starts. A lot of assists, at least from Mighties, and the frenzy comes through. How often do you see a frenzy in a matchup like this? We'll get shut down and cartwheel to end it. Everything done dramatically. What a tear.
Yeah. And the shock rifle play was fantastic there from Bastos, but I just want to highlight the movement as well, how he was able to jump around the LR area there. Like, so many people don't use that jump. And it was more than just the raw power of damage that he did there. There's a lot of micro decisions in that sequence that led to exactly what happened. Even delaying picking up the shock rifle to see if he could bait the other team into picking it up. He could have just took it and he didn't. So that explains why the guy's 16-5 right now, having a good game. Despite being in the respawn, he's definitely keeping Rent-Free in this game right now. Without him, this would be an employed game.
Yeah, just do need a little bit more from Mighties. Really, really struggling to get a fair bit going individually. And that's what's keeping Employed actually in this. Only 2 kills to separate the two teams, which is wild to think with Bastos 16-5 and a 12-8 for Wooten. At the end of the day, it is a team game. And a 2-for-1 trade in favour of Employed. So it just keeps them trailing by 2. SLG really just unfortunate with these camos. I feel like every time he's tried to grab him, he's been shut down. First camo or Employed. As the score gets tied up, and this is where things could get dangerous. SLG to find one, and actually the camo spotted out. This is exactly what Mighty's though, trying to take on more than he can shoot. We'll find one at least, and the camo player will get dropped. So ultimately, it does work out in their favour.
This is a tense game right now. You can tell by how the players are starting to play close together. This flank from Wooten could be instrumental. Bastos has fallen, but Zove and Snipe Drone find themselves respawning as well. This is going to be a pinch. Onto Ninja, they have time to think about where the next group of spawns are going to come in. You can see off screen, up the front of the screen there, that Rent-Free are setting up, and we are going to get spawns into the yard side. Wooten needs to not announce his presence too early, but throwing that nade, they're going to know. And he needs backup right now. 4 points lead for Rent-Free right now. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, SLG may be feeling a little bit forced into that fight with Wooten being seemingly on his own. Trade's not the worst for Rent-Free. Wooten able to find another as well, try and make up for maybe that eager play. Only one more needed. Bastos to find it, Snipe Drone to fall, and Mighties with 12 assists. Means that his impact was felt, albeit maybe not seemingly the best individual performance, but doesn't matter. Still locking in the teamwork and doing the dirty work allows them to take that with 6 to spare.
What a game. Like, these two teams, the way that the game is so back and forth. Look at the kill lines. Bastos 20-9, clearly the instrumental reason his team won there. But also on the other side, you know, Snipe Drone 16 and 13 as well, trying to do what he can. Ninja getting in all the assists. Mighty's having the 6 and 11, but getting the 12 assists as well. So he was part of nearly half of the kills on the map for his team.
Yeah, I think SLG and Mighty's as well, getting 22 assists between the two of them is instrumental to why Bastos was probably feeling incredibly confident. A lot of the fights he was taking, no doubt, were to weak players already. So sometimes you need to just take a back seat, let someone who's really ripping up just continue to do so, and actually give them the means to do so as well. Get everyone weak, take the damage, take the front, and let your flashy, confident player come in and feel like a superhero. moving into live fire strongholds. On board with Rent-Free Mighties. Just wrapping around towards Cuts. Just that top tower. We'll actually find him as well. Nice perfect from him to start off the map. And it's just been a solid force for this employed team all day.
Enemy team score.
Early setups not being super important in strongholds, but give you an idea of what each team's going to go for. Camo will be coming up very shortly. Is up. Not taken right now. Duel for B, not exactly the most important thing on the map right now. QT comes back. But very hard to win a fight where you're getting shot from both directions like that. But off screen, Bastos, camo and snipe. One bullet left in his sniper. So, a little bit of space here to do something, but a triple cap this early, and the lead that's starting to amount.
Nice restraint.
30 points. Not bad this early in the game.
Love that from Bastos. Really good restraint there to make sure he's going to land with that sniper. He's got all the time in the world to land it, just to not get in his head, and did exactly that. Needs the help, but doesn't actually. Zove already taken weak. Means Bastos can just clean this one up, and continuing his confidence from the last map, no doubt. Sticky Nave will shut him down, no camo out of this play. Nice job from Snipe Drone to at least find that trade. Shutting down Bastos is going to be a recipe for employed. Taking Sting out of his punch and the confidence off him. Nice little dance from Mighties.
It's so close. The tension here is huge. Both teams are being so coordinatedly purposeful with what they're choosing to do. This fight for B's been going on for so long. And neither of them, you know, we're back almost even again. Neither of these teams able to particularly do anything on Slayers. 15 on the red team. And then Maths 13, should never do maths on stream. 13 on the other side, now 14. The commando spread given the random remote debt is just style points, right? But Camo's up. This game is so even, just like this entire series. And I cannot wait to see what happens as we go through it, because I'm yet again stuck in this point where I don't know who's going to win. I literally can't tell, and sometimes there's things that infer it, but I just cannot tell.
Desperate to try and make something of this camo. SLG able to find Snipe Drone at least. Nin should be falling, and does. Double kill killing spree for SLG. Just playing on the edge of that hill, or that stronghold, excuse me, to capture it. Just make it hardest to spot him out. Spotting out Snipe Drone again, trying to get the better of him. Actually spots out Ninja, the two that he had previously taken down. Both back for revenge. Actually both playing round to that blue, or the back green, excuse me. Trying to take B as A is going to get flipped. Snipe Drone trying to push in, just get a sniff, get a whiff of what's going on, see how many there are, and the collapse coming through. Most to do the damage. Snipe Drone to capitalize, potentially another for Snipe Drone as well, with the help of Mose. Makes it difficult, does Bastos, but Mose comes out on top. Wooten for the trade. It's trade central right now for these two teams. Nothing we don't expect, and actually continuing the hold are Rent-Free. 100 points and able to shut down the C-cap. Stepping into A means Wooten is going to just backpedal a little. Doesn't actually know about this second player. Ninja to shut him down with the surprise. A nice triple gap for the moment. Oh, good shot from Snipe Drone. Zove there to assist as well. And two shots left in this sniper to try and claw back.
Enemy team score.
But no one to present themselves. Everyone playing around this dummy side. No one knocking on this door. Zove has locked down. But the kill's coming through on the other side of the map. Zove doesn't need to reassess. With Bastos touching into C. The body shot does come through for Zove. Actually does have the help as well. The stick comes through for SLG at least. He'll get the trade. Good job from Employed to shut this down and continue totaling up the points.
This flip's good. Flip's good for them. Working with the QT as well. Going to get pressure so he can come and defend B when he needs to. Especially when the camo's coming up. But Employed on it. Mo's bagging himself the camo. We're going to run out about 5 minutes 50-ish. So there's plenty of time as long as he can stay alive. QT gone down. Might is flying around the map. Knows that he can't stay on A because there will be a push from mid. And the camo man's here. That would have been a massive pickup for them. But there's mounting pressure now from the blue team. The tides of the match have shifted once again. But picking up that C gets some pressure back on the other side of the map. Giving Rent-Free the space they need to try and do something. And they've been hoodwinked a bit here, Hixie, because the triple cap's coming in as well, and 3 of them go down. I think they tried to spread themselves a bit too thinly there, and here we are, closing in on halfway, just over halfway for the points for the red team. So that did not go as planned. And the M&K man himself is just tearing through the enemy team.
A sniper up as well. He's going to have his eyes on that for sure. Going out Zove, able to land, the body shot required. Damage done, but Mo's perfect required and locks it in as well. Ninja to jump onto C. So what was a triple cap and a pretty solid looking hold. Has done its damage, but will be quelled. Is Employed. Just try to claw this back. They shut down Wootum as he was trying to heat up, starting to heat up as well. Being quite successful in his attempt. So quite pivotal for Employed. As you just see everyone on Rent-Free kind of spreading out. Looking like the dummies wrap is going to be the play. Starts to get caught out though. Zove actually to find 2 with the help from Ninja. And SLG called out elsewhere. So a solid hold from Employed nets them triple digits. Still trailing by a fair bit, so pushing for A makes sense, albeit risky.
I love a good strongholds game, Ixie. I like how back and forth it is. It's so different to all the other game modes, and it really gives an opportunity for both teams to be able to claw it back no matter how long the game has been. Though getting flanked like that by Wooten's probably not going to help you claw it back. Little switcheroo of the zones going here, but there's going to be a big push from Rent-Free as the spawners for the blue team do come onto camo side. So this fight here on A, if Wooten decides not to go for it, that means that they're opening themselves up to a flank here. And the camo has been burned by someone, and we don't know who it is. But the strategic choices there meant they get the triple cap anyway. So SLG flanks around and got the triple cap for them again, and we're swapping once again.
Camo not actually burned. Mighty's to pick it up. So a beautiful wrap of control from Rent-Free. Nice find, but will be shut down. Ninja just tucked in the corner. Called Ninja for a reason. He's also sneaky, but doesn't feel like it's really going to make that much of a difference. Wootum needing to use that QT and actually nets himself a double kill. Will fall though, but it's far better than just falling off the map. With B getting flipped, no one totaling points so far, but Employed, if they can secure this, which looks like they're going to be able to with all those Rent-Free players spawning up. They're not out of the woods yet. Only 16 points required for Rent-Free. They do need to pick up on these strongholds. Just SMG back turn. Wootum surely gonna fall as the assist from Mose and Zove working in tandem to shut them down. And straight away the response from Zove and the rest of them as well. The whole cavalry's here. Snipe Drone and Mose just pushing forward. Mighty's able to find one, but will get traded out. SLG at least onto Ninja. Stops them from getting a triple cap. Ninja maybe jumping the gun just a bit. But a beautiful collapse from Employed onto C. Looking like a little bit of a rinse and repeat job here.
Enemy team.
This is... You're just in the blender at this point. Going for trades is fine. Getting B there, potentially, is the nail in the coffin. They've got one last push and then they have to do a perfect hold. Not impossible, but very hard. And just like that, 2-1 up. So we're alternating for the day. Rent-Free 1 game, or 2 games ahead now. 2 games won in a row. So going into Lattice. Last time we were on Lattice, we had a bit of an interesting result with the oddball. Very decisive win. So we'll have to see how that goes this time and how it converts.
Another sniper on this map. A lot of snipers this series. And I'm going to be seeing a lot of flashy plays. 21 and 16 for SLG. Solid performance from him. Solid performance from everyone. Felt like Rent-Free really locking in throughout that entire map. I'm looking forward to that Lattice King of the Hill. I hope if you're Rent-Free that this will be your swing game. It will lock you in for series and day, well, event point, I guess, tournament point. The difference between £340 for first and 160 for second. Having the advantage in this series just makes you feel ever so close. But with this Lattice King of the Hill, it really can go either way. Both these teams showing that they are solid at this map and mode. And just, yeah, the restraint from Bastos there is awesome. I feel like it's just, we didn't see much of a highlight from him in comparison to that Solitude game. Yeah, still just kind of doing what he needs to do. Everyone else on Rent-Free locking in. And very back and forth for sure, but Rent-Free having their moments of brilliance, even if it's a remote detonation of a random spray.
Double kill. Killing spree.
It was very back and forth initially, this match, but the pressure that they were able to generate through it, the amount of triple caps they were able to just get 30-40 points in a row with not being challenged. They managed spreading themselves across the map really well, and it really gave them the edge in this one. So I still think this series could go the whole way. I don't think this game in particular and the win that they got, that was smooth. To get the double kill as well, the fade away. Yeah, I still think it's all to play for here. I think Rent-Free are just showing the resilience as a team. Many games have been played today, and you know they're 2-1 up right now. Just while we wait for the lobby to fill up. But here's my prediction here, Hixie. If Employed win King of the Hill Lattice, I think they'll win Origin Slayer as well.
Okay, bold prediction. You're thinking, do you think if Lattice falls to Rent-Free that they could still win that Origin Slayer? You think it's less likely for Employed to be taking it and going 3-2? Or
with the caliber of players in the lobby, I don't think Rent-Free are going to allow an Origin game to get like that again. I think they'll be able to think about why it went the way it did and how Employed generated space and caused them to make a lot of pushes that forced them into a lot of scenarios. I definitely think that Rent-Free will perhaps learn that on larger maps that the Furious playstyle they play isn't necessarily going to work.
okay, we'll have to find out. Lattice.
I'll eat those words though.
Well, Lattice, by your calculations, feels like it's going to be quite a pivotal game. Rent-Free taking it means that they are one map away, but if you are to be believed, Van Dam, which I feel like I believe you over me in the more analytical side of this pairing, feeling like it's going to be the snowball game if Employed are able to take it. So feeling like a very pivotal map over the rest of them, if anything. 4 caps to win. A solid map and mode, I think. It's definitely grown on me.
Right. Lattice, round 2. Different game mode. King of the Hill was very back and forth on Solitude. Lattice was not very back and forth on Oddball. How is that going to play out this time? 3 players down for Employed straight away. Early in the day, Sniper has been picked up. Let's see how these teams do. King of the Hill's great on this map because it forces you to go to areas of the map that are less defendable. Ice being especially one of those areas. Very bad place on the map. Gets people into positions they perhaps wouldn't normally stand in.
Interesting wraparound from Mighty's, just being a thorn in the side. Missed shot though. Wooten won't miss a second. Body shot will land. Not the confirmed kill. It's a snipe drone to see another day. But seeing Zove drop as well. Just the body shots galore. Not able to land that third onto Ninja. The nades will come through. Ninja actually to find a double kill. SLG last alive. So no doubt getting onto that hill are employed, because like you said, such a difficult hill to try and hold on to. Nice Hail Mary nade. Looking for the second kill onto Ninja as well, but wisely will allow his teammates to clean up his hard work. Unfortunate timing for SLG. Means Mose will get the better of him. Bastos wrapping around the back though, trying to flash out these final few players, and Mose still caught out. Finally to be found. A lot of trading going back and forth, but feeling like employed are going to be sat on this hill for a lot of these opening exchanges. Very little progress on either hill. An off-screen overkill for Mighties. Of course we miss it. Unfortunate. The second of the day. And 50% not being caught on stream. Mighties just really trying to put in the work. Secure this hill.
This is a repeat of Solitude, Hixie. This is how Solitude went. It was very back and forth with the King of the Hill in that first series. Not like this with many other hills, but just the way that this is going.
Enemy about to score.
Despite the overkill from Mighties, it's looking like employed. Just able to really glue themselves to this hill. Snipe drone still sat in it, and Wootum not even able to touch it. Ninja there to support. While Snipe drone might be a dead man walking. Oh, nice little find from Mighties as well. Just gifted Mose. I'm not sure what happened with the calls there. Snipe drone must have known he was there. But alas, first hill going in their favour. Starting the attempt to tie this series up.
Still plenty to play for, though.
See if you're
No.
free.
Plenty to play for, though. And Snipe Drone with the S7. If he can land some shots here. A few pot shots being taken, but the pressure's working. They've all dropped down to the lower areas of the map. 2 players being taken down for both teams means that respawns are going to be split between back blue tower and kind of cargo / ice area here. So whoever gets what is going to be important. You can see that the green / cargo respawns came in for the blue team.
Killing spree.
And then just rent-free just can't keep more than one Spartan on the map. They were just constantly cycling there, so that's going to give employed plenty of time to get themselves into some better positions.
It's difficult when Snipe Drone's just a human minigun. What a nice body shot from Zobe. I guess D-scope does matter. Not able to capitalize at least. Bit of a saving grace for Rent-free, but this sniper has been absolutely damning for them. They're going to have to reassess as the final bullet is expended. The net. Ninja with the turn, man. That's crazy work. Yeah, Renfrey definitely going to have to reassess their prioritization of that sniper next time it's up. That was a little bit too much impact for employed. Snipe drone being a one-man army with it. Just landing body shots and cleaning them up. Taking down 3 of them. A lot of progress on this hill for employed. At least Rent-free haven't lost it just yet. There is still time for them. And they do have a hold. Just constantly looking in the wrong positions. Nice teamwork at least keeps SLG alive. Luton, I think that player did just slip the net though. I think I'm losing my mind. I think Zove did wrap round the back. SLG just completely missed it. Maybe it was a teammate. He was right in the front of the screen. I feel like it's got to be a teammate. Accidental nade there, but Mighty's to find the trade. So much trading that it's it's come up twice for Mighty's in the feed.
There was a lot of time there where hanging out on Eli was that was a lot of time to not be in a fight. And SLG saw his teammate drop there completely up to the flank from the back. Though remember, they do have comms that we don't. And then to get taken out like that, that was such a strange break in the pace of the game because the fight's taking place at the other side of the map. I don't think he really expected that to happen. And here we are. This is imperative now. They cannot let this hill fall through. Look how much of the game time has gone. And we've only got 2 hills.
Quite crushing for Rent-Free there to lose that one. So close, but Employed still taking it. Mighty's with a sniper. Gonna need to try and really keep this out the hands of Employed. Keep your distance. Play the advantage. The scope gives. Nice headshot onto Zove. It's night-night time for him. Mo's able to do damage and just push him back again. Really good job from Mo's. Just wasting this sniper. Wise from Mighty's to try and burn as much advantage that it can provide as possible. I believe that's the final sniper shot ringing out, and maybe an unconfirmed body shot for us, but no kill at least.
Bit of a tense moment here on the back of the corner for Cargo. Half the time up for the red team here is good, but a minute now, there is not a lot of time. All of the hills on this map are quite difficult to hold in terms of where they're located. The map is so small and so easily to traverse. SLG must stay alive here. Or that's going to mean his team are going to have 3 Spartans up against a potential 4 because Mo's died first, I believe. Oh no, he didn't. He died later on. But either way, the cycling spawns here is an issue. The trades are not coming through, Hixie. This is starting to get really dangerous.
Seconds remaining.
Looking like we're going to be testing your theory of Employed taking this map. Can they take the Slayer as well? 17 seconds left. Just playing Slayer already. Stopping the clock. Mighty's jumping in. Rooting there to assist as well, but not for long. We'll get taken down. Damage done onto Mighty's as well means it's easy pickings. And SLG just having to watch this map slip away from them as their advantage in this series will get nullified. 2-all in this series as we are guaranteeing this recharge oddball.
Wow.
And we are also testing your theory of the Origin Slayer.
We are.
With Lattice falling to Employed, can they go back to back and actually take a lead of their own?
This potentially means that we might be in for a reset. I'm not going to count it early. I'm not going to count it early, but potentially.
Getting a lot closer. We are starting to consider the conversation with it being tied up. And if your Mystic Meg abilities do ring true, you're Employed, looking very, very scary to take Rent-Free's advantage away from them. 20 and 14 for Mighty's. Trying to keep that ship afloat, but just too many holes to try and plug. Ninja on the other side, 20 and 12, just had to one-up him on the deaths. Well, 2-up him, I guess, but just this sniper on this second hill was so damning for Employed. The fact that they already had the buffer of the first hill as well just started to spell the beginning of the end, I think, for Rent-Free. It was very dominant from Employed, and how aggressive and how much impact they found with that sniper is just insane. Like, Sniper Drone just could not be shut down.
No, he was a big problem for this. And it's definitely something you're going to have to consider.
What is that? What is that? He's mid-air.
Awareness.
And he gets the clamber off.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep him in check. You know, Origin, kind of similar kind of sightlines and stuff going on here. And I did say Origin Slayer, if they win this, they're going to win that. So this is where it starts to get, for Rent-Free, this is where they're going to have to start really thinking, hang on a minute. Maybe that first series we won, maybe it was a little closer than what we even thought, even though it was close. So whoever gets the power weapons early here, that's gonna be really impactful. Those rockets especially, Origin being the way it is where fights tend to be clustered. The open of this is going to be instrumental. think we're going to see a lot of respect and a change in speed from both teams.
A lot of goodies on this map as well. As Origin always serves 2 power weapons. It'll be interesting to see the prioritization of the team. I always feel like sniper being first and foremost makes the most sense, having the most amount of ammo. Has the potential for the highest impact, but requires just a little bit more effort than these rockets. Looking like actually both teams leaning more towards this rocket side. And a good job from Rent3 to support Bastos in scooping those up no problem. Mighties will fall. You're hoping that picking up these rockets was wild. Sniper flipped to the other side. So it's 1 apiece as far as power weapons go. I don't think Bastos is yet to bring out one of these rockets, send them off. Has actually expended 1. The other used, finds a double kill with it. But that is fully expended. Sniper still up.
Oh, mounting pressure. Players dropping on both sides here. Sniper rifle shots going off in the distance. No clear way to set up right now. It's very scrappy at the moment. Even fighting bottom mid like this. So many players in the bottom middle of the map. The fight comes through. That is disappointing. Though Wooten does manage to pick up Mo's in the back of the head as well. When you're playing Origin like this, you've got to be really considerate of how moving around in this part of the map will affect where the enemy team spawns, because the go-to strat is to get them in cave and then just wipe them out and then run to the other side most of the time. But holding mid like that would have meant they'd spawn back base, which would give them space to flank elbow and leave Wooten vulnerable. So we've got to be really careful about how they push out that side. And that reload there, that's just sad. Just got to call it, that was just a sad reload.
That's real unfortunate timing. Sniper trying to find a 2-piece for himself. Luke's still in the same life as well. Shooting for Bastos nets him a kill. The perfect onto Zove. Allows Mighty to clean up. The other. Still 1 sat around. Oh, sat around the cave. Ninja almost getting a trade he definitely didn't deserve. Tied up 14-14. 2 minutes, 13 seconds to play. Now down to just the bandits. Mo's just hunting ghosts. Oh my god, no way. Bastos. Things getting a little dicey. Able to close that one out, but definitely cutting it quite fine. Zove caught out on the elbow. Not long for the world as 3 players collapse into him. Somehow able to live there as well. Nice cover from his team to just completely avert the attention of Employed. Still 1 shot. Rockets back out. 1 will ring, but won't secure anything. But doesn't need to. Bastos now just starting to find just straight damage. Everyone that meets his gaze seeming to fall.
What a nail biter. This is so far. This is a lot closer than I thought. Bastos popping off with the 12 and 4 this early in the game. 2 kills is nothing. 8 minutes left. Plenty to play for as we reach the halfway point. We've just been a little sneaky around the flag podium there, just out of reach of the site. And this lead, this is where it gets dangerous now. They've got to capitalise on this moment of opportunity that they've got. But Bastos with the sniper is going to do everything he can to push it forward in moments like that. And he gets Zove as well. Oh no. 6 kills now.
Not only that, but he keeps SLG alive as well, which is insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 2 shots left in this sniper. Zove's body found, but not the head. Lucky you didn't send that one off into the ether. Final shot actually found in no way. The snipe punch for Bastos. Fortunate he didn't try and expend that shot onto Mose, who died down bottom. And in fact keeps hold of it. Keeps keeps him alive. Unfortunately, at least gets the perfect trade. Trading with this much of a lead is completely fine. So long as the rest of your team can do that as a bare minimum. A lot of damage done by Mighties, but not able to find a kill of his own. Wootum, though, to pick up the slack. 2 kills found with this carbine. I'm just trying to get everyone spongy. Feeling a little bit more claustrophobic now for Employed at the back of the base. Mo's really... Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
Needs 2 nades to do it. At least we'll find the kill. But some nice cover from Rent Free. This one's getting out of hand.
Yeah. Something's different for this one. Rent Free have really thought about why they lost that previous Slayer. And here we are. Not quite as spectacular, but pretty... Oh, maybe. Very close if it isn't. Can they get 3 kills without anyone dying? That'd send a message if they were able to do that after what happened on this map before.
Ooh, I thought Zove might be cleaning this one up. Definitely looking for it. SLG will fall to Snipe Drone, but looking like this one's almost guaranteed. Yeah. Stake Tackler will actually come through. 50 to 30. Rent Free.
Wow.
Securing that one very convincingly. It's the biggest margin we've had so far. Arguments could be made for that Aqua CTF all that time ago, but that one at least looking the most damning.
Yeah, I mean, not only am I going to eat my words, but they're also going to stake them.
Not really
Scoreline,
what
though.
we had on the cards.
No. Bastos just popping off. 19 and 6. Another, just like he was on Solitude earlier. It's his time to shine. And shine he did. 15 KDA. He was part of over 50% of the kills for his team.
Looking forward to Recharge Oddball is what could be the final map in not just the series but the tournament. Rent Free can lock this one in. And then we've got to ask, have we seen a map 7? Or is this the nail in the coffin?
I'm not qualified to to answer that question anymore, unfortunately.
Your last prediction was incorrect, but I don't know. I think you still got like a 3-strike rule.
Sometimes you get them, sometimes you get got.
Big map indeed. The lifeline.
Yeah.
For Employed. Keep themselves in it. Mind you, Employed take this one. They still need one more map just to reset the bracket. Playing the entire definition of the long game here. Rent Free just trying to shut this one down early. Have dinner at a reasonable time.
Yeah, can you just lose, please?
Good shot from Zove. And hideous skin. Looks like a Buzz Lightyear gun. I know it's not one of rays.
Ooh,
Purple,
that was
green,
close.
and white. Came to mind. Ooh, yeah, stick for Ninja. Something we just come to know. This is big on his character. 10 early points for Employed, but doesn't spell the entire map. Especially with Rent Free, feeling like they're going to be warming into this one. Getting a hold, presumably on back C. So they, the Snipe Drone trying to mount a pinch. 1 through security, 1 through long haul. Ninja to fall. Finally the damage of SLG. Just being so damn difficult to find. He is opting to hold the ball as the rest of his team goes to work. Recognizing they've lost a bit of space on this long haul side though, but Snipe Drone's still the missing entity. Finally discovered and flushed out. Double kill for Mighties. Continuing to hold the ball as well. So far having the biggest impact. 30 points already. Employed. Maybe looking a little deflated coming into this one. After that last map being the biggest margin we've seen to separate these two.
Absolutely. This is a really good hold. Sequence at the back of Blue was great as well. Mighty's getting the double kill, putting his old teammate Snipe Drone in the bin. while he had the ball as well. And that as well.
It's so solid.
This is panic stations now. This is a considerable hold. They've been able to get over 60 points off of this hold back and forth. And the flank here from Maya is this fantastic. Snapdragon has no idea. And then the grapple as well.
Oh,
to get the
my
double,
God.
just amazing. What a play that was. The awareness there and able to dodge the other team coming through. And then rotating round to gold as well. These guys are on it. This round has been nothing short of phenomenal for them. Very decisive, and well, at this rate, they'll be on championship round, I guess, or tournament round, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, despite having to relocate, that's their first hold. Able to secure 92 points. It feels like the finals 8 are just going to come by virtue of playing the rest of the round. Oh, nice find from Mike. He's not able to get the second, but Wooten there to pick that up and almost definitely prioritize this ball. He's not even going for cover anymore. He's just trying to play it out in the open. Does actually chuck it over towards Zove. Unknowingly, of course. Doesn't have the view that we do. But surely a couple more wipes and this is theirs. Everyone dead. Surely this has got to be it. First round incredibly comfortably for Rent-Free. Whilst we thought that last map was a stomp, this first round has been the biggest gap to separate them.
Yeah, that holds, that was some diamond hands right there. Like they were not letting go of that. The set was great. They had all the equipment. There was some brilliant moments from all the players there. Mighty's with the grapple, Bastos with some parts he did as well, and then Wooten towards the end. So all the teams showing up there. This will be the final round of the night.
Wow.
Rent-Free are able to win it, and if it was decisive as last one, 4 players down for Employed, well, we may not be here that long. But we like a good story, so if Employed want to come back and take this to the last game, I am totally up for that. So, come on, boys.
Shock rifle for Rent-Free as well. Bastos got his hands around that. Just kills being found everywhere. This is insane. Just the hold. Again, surely their first hold can't just net them the 100 points they need. It's looking like it could be possible. Everyone just for Employed falling flat on their face. SLG Bastos just pairing up and finding everyone. Bastos just floating around the map, it looks like. A bit of an observer glitch there whilst he was sprinting. But just nice shooting from Sniper to at least shut him down. Final shock rifle shot will be expended. So down to the bandits. No camo in play either. It's raw teamwork and gun skill. That Employed actually able to make a little breakthrough. And that ball yet to be picked up by them. And a single point for Rent-Free to meet the halfway quota. Finally, first points being taken for Employed. But, like quite a big hill to climb, being already a round down.
Yeah, for sure on that one. 49 points for the first hold is not bad at all. Employed manages to get themselves to just under half of that in their first hold. Respawn's coming in. The setup looks good. Final player, Wooten, will probably respawn around the seaside of the map there. Here he comes back up. But the push through here, this is a really good flank from them, but Bastos isn't able to help his teammate. And doesn't see Zove, he's walked straight past him. Oh no. And just like that, I think Hicks of this round might be tied up. Oh no.
Could be. Like no one on Rent-Free even alive to cause a bit of mayhem. Oh, that's just an unfortunate find if you're Mighties, and very fortunate if you're Zove. 2 seconds for this camo, and Employed entirely set up to pick this one up. Albeit expecting a bit of congestion. But a big flip of the script actually is Employed holding for so long. Now Zove finds himself last alive. The lead taken by Employed, but likely to only be trivial, as Rent-Free do then secure the lead once again. Mighty's though kind of on his own. No one actually here to support. Wooten able to find Moses huge. Means that he can just continue to support, but with the other two falling, you know exactly where the last 2 players are. And somehow, Mighty's still able to go very untouched by Zove, being his neighbour for the longest time. Sticky Ned will come through at least to get the trade, but SLG to rotate this one out and actually be able to get some form of finding Snipe Drone there is huge as well. Just means he can go back and grab this ball, continue to extend their lead. And I believe this is the fourth hold they've had all map.
Yeah.
And it could spell the end for Employed. Gap closing in. Sunlight slowly getting blocked out. With Zove falling. Even closer. Rent-free. Only 10 points away from taking the tournament. Landing themselves £340 richer. Just one more solid hold. Mo's, though, to find that one is huge. Wooten just chasing ghosts. The ball still out in no man's land and picking up that grapple. He could just get the scrap time required. Only 7 seconds needed. If he can find this double kill, that's amazing. Perfect kill comes through for the second. Wooten surely not going to find a third. He manages it. He doesn't get it. It's unofficial, but the damage is definitely dealt. That's insane. Unfortunately, not in a position to really pick up this ball, but just completely shutting them out. Not allowing Employed to get their grubby little mitts on it.
Wow.
Crazy work. Oh my god, to find that one as well is just diabolical.
His scoreline, this man is 21-8 right now. He is plus 13 in this game. And without a doubt, he's very much part of the reason why his team have had the game that they've had so far. And though it's far from over and the hold for Employed does come in, Bastos locks the camo in for his team as they think about their respawn time. There's one final push here for either team. Whoever wins the next team fight will win this round, which will either take us to round 3 or end matches for the evening.
Yeah, Bastos with that huge piv though, able to just get away with it. Incredible. I mean, if Bastos doesn't get that kill onto Mo's down bottom mid, this is like, you know, it's a completely different story, but okay. Still needing to work for it. Employed really not going down without a fight. The pinch actually coming through. 2 players coming from long haul and 2 from elevator side. And able to pick up the ball actually. Mo's bringing it back into the Thunderdome.
Oh, wow.
A single point required. Only one, but so far away. And now with Employed closing the gap, this could be damning. No way Rent-free fumble it now. Surely not. No one in position to really try and lock them out. So I think Mose is just going to go for the glory play. And I think he's actually going to get it. He's going to lock them out. A single point to separate them, but Employed to continue.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the...
It's a sensational Saturday here in Haloville, and you guys are here to live with us. I'm Hal Monkey Man in the booth, alongside the man, the myth, the legend, that is Wonder Boy, as we kick off into the Dreamhack Open #1 for some good old Halo. It is the road to Birmingham. I said it right. I didn't say it the right way for all the green room time. Thank you so much. I learned from you, Wonder Boy. It's great to be in the booth with you, man. How are you feeling today? It's the first day of 3 separate online qualifiers to go into this big event.
Yeah, it's first of all, pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. I mean, there's got to be some kind of synergy here because we got Monkey Man and Wonder Boy. Does that make me your son? I'm not really sure, but we're kicking off a new off season, which is great. I say off season, it's kind of a new season, if you will, a not HCS season, but still a grassroots season. Which means obviously there's been team changes, there's been game type map rotation changes as well. The meta on most of the game types we've seen has kind of been perfected already. It's going to be for me about who can come in with the new game types, forge that new meta, settle in quickly. I think we'll see a lot of that today, and especially over the course of the next 3 qualifiers, as you said, the next 3 cups to secure points on the road to Birmingham, as you would say.
I'm glad that we exchanged the colloquialism to it. Okay. And in case you guys didn't see all of 2025, well, first off, welcome. It's a new year. The point system and how it goes, you're going to see this qualifier for this weekend. There will be another one and go into the next weekend, and that sets up your top 4 in a kind of a week break because we got some love that's happening in the middle of all that before the true online qualifiers. So each of these open series gives you a huge stack for your team to start truly seeding into this bracket. And from what we've seen of the system in the past, Wonder Boy, it sets up people for a good path, especially with everyone trying to get to Birmingham.
It does. I've seen a lot of discourse online about seeding and whatnot going into this first open series. Here's the thing you need to know. It's based on the 2025 LAN points. That seeds this first series, Open Series 1, and then after that, the placements from Open Series 1 will then seed Open Series 2, and then the culmination of the 2 will then seed the qualifier. A lot of people upset because, this region didn't have lands, this region didn't have lands. It doesn't matter. Seed is not your final placement. You still have to go out and beat everyone in front of you. Yeah, you might get a dodgy bracket, but in the end, you're probably more than likely going to be placing around where you deserve anyway. So yeah, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to come in, you have to make sure that you are wiping out noobs all over the place and just making sure you're placing as high as you can, because if you're already complaining about your seed before this tournament even starts, you've probably already lost, Monkey Man, I can't lie.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that I see use that as an excuse.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot of teams that also want to ramp up into that competition, get themselves in a good headspace, and it's kind of that stamina portion that does go in, especially with our map pooling that, as you said, a little bit different. There's a lot of squads that have changed. There's one squad that straight up I'm wearing the t-shirt thereof that did not change at all.
Bias, Costa, man.
I know, just a little bit. I'm still on the East Coast, had to rep something, but we have a lot of mix-ups. I see former Team Envy, FaZe, and TSM, and everyone's just wearing new t-shirts, maybe, just trying to see what maybe fits a little bit better, especially going to the beginning of this year. But we also got the beginning of our bracket, 62 teams, I think, something in that range that was able to kick off. Yeah, somewhere in that range. And so we'll be looking at the beginning of it. Anything that stood out to you in terms of teams to watch and what may evolve over the course of this first day?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think obviously the kings on top of the mountain are Shopify Rebellion. The guys literally on your t-shirt. You don't want to mess with them. They're the reigning world champions, hold the reigning MVP as well. These guys are literally playing the most perfect Halo. I honestly feel like they perfected all of the game types that we saw last year. And this is coming from someone that coached a team that boot camped against them, played them countless times at tournaments. These guys just play at an unrelenting pace. Whether or not the time off from the World Championships, which they won, and this first tournament will provide a bit of rust, I think that's what every other team in the world right now is kind of hoping. Does the Shopify fallen off a little bit? Have they forgotten how to play their brand of Halo? We'll no doubt have so much time to dissect that, but yeah, I'm probably looking at them as the #1 team. Outside of that, you have the new Trippy roster as well. I believe their name is Decepticons, Descended, Precision, Talek, and Trippy. This team is made up of so many aggressive players. If there's a team that can compete with Shopify, I'm probably looking at those two teams as the kind of clear 1 and 2 right now. Obviously, Halo not played on paper, Monkey Man, but I'm probably looking at this squad as the team to try and step up and challenge Shopify Rebellion.
That one will be quite the matchup. If it ends up being kind of the opposite side of the bracket as well. I don't know where they ended up dropping Decepticons. I'm going to have to look at that myself if they end up on the opposite side. And they did. So that's kind of your #1 and your #2. So a cool mix-up for the Lottom side of things. You have Akave and SWAT moving in together. I saw Rorsch from Alpha Luminon, who was the other side of Luminon, looking really good onto that Noobs roster.
Oh, we haven't unlocked him yet. We haven't unlocked him yet. We still need to unlock Rorsch.
Oh yeah, it's like what was it, the challenger for Super Smash? It's like, but who's that Pokemon? It's Roche on the other side. But this will be a neat kind of combination of those 4 to kind of work together. And another one I need to know, because you're talking about the boot camping, what you're able to do when it was with Shopify, get those better reps going into Worlds. How do you feel about Majin, especially with Sika saying, "Yo, I'm retired, but hey, I'm back"?
with a full head of hair. Like, it's just not really fair. And let me tell you, Seeker is one of those players that when we lost him from that Z10 roster, I mean, first of all, FU Z10, pay your players already. After Salt Lake City, I believe was his last event, which was also my last event last year. I feel like that was probably the biggest miss we've seen in Halo. There's a big Seeker shaped hole in the European scene, so it's so good to see him back. One of those players I hated coaching against, and honestly felt a little bit salty that I didn't get to coach any of the teams that he was on throughout the 4 years that we were both kind of playing and coaching against one another. But he's really smart, plays at a really nice pace. That's actually, if I'm not wrong, that is a 10 team minus Chick and plus SLG, so that will be a very fun roster to see how Imagine perform this year. They lose a decent bit of firepower, so SLG will have to kind of merge with his new teammates. Obviously no Snipe Drone now, no Wootum, no Glory alongside him, so it will be fun to see how that roster plays out. For Mighty, let me tell you, I mean, a French coach, 3 French teammates. You better brush up on your French, mate. I mean, otherwise you just have no idea what's going on half the time.
Our producer knows all about that, the French takeover in general esports. We literally posted the bracket in French just to force us all to have to be bilingual to at least some slim degree. So we do have the next game coming up, though. So we're going to be going into our rosters for that momentarily. We will be showing about 4 to 5 matches today here for day number 1. But we go into some Legion gaming with you got Common Gators, Yuzi, and Zuzi. So got to see Legion, and it was among them Kraken Season Dark Inside that were really kind of rounding out the kind of the 16 sphere when we worked into Worlds at the end of last year. And so with Legion gaming, you got Common that comes over from Unreal Nightmare, and they had made some waves along the same in that 12 through 16 kind of sphere. So this team can be able to kind of challenge out, but they never made it over that hump to really join the bracket. They always kind of got stuck into the kind of the group stages of there.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the gatekeepers of the open bracket, if you will, join up with, a gatekeeper, and I hate to use that term for Common of the pro bracket. I remember him on Gen G and previous rosters, even in year 1 and 2 when we were playing against him on his teams, and for the life of me can't remember what teams he was on now, but always one of those teams that Common's on will be teaming up with a Brian noob or teaming up with someone that has a lot of experience, and you don't want to underestimate them. So for me, Common joining up with these 3 kind of up and coming players, it's an exciting roster to watch. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they can perform, and if they make it out to Birmingham, I feel like they could really make some waves and get maybe a top 6, top 4 placement.
And this is also a across the seas battle. We're going to have Legion Gaming versus Cat Smile Gaming. For all of you NA gamers out there, that's Outcasted, Ash, Icy, as well as Mafushi. So already we're testing who has the better ping. And I think there was a team, literally their name is Ping is King. So we're going to see who is going to have the favor on their side of the land grab. So I know with Outcasted, anytime I get to see him hanging onto a squad, they do challenge into that upper 12 sphere. With this being a big open, though, Wonder Boy, I mean, does Legion bring in something that Cat Smile might not be able to be prepared for kind of walking into this first match?
Yeah, I think the big tell will be obviously which way the server goes. That's a big thing in these global opens. I remember between years 2 and 3, we had the massive off-season cups, where we would play against, again, Shopify, those sorts of teams towards their latter stages. And some of them would come down to, would it be EU host? Would it be East Coast? Would it be even Central? I hate to talk about connection, but it is a big thing, server selection in this game, and sometimes can be the difference. Very important that you keep your head if you're Cat Smile Gaming, or if you're Legion. If the server doesn't go your way, you have to make sure that you are staying relatively zen, if that's even a thing in online gaming. Very important to make sure that you're, just minding yourself, knowing that there'll be some BS, but ultimately in Halo, it very rarely will come down to a 1 versus 1 that is lost because of connection, for the reason overall as to why your team is losing. So Cat Smile, they do well in EU, as you said, top 12, sort of top 8 range. Up against Legion Gaming, it's going to be a tough one for them. Winners round 1 will always be a tough tough game. But you can see here our maps, Monkey Man. Looks like we got a newbie entrancing here in map number 2.
Yeah, we got Vacancy that's going to make its way in. I think it's been out for about 3 or so months at this point. I'm not going to lie, everyone. Much like everyone else, took a snooze for some Halo. So Vacancy is going to be kind of a new entryway for me. But Empyrean Pit, if you will, as our CTF starter kit, bringing it back into the map pool because it was, I think it took a nap for a little bit. We got rid of Forbidden and Fortress. I know some of you are not mad about that. Same with Aquarius Bomb. I know that was like everyone's hated thing for the longest time, and we've narrowed the pool when it comes to lattice. The only form of lattice that you're going to be seeing today is actually with Oddball, and taking away your King of the Hill, which I'd begun to love, and then Strongholds no one loved. So I mean, are we left with the best version of lattice with Oddball?
I think we have King of the Hill on lattice as well, so there will be 2 different lattices. But yeah, I feel like Oddball, King of the Hill, it's that kind of map. Strongholds got really snowbally. We saw it with I almost called them Nemesis, Luminon at Worlds, where they were putting teams in blenders. You know, when they played against SSG, it was very tough for teams to come out and really challenge them once they got that triple cap. But let me tell you, man, last year the map pool was really solid towards the end. I know people didn't really like Fortress. Everyone has their personal preference, but from an all-round map pool perspective, I feel like last year's HCS map pool was one of the best. The one thing I'd never understood is why they took out Empyrean Capture the Flag. It was so good. There was no reason to take it out other than the fact we might have had too many Capture the Flag maps, but now that's not a problem because we've taken some of them out. So welcome back to Pit. You should never have left us, and I'm glad that we have seen this map come back into our forefront of our eyes. I'm so glad. So glad. Come on, let's go.
One of the few entries that we can actually have a rocket on a map. Like, please bring it back to us. So we've got it for at least the time being. First round is going to be some Empyrean CTF, and it always feels like as soon as you've gotten the right exit lane to get beyond that first map, it lets you escape freely. So it's great team coordination. I always say that CTF is the best measurement of, is your team ready to go? Execution. You were talking about that at the very beginning of the broadcast. How many of these teams are ready to get out onto the map, play their game type? Have they practiced well enough to put everyone on their heels, or does it go kind of even neutral to this one? If we walk through our round ones, obviously a lot of these end up being sweeps. For knowing what we got out, especially of this Legion Gaming group, and Cat Smile Gaming is kind of a beloved group or squad from out of EU. Do we make it beyond 3? Do we get beyond a sweep for this first round?
Probably not. I can't lie to you, Monkey Man. Probably not.
Yeah,
just because of how cutthroat this game type can be. No disrespect to Outcast and the rest of Cat Smile Gaming, but we're talking about players that are placing in the upper echelons of majors here. We're not in Europe anymore, Dorothy, or Toto. I can't remember the line. What's the Wizard of Oz line? I can't remember. Do you know it?
We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Because I think she's talking to the dog there.
That's right. Yeah. So we're not in EU anymore, basically, and I feel like it could be a bit of a culture shock. However, if it pulls EU, and I'm looking at, wait, who's our observer today? Meg? Never mind. It's okay. Don't worry. It's over. It's short. She's in America. It's going to be an American server. I was going to say, if it's Infini in the lobby, you know, our French producer, shout out Infini, maybe there's a chance. You know, that extra European could pull it to East, or even, God forbid, an EU server. Maybe there's a chance. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking this is probably a 3-0. I would love to be proven wrong.
Well, we'll see how it all walks in. We do have Drax, by the way, and Meg both being our observers today. Shout out Infinity over to our producer. Adam will be joining us on the broadcast just in a little bit. And also over to our main man, Reed, that is helping coordinate literally everything. European Halo has brought to you guys Wonder Boy. This is going to be a great first map. We're going to go over to Empyrean, the pit of old. It's shiny. It's not quite new. You played on it a long time. But regardless, we've got rocks in the middle, green haul, long haul, and sniper duels that I cannot wait to see.
Yeah, like I said, never really understood, Monkey Man, as to why this map got removed from the pool. It just didn't make any sense to me. Such a good map. And yeah, now we're going to see why it was such a good map. Tries to play the snipe there, Ash and Reese, but well, Uzi coming through with the OS grab. Oh, and a nice no scope as well.
No scope.
Good old quick grab, and they also tag into Mafushi, and Mafushi and the gang are already pushed over into that Mauler corner. And when you have that OS and you're just landing these shots, you become the blender, putting everyone in Cat Smile Gaming on their heels.
Yeah, Common needs to be careful here. Don't block those low spawns too much. You still want them spawning courtyard for the spawn kill here. Needs to be aware, even though they're on splits, Mafushi getting that high side spawn might be beneficial for them. The first cap's about to go in. But because Mafushi was able to stay alive, I believe, we're now going to see that chance of a double cap completely go because we had too many players pushing on that low side. You already had Uzi holding the plant with a snipe. No reason really for Common to kind of flank over to that side. But regardless, looks like, Uzi with a nice scope will no doubt make that the second flag. His 2 long haul should be uncontested now.
Minute and 17. Gonna be just short. Okay, come on, don't leave behind. But off the ledge, and there they go. 80 seconds into game number 1, and already Legion Gaming dominant, to say the least. They've taken both snipers. They had the OS to begin everything, and if you just simply look at the kill feed, it's been constant. 17, make it 18 kills to just the 5. Amount of Cat Smile Gaming, and this one could be done in a blitz.
I was wondering if Icy Vermin would get a kill. I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity here for him to get a kill. Oh, that's a shame. There might be a chance. Is Little Gator's going to put this in? Oh, he got one last second. Just about. Oh my god.
Paid for the kill.
Well, that's a beater. But that's, yeah. Now I'm remembering. I'm remembering now, Monkey Man, why that was removed from the pool. Yeah, that was a steamroll.
It is a difficult map, to say the least, once you are behind, because as soon as you start getting cycled, a lot of those spawns end up on the low side towards that sword, and then you just kind of get caught chasing after your north side spawn. And even if you end up towards that corner of Mauler, you're just put down, and you see it on the kill differential, you see it on the quickness. We were there for what, all of 2.5 minutes, and some of that was loading in. So Legion Gaming, taking a good step forward in a sprint.
Exhibiting exactly why they're going to be one of those teams, if they make it out to Birmingham, they will be very, very tricky to deal with. Just hitting shots like this. Obviously, this was one of the twins hitting this no scope. The pick of the bunch, though, was at the top of the long haul ramp by his brother Zuzi a little bit later on. But yeah, it was tricky. It was really, really tricky. It could have been cleaner from Legion Gaming. It could have been much cleaner. That was the no scope onto Ash and Reese. It was, again, the pick of the bunch, but you need to be really, really careful if you are looking for perfection on that map to not mess up the spawns. Yeah, you want to split spawn the enemy team, but if they're spawning low, make them fight back for you. Protect that high side. We saw some glimpses of mistakes, or rather lack of perfection there from Legion Gaming. So wasn't flawless in the 3-0, but was pretty damn near.
Well, now you get a chance to at least force them to hunt you down instead of just having a single static objective to go and collect. As we advance over to Slayer on Vacancy. And this group out of Legion Gaming, I mean, you have all of one player from Unreal Nightmare in common that switched it up. Otherwise, they maintained 3/4 of their total squad. So the legitimate, just organic kind of teamwork between those guys still exists. Got to watch Unreal Nightmare a few times at Worlds. So the efficiency is most certainly shining. For Cat Smile Gaming, I mean, you get to go and collect the things that you barely got in game number 1, and that's some kills.
Well, you'd hope so. There's probably going to be some kills on the board for you here. How many of them will go your way? I'm not really too sure. Another thing I'm not sure of, Monkey Man, is this map. I've never seen this before. I've seen it before, but I haven't had the opportunity to play it yet at all in matchmaking, which is kind of insane. I won't lie. It looks like a fun map, though. Not sure if Slayer is its best game mode. We'll kind of reserve judgment on that for now. But it's fun to see us mix things up with the map pool this year. I mean, it is kind of lower prestige tournaments, if you will, than $250,000 majors and a world championship. So why not have fun? Have fun with the map pool, get some sandbox on the go, mix things up. Let's see where the chips fall after this. Looks like Cat Smile Gaming, despite being down in the series, are currently in the lead.
I mean, it kind of feels like a bright version of Solitude, if you really want to make a comparative to that. There's a lot of movement that can happen, especially across the top side of this map. With that shock rifle, you're going to see a lot of rotation probably to take advantage of that. In terms of key utility, I'm not sure. Good one-on-one, being one out so far, and if we're in, right now we're inside the first 20 kills. Smile Gaming has kept about a 2-kill lead most of the time. You're kind of, you're kind of a good coach when you're looking at what your team is doing inside the first opening bit of these Slayers, keeping pace. Do you try to force them to ramp up and be fast like what we're seeing out of Smile?
Kind of a good coach. Come on, Monkey Man. We just met 5 minutes ago, man. You're really putting me down like that. No, it's all about keeping pace. If you are on the back foot, so to speak, if you're losing trades, as now we're seeing Smile are, try and break up the momentum of the enemy team. If you are winning those trades, go on the front foot, ride that wave, go to the momentum side of the map, go push the spawns, push the split spawns, excel that lead when you are in the front foot. One of the things Shopify does so well is they flood lanes. They go, they win the trades. They know when they're on the front foot. But when they're on the back foot, they know exactly how to stop the front foot of the enemy team in a way that often leads to them cycling, pardon the pun, into a front foot of their own. So in the early game, super duper important. I know a famous Halo player once said, oh, Slayer doesn't start until the 30 kill mark. That's absolutely fundamentally not true. It starts with every single kill and death. So important to keep pace early on, for sure.
I think that may have been said because when you think about, let's put it to regular sports. If we're in an NBA game, what do you remember? The last 2 minutes. What did everything leading up to that point win you the macro game in such a way? But that lead up, just like you mentioned, is just as important. We're seeing that also starting to be very important in favor of Legion Gaming as they've been able to acquire a 7-kill lead. A lot of that by Yuzi and Little Gators, who has been on a tear at a 2.0 KD at this point. Smile feels like they've lost their edge, lost their cool, and they're also losing into these 1vx engagements. A lot of them were even one-on-ones that Smile was winning out. Legion Gaming seems to have very much taken control as they hit 31st.
Yeah, Gators' spree put to an end. That is that front foot we were talking about. It's exactly what Legion have done. 32-24. That is enough of a lead to comfortably trade out the rest of the game. And they had shock in their favor as well. Not sure which way that one's gone, but they can essentially just ride the trades till the end of the game. All of the onus at this point, now we're past that 30-point mark, is going to be on Smile Gaming. A lot of engagements happening over here towards it's called posters on the map. I believe some people call it Tuk Tuk, Red Tower, whatever you want to call it. This side of the map seems to be the favored one for most of our teams here in this tournament so far.
Tuk Tuk is a heck of a call out. I like that. Okay, it's just like me calling Ben 10 for the green room on Lattice. Look, we all wanted an Omnitrix, but what's being really tricked out right now is Legion on top of Smile Gaming's head. Now they have gone down 3. Sidekick spam, my gang, not going to happen this time around. They are approaching near 40, and this is when you start putting things away if you're Legion. However, Smile has not let them exactly maintain control. They're definitely regrouping. Don't bop your teammate. Well, that ends up being a teammate.
That is tough. If I was Smile there, I'm thinking, okay, maybe we can slow the game down a little bit. Sure, they're trapped towards the back of the map, but you got another shock rifle spawning in about a minute's time in the middle of the map. That's when you maybe try and push the pace a little bit, but it's that experience of Common, it's the experience of these guys from Legion Gaming playing in the latter stages of majors that has just allowed them to just really pounce when Smile Gaming were trapped. They didn't go out, they didn't go and try and take the space early enough, and it's been a feast for Legion Gaming here. 2 kills to go.
Just gotta be able to close this one out with a 12-kill lead. It feels like this is sprinted away from Smile Gaming, who did hold on to it through the opening about 30 or 40 shared kills. Oh, this is gonna be ending with at least a sidekick. They get a killing spree onto Zuzi. Uzi is gonna do the rest of the work. So Legion Gaming will take it into a 2-0. This one, much more kosher because you had to take down every single Spartan in front of you and not just drag a flag back to your base. But what does this scream to us? Going over into Lattice Oddball, because that one is going to be at least a slowdown in total time played, since we have to do basically a best of 3 in the middle of this VO5.
Yeah, I think it tells you exactly what we kind of predicted at the start of this series. Legion Gaming, they're looking like a team that wants to push on and break out of that open bracket tag and set themselves up for the rest of the season and going into kind of the next year and next iteration of Halo, whenever that may be. I want to give a big shout out to the hot hand in this series so far. Little Gators, 2 different killing sprees we saw from him that game. 15 kills, leading the lobby. Really, really nice play from him. Gotta say, they are looking fine, and I know this is a winners round 1 game. I know we're not really too sure who has the server at this point, but regardless, from what we saw from our cold-blooded positions, Little Gators looked the real deal here in map number 2.
Really good consistency to let the Twins go out and work. Common just kind of roaming around the map, and honestly, Little Gators did have huge moments of just shining out. When you can get those killing sprees, you're consistently just forcing your opponent to have to work backwards, and especially if you're extending your time on map, that means you're getting good rotations and good information to the rest of your squad. So Cat Smile, stabilization point, I think, to be at least noted for them here in game number 2, but they've really got to find a piece to work with going to oddball. And I mean, you've seen it a lot. We ended up on pipes. We ended up on the seed plat, and that's majority of where kind of rotation ends up being if we're not on the reset side of the map. What's the main kind of gains that you end up kind of working with for oddball on this map? Do you coach like a team to be much more, all right, we want to cycle them beyond that reset point near the S7, or is it just you have to keep fluid and keep kind of multiple options open?
Yeah, I mean, you play where the ball is, right? You play the territory. Obviously, like you said, you want to spawn the enemy team towards this gun, this area inside of blue. I mean, it's kind of difficult to push out from there. You can't go the most direct route. You have to go around. So Cat Smile starting on Eagle means they will be spawning on this arguably unfavored side, but I'm reading that Zuzi apparently on ATMS, says Katarina in chat. So, Cat Smile, you're 3 down at the moment. It's a 1v1, but if you're on ping, you've got to win this for EU, baby. Come on, what are we doing?
You've got the ping, you've got the numbers. Well, use that bias in your favor. S7 has been untouched because everyone's been trying to jump around this mid platform, and no ball time as of yet. Really trying to set those spawners, and 2 players going down for Cat Smile is not going to pay them any favors. Zuzi to pick up this S7 first, and now they're just cleaning up shop. Looks like they'll finally start to just level the rest of Cat Smile. Force them into this corner. That's a triple kill and a killing spree from... Oh, Zuzi looking for the OV. I think he's going to get trapped away from him.
Hey, Zuzi, if that's NA ping, bro, that's an overkill. That's an over. He got like a chest shot or something. I don't know, but they're pushing a little too far into red here. Really nice awareness from Zuzi. Very unfortunate not to get himself that overkill, but see how he swiveled on his head straight away, got the double and knew they were over at blue. That is very, very nice game awareness. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing so far by Legion Gaming.
Menace on the map, trying to do it again just as they get knocked down. So chop down and a few extra bullets left into that old boomstick. Uzi is going to try and get some vengeance with the old BR, my beloved. But still, Legion Gaming, they've already acquired now upwards near 40 points. As they took over, they put that ball in the middle of the map, and then they just drove it over to one side. They're going to be on the reset side onto Upper Bridge, and no one has been able to take this one away from Gators.
Yeah, looking very solid here. That's a nice 44-point chunk. Oh, Mifushi. Oh, lag switch. Hold up. Is that allowed?
Ping.
Yo, ref. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. It does not matter to Gators at all. That's huge.
Ghost busting. Well, all right. Right back to work. Doesn't matter if you can phase through Casper's Ghost or otherwise, but we're already beyond the halfway point here of round number 1 for Legion Gaming to try and just seal the deal. 6-1 is Little Gators, by the way. Continue to sing their praises. They've gotten 7 now, 60 points. Doing everything they need for their squad.
Oh, I'm not sure what happened with his aim there, but yeah, definitely seeming the real deal in this series. A minute of ball time. And if I'm the rest of Legion Gaming, I'm thinking maybe we could get Little Gators his gun back up, because they definitely seem to be the hot hand in this series so far. For Cat Smile, it's been so difficult for them. Legion Gaming have just been staggering them, pushing them into areas where trades are so unfavorable. They're taking 1v1s, and look at this ego chow. Just no fear at all. Down in shots, and well, Zuzi gets out with the ball as well. This will just compound the misery here in round number 1.
This continues to be where I see other players do what they do in terms of those challenges, and then that's the difference maker. I would be basically hiding right behind that wall, just scared for my life, trying to get my shields back up. They're like, you know what? There's a shot to be had. Let me go and kill that guy. And that's the difference between them and me. 10-5 is Zuzi, by the way. They started hot with that S7. They continue to just run it down. That's why Gator's been able to get those 60 points, and even Zuzi's adding to the score total.
He's jumping through windows. I didn't even know you could jump through that. In my defense, I know we have 30 seconds to go in this round. Zuzi just picked up a snipe, but I only coached this map online. I didn't get to see this at a major, so that's an interesting tidbit for you. Mifushi's trying to pull out the lag switch again. It's not working this time though, and this is just a formality at this point. It's a 2v2. Gators has ball, but Zuzi is being a real menace here at top middle, and they have about 5 seconds to stop this ball, which I think they have. Cat Smile Gaming to pull off what would be one of the most miraculous comebacks in a round of oddball. I don't see it happening myself, but Stranger Things is a TV series, and this round's over.
I fumbled bigger leads than this, but still, they won't. 100-0 here for round number 1. Legion Gaming. As soon as it's an OBJ, well, the day is easy and quick. So, name of the game going to round number 2 has got to be do not let them have the power weapon, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. You don't want to make this more difficult on yourself than it needs to be. So, why not try and contest those power weapons? Sad note for them. I believe Zuzi's picked up the snipe uncontested for Legion Gaming. He has just gone down, though, so... Well, maybe if that sniper stayed on the map, we could see a real change of pace here. We have an idea of a setup here from Cat Smile Gaming. Not the worst thing in the world that Icy Vermin goes down, but if I'm outcasted, I try and move away from blue here. You have ball on the other side of the map. You are stood exactly where you want the enemy team to spawn, so you're actually giving the enemy team favorable spawns to push your own setup. You want to try and leave blue as soon as possible. As a result, we've seen Common spawn over towards the lower side. They get an easier ride of things, but so far, Legion Gaming not quite getting the kills they need to break out of this setup. In fact, now they do, and the ball is played. Yeah, maybe if Outcast moves a bit quicker there, could have held that for a bit longer.
It's tough to kind of incentivize moving out from that position as well, because it looked like they were very much trying to hide around that corner and kind of get their shield back. And in our picture-in-picture, well, that one is seemingly going the way that we think it's going to go. We're online now as we're riding along with Sixen. This is Resurgence versus EU version Final Boss. And I think they're on map number 1 for this opening round.
Yeah, that's right. Map number 1 indeed. Final Boss is back. When was that allowed?
A version.
Oh, hold up. Did I miss something? Which one is Walshy? I think Ubernuke's Walshy, surely, right? Either way, Resurgence. That is Lena, 6th Century, and it's Nascast. Not familiar with these names myself, but 6 and 7 kills to their name so far. Not too shabby at all. And a flag past the halfway mark. It is all on first boss. It's first boss, sorry. First boss, not final boss.
Oh, yeah.
I read it as final boss. It's just...
Yeah, me too.
Is muscle memory a thing for eyes? I don't know. Hit this now. There you go.
I read it, I looked at it, and I was like, oh, it's got an F, it's got a boss, it's got to be final. But it's been for too long. So first boss here for EU, looking to collect if they can, but it's Resurgence that's actually pulled this one all the way across the yard. Line art. Looks like they're gonna about, what, 15 seconds onto the rocks? Looks like they can be able to land at least something on the Spiteful, but now you've got a couple of bullets left in the old chamber to then get with that, and some big boomsticks just nearby. So this one a little bit more neutral after the first cap out of Resurgence, and first boss is trying to get things stabilized, maybe 1-1.
Yeah, I don't mind that push there from Ubernick. Rockets coming up. You want to try and create space past the power weapon, and a way to do that is to flank through long haul or just push straight through green and allow a teammate behind to try and grab those. Neil converts 1 into a kill. Which way did the OS go, though? That's the big question, because OS enables you in 30 seconds time, which is now 10 seconds, to contest the enemy team's sniper rifle. And let me tell you, first boss, you're already 1-0 down. You're playing against a team that is very, very strong in slays. If you can't control your own sniper on your own side, that's going to be very difficult. So looks like Ubernick secured that one. He is pressured though and just went down. So both snipes going to go into the hands of Resurgence, and this 1-0 could double very, very shortly unless We can see a snipe back into the hands of first boss. They're trying their best to pressure Sentry here, but he makes it out alive, it would seem.
Yeah, but repositioning, especially good information from out of Sword that someone was already angling in, trying to find out where the opposite side snipe was going to end up going. Nice little bop. That's going to be a couple trades of 50 cals from opposite lanes, one from off Mauler, and now they're going to get some extra bullets put into the old magazine. Ubernick wants to deny that and will do so for now, as Sentry has been more of a loud threat than they are really kind of a slayer. They've been throwing down shots, but that's been about it. That one will be a trade of at least some blows, as Neil will be looking down lane to see and get the rest of his team moving upwards. It looks like we got first boss finding themselves in good position to surround Resurgence.
Let me tell you, Mankind, just a bit late to get to this position, Neil. They were 3 down for a long time. We'll go back over, shall we, to our featured match. Legion have come back into this round. They were only down by about 14 points when we left them, but yeah, if Neil pushes up a bit sooner, up to first BR, then you have a chance to get the jump on the players wrapping back through cuts. That is just a little bit too late on the rotation that time around, and it may just cost them what could have been a tie-in capture. We'll keep an eye on that one.
The pressure out as Vermin wants to get some extra damage completed into a kill, and it looks like they do so because Zuzi ends up falling out. But there's just so much of this kind of open sewer lane underneath basically this B plat, and it's been so scrappy. This not really a plan in mind. Where in the world is the ball? It ends up being left behind. QT activated up Gators. Just gonna run them down. They're like, okay, you ignored me. I threw this ball away. Well, now I'm coming back for you.
Yeah, it's the old.
What is this?
The old bait and switch. I mean, oh, Mafushi. Has he got a QT again? There is a QT down, but I think it's to a player of Legion Gaming. Yeah, we're on board with Gators who has it. So Mafushi, I think, was just given the wiggles there. But regardless, I mean, you're 2-0 down in the series. You're 1-0 down in an oddball and counting. I think this one is over. Legion Gaming, they are the real deal. Zuzi, Uzi, Common, Gators, they will advance to a winners round 2. See you later, Catsmart. We'll see you in the lower bracket, maybe.
Another NA versus EU matchup where you get back online here on Empyrean. It's been all of a single cap, so everything's been much more neutral as they challenge out into green and long haul. Snipes coming up in about 5 seconds or so. Ubernick playing mega defense on his half of the map. They've been trying to get on their toes to challenge against this red side snipe spawn. They want to be able to take it away, not let it touch the hands of Resurgence. Resurgence has taken every single challenge of that. Even if they're not completely landing those shots all the time, they do so this time with Nas. But they just let that threat force their eyes and decoy away from the flag.
Yeah, they are, and I don't mind this from NASCAR taking Snipe to the high side. He's a little too pushed up for my personal taste, but is able to back up the positioning with the shots as well. Which way did the first boss sniper go? Oh, it's in the hands of Spiteful. Watch out for that. Will he be pressured? Well, not so far anyway. And they're getting the kills, are they, first boss? They definitely pulled a flag, but oh, I don't think Spiteful's quite aware of the flanker here. In a lot of danger. And that sniper will go down. Snuggles last alive. Is it Snuggles or Snugless? I don't know. Snug L less? I don't know.
Snuggle less, maybe?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, they don't get enough snuggles.
I prefer to snuggle more, but whether or not that will translate into a win, I'm not sure. What are we talking about now? Rockets in 20.
And it's actually a great position, I think, right now for Resurgence, because that flag was getting pulled out. And first boss, I mean, they're still looking to have this one try and beat their first cap, but they still can't get it. That's a nice pull. Sixen maybe has an open free lane. They're getting shot from behind. You have Sentry in support. They're going to pick up a sniper. Why not? A bonus gift as they're moving this flagpole. And I think that this one's going to be a second cap very shortly.
I think first boss are doing what I was willing them to do in my mind, except they didn't execute. I was saying to myself, hey, in this position, let's give up the cap. Let's play for the weapons. But someone from Resurgence, I believe it was Nazcast, grabbed the rockets and did the business, got the kills that he needed in order to just quell the first boss push. It's a real shame. You have to just give one up. You either give up the flag, you give up the weapons. Instead, they gave up both, it would seem, and Sixen allowed to just play his trade with this weapon now. You can essentially play Slayer. 3 minutes 45 left. You've got a weapon that can do a lot of damage from range. Just carve open those openings and execute from now.
Just landing basically every other shot coming out of the mag wall right now. Trying to do so as they're getting jumped and challenged from that position. But Sixen, nearly at 2.0 KD, who had 23 kills and 12 deaths. Really spreading the love here for Resurgence. And first boss, they've got 3 minutes to try and make a decision. The only thing that's going to work out, they have to be able to advance off to this mid line. That green position over to that rocket side hallway, that's where they've got to take a dominant step forward. That's not happening because every single angle has been covered. Spiteful is covering sword. This is great. Spawns up in 5 seconds on that snipe. If they do not push Resurgence away from this and really corral them into this corner, they're never going to touch this flag.
Oh, Resurgence have given their own snipe. That's really interesting. Spiteful with the shots from range. This could be a way back into the game for first boss. I was really surprised to see that sniper kind of uncontested. But Spiteful's gone down. The sniper now finally in the hands of Sixen. Kill leader in the lobby right now. Could well extend that. The next set of power weapons in 33 seconds time. Rockets and OS. Oh. If first boss can do some damage before that time, get both of those things, there is a chance. But if you don't get at least one of those two in 20 seconds, this game is basically a glorified game of Slayer.
Not landing anything in the last 4. They got the next 4 ready to go. Sixen has found pretty much every angle that they've needed to. But again, like you mentioned, Resurgence can play a lot of Slayer for the indeterminable future, which is all of 2 minutes long. OS from right around the corner. A few missed shots, but a couple of beatdowns will pay the price. As Nas, I believe, has OS. And now that really should seal the deal here, Wonderboy. I feel like First Boss doesn't have the ability to kind of take general control of this map, especially with Resurgence owning their snipe, pushing forward, getting utility, and it looks like they have the last pull right in their sights.
Yeah, I gotta check for rats though. Snuggles could be the fly in the suit in the flag. But yeah, I think with this flag already on the move, if it gets past halfway, we're probably looking at this as a 3-0. But for now, they are fighting first boss. They're fighting. They're fighting so hard. And they've managed to stop this one, it would seem. But with 120 left, there's just not enough time on the clock.
Yeah, to somehow just swing one through in a minute, have someone ready to make the next pull. There was a lot of great fighting out of first boss when we saw the early portion of this game. Resurgence just never let one through, and it was, what, straight 6 minutes of just nothing going down. So they've done the job necessary. Nas and company got a couple of Slayers out, 20 plus. And same thing to be said first boss, but just felt like it was always garbage time when it went neutral.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm hearing from our sideline reporters that apparently Scarcity, Zondit, Finners, Suspense, some European players have taken map 1 against Acid, Drift, Piggy, Yaxon. Some players that placed top 3 at Worlds in there. So, well done to EU. Some EU players are stepping up here. We'll no doubt see some deep bracket runs from this continent. Let's go. We're not dead yet.
All right. Yet?
Yet is the
Soon?
key word there.
That's an interesting roster, and we'll be able to talk about them just in a little bit. Feels like this cap may not even beat the clock. See if they can maybe set a land speed record for it to happen, but this one is guaranteed to go the way of Resurgence. So, good first look here on map number 1 for Resurgence to take first boss and kind of really elongate an opener as they'll be going to Vacancy Slayer. But kind of harking back to that, was it Usubeni? Half Envy, half Akave, kind of mixing in the kind of multi-regional just in that one team.
And I love to see that. I love to see some LATAM players get a shot. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, and if anyone in chat knows, please let me know. Piggy had beef for a long time with LATAM players. I cannot for the life of me remember which team it was, but I'm pretty sure Acid and Drift would have been part of that, right? Have they buried the beef? Have they squashed it? What's going on? I need to know.
Saying a pig has beef is just a whole separate sentence.
I didn't even think of that.
It's like, where's the beef? Well, it's with the pig. But maybe they buried the hatchet. They're like, you know what? That was old Halo. That was HCS Halo. When
It was so last year, man.
yeah, it was 2025. Let's move on. 8,000 damage coming out of Sixon, who really I think held that sniper the longest and was very elusive, taking the least in the lobbies. So maybe some of that will continue out from Resurgence. With First Boss, you and I saw a lot of energy from them at the beginning of this CTF. Obviously, with Slayer around the corner, not much transfers from the actual OBJ into like a Slayer. Feels like we need to be watching Sixon, though, going under that vacancy to see if he keeps being just as dominant.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. As you can see, our observer is ready, so we're just moments away from map 2. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be about the leader and the what's the opposite of leader? Trailer? I don't know. Backmarker, Snuggles, and Sixon. Those are the two going into map 2 that I would be keeping an eye on. And whether or not they can kind of continue the trend will tell the tale of the rest of the series, I feel. If Snuggles can step up a little bit, I mean, the stats don't really flatter them. If they can turn around their fortunes, it could see First Boss really come to life, because, you know, vacancy will be coming in to this as map 2. It's a pretty much an unknown. No one's really played it in a tournament yet. Some of these players may have played some, you know, money 8s or money 2s or whatever on this map just to kind of get a handle on it, but this is the first Open for Birmingham, and it's sometimes, as an unknown quantity, it can throw a spanner in the works, right? We saw it for 2/3 of the game earlier on. Legion kind of were neck and neck with Catsmile Gaming, despite being the kind of favoured team, quote unquote. Whether or not we'll see that here, we'll have to see, but I can say that, you know, a bit of randomness sprinkled in, Monkey Man. I love that. I love that. A bit of randomness, you know, give us some spice here.
Which is exactly what we're hoping to see, especially on a global scale that you guys are witnessing here for this first Open. Really cool that we're getting to have not just this first weekend of it, but 2 more thereafter. And also, we're going to be switching between this matchup in a little bit to another one, an NA versus EU, as we've got Sunrise versus Boo Boo Doo Boo. So that Coliseum versus CBA is going to be a heck of a matchup. I think that one will be a nice showcase of EU versus NA. But for now, we are online, back with Resurgence, with that 1-0, trying to be able to take down First Boss, get that chain reaction, as Nas, don't give him a sniper-type weapon, the dude is OP with it.
Yeah, anytime we get to see European players play against the top-level NA players, I want to see exactly how close it is. So when we see CBA take on Boo Boo Doo Boo's team, remind me of their name, Monkey Man. It slips me.
Coliseum.
Coliseum, thank you. Without organizations in the esport, you kind of just forget the team names, because it's like Decepticons. You got, you know, Reality Check, which by the way is a team name from like 2011 or something like that. So we're talking like 15 years ago now. Shout out the Sodas, by the way. But yeah, very interested always to see how our European players do against some of the top level teams. So as soon as that's ready, please give us that. But for now, First Boss hold a slender lead against Resurgence, despite losing that one. Spike trying to be a sneaky beaver. Oh, and he wins the fight as well.
This is also what I was expecting for the early, 20-30 kill range shared between both these teams. Very similar to what we had from Catsmile versus Legion, and it felt like there was a lot of even slaying when it wasn't focused on the actual flag for that previous Empyrean match. First Boss is no joke, but at least trying to kind of keep even keel with Resurgence. They hold a 3-kill lead right now inside the first 2 minutes, and I mean, some of this was missing, especially when you had to consistently recycle backwards onto the snipe and rocket spot. Now that you've got all of a single shock rifle, this one's like just traveling between one another. Can't quite land the final shot. Kind of ambitious to try and do that with only 1 shot available. But now they're getting caught on stairs, and now that's 3 down.
Yeah, you've got a new shot coming up in around 30 seconds, so I imagine there was no ambition or objective really to try and get that kill, knowing that Resurgence, they were up on damage, the flood was coming, they were kind of pinned at the back of the map. First Boss, why not waste the ammo, not give anything over to the other team? 15 seconds until the new one. It's going to be about that kill feed here, Monkey Man. Let's see which way the slays go. Damage is important as well, but again, we're seeing Snuggles somewhat here struggle a little bit. Let's see which way the shock rifle goes. It could be very, very interesting. Down by 2 at the moment, our American team against the Europeans of First Boss.
This was the shifting point last time we were on vacancy, but now everyone's fighting from the other side of their portion of this shopping mall. It feels like it was an upper level versus lower level entry point, but 3 fall out for First Boss, and this is the second time in a row we've seen the EU gang drift at right around the opening of 20s. Resurgence now takes a momentary lead. The veil goes down, Snuggles caught in the corner, and if you're that player, I mean, Uber Nick at 9-5, Snuggles at 1-7, that's when you have to have the rest of the team kind of calm you down and get back to the numbers game.
Yeah, most definitely, because the lead just changed hands, and Resurgence starting to ride that wave now, ride the momentum that came from that shock rifle win. So important in Slayer. It's a concept that we spoke about on ITB actually in year 3, is handshaking. The concept of handshaking when you're down in a fight, you know you're not going to win the trades. Oh, that's a bit of a wobbly fight between 2 players that ends up in a trade. You need to know when to call the handshake. Don't have teammates funnel into a fight when they're down on damage, down on numbers, and you're just going to cycle in a horrible staggered rhythm for the rest of the game if you continue to commit resources. You have to know when to handshake. And we were awful on Slayers in ITV. We were really just shocking until we really put emphasis on that concept of just knowing when to walk away, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, as the gambler would say. It's a bigger lead now, though, as I was talking about that concept. 5 kills. This is where you need First Boss to maybe slow things down, hold up in this area. You've got another shock in a minute's time. If you can drag out the game until that thing appears, you have a chance for some untradeable kills. First things first, though, you have to live this collapse, and so far they're doing so.
That was actually a very kind of ego moment to have Nascast try to run into 3 main targets. He tried to kill the man on the back line. That actually gave a lot of looks for the rest of Resurgence to cycle out and around First Boss, because the majority of numbers were in that one corner. So he could give them some good intel. Hey, you guys can flank them. They're just all eyes on me. Neil and company still stuck around the cycle out here as they encroach on 41st. Might be First Boss needing to slow down, but Resurgence is just not allowing them to have a moment of rest. They have a high and low situation, but they're not supporting one another. That's a great double kill. As Lionheart at 15-7 on this killing spree, and that's 3/4 of First Boss out, and they're 10 up.
Yeah, I'm calling game. I'm calling game right here. I mean, I think Lionheart is a little too ambitious there. If they can grab this shock rifle, that would have been a big blunder from Resurgence, actually. And I tell you what, Neil will grab this. So I've called game slightly prematurely. Neil's dropping the shock. Hold up. Oh, to who? Spiteful? You're putting the game in the hands of Spiteful. All right, okay, and that's why you don't.
Double.
Nas with 2, and game was called maybe a moment early. But with 4 kills to go, I think it's a safe spot, especially with trades available. And they're just going to hunt them down in numbers. It is Hyenas versus a limping Gazelle. And they're just going to tear them apart. 1 left to go. Resurgence will clean up the rest. And First Boss will now go down 0-2 before they hit Lattice Oddball.
I'm just kidding, Spiteful. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. That was
sure?
unnecessary shots. My bad. Friendly fire. But yeah, that was not very enjoyable as a European to watch. You mentioned your simile. I'm gonna kind of say it was more like atomic bomb versus coughing baby. It wasn't very convincing at all. So we're gonna swap the series. That's how unimpressed we were. We're going over to Boo Boo Doo Boo and his Coliseum squad against Sunrise, I believe you were saying, right? Sunrise.
Yes. Yeah, this one is, let me check my handy dandy notebook. Sunrise, Zove, Brainiac, and Ninja.
Oh.
This should be a fun matchup to witness. You've got Coliseum, and it's going to be a tough grouping with Druck, Boobadooboo, Saab, and Soul Snipe. That's double your Cloud9, double your TSM. How is this one going to hash out to you? Some of the best that we've seen in all of Halo, with a European challenger trying to take him on here in round number 2.
I mean, this Coliseum team is a really fun makeup of a team. If there is a team of these kind of American mixed squads, if you will, that are kind of all without a home, it is probably this one that is maybe arguably the most susceptible to being upset. And I will have to extend my apologies to the kind of this Coliseum squad if they go on and win the thing, but I don't know, something about this squad either tells me they're going to be top 2, kind of challenging Shopify, or they're going to be disappointed with a top 8 finish. I don't think there's a middle ground for them. We'll see exactly how they get on here on, oh, what's that, another vacancy? Great, just put me on all the maps that I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
This one over to some King of the Hill. So changing up our game type, not just see a Slayer all the time.
Listen, they hired me, right, to sound smart, right? And then they've pranked me, right? I've just been completely pranked here. I've never played this map.
Look, you sound smart when you're just paired with me. It's the accent, okay? It does not matter. Just keep talking. Everyone's like, yeah, I don't know what monkey is. Trying to track him down, though. This first hill, it's a tough turn because you have to be able to take over this mid lane. And CBA, well, they are MIA for a couple different reasons. That's because they're constantly being hunted down. This first one is a mad sprint from out of Coliseum, done very swiftly. Oh!
Yeah, I feel like this map 1 might be a bit of a write-off to CBA because obviously Coliseum are very skilled players, but I want to hark back, I should say, to our pre-Arlington boot camp as Nemesis this year. Nice shot from Soul Snipe. There was a Forge Hub tournament on the same day. It was one of the last days we were in the boot camp, right? And TSM's whole squad was playing in it. Literally their whole team, instead of scrimming, instead of prepping for the major that was literally the weekend after, their whole team was playing in a Forge Hub tournament. So if there is a team that adapts to new maps, it is the likes of Soul Snipe and Druck. I know Sab and Boo Boo, I think, might have been playing in it as well. So, yeah, I guess they didn't really care about scrimming for the major. I mean, listen, each to their own, right? But I feel like because of that, this map 1 might be a bit of a write-off to CBA. You maybe just shake the hands and say, GG, go next. And Soul Snipe is, oh, he's showing us nerd spots? Okay, not yet, not yet. It's winners round 2, people. Calm down.
Keeping yourself creative and keeping yourself ready for adaptation. Key component about a lot of these players, especially as they just consistently keep throwing bullets down lane. Ninja's gonna have to retreat. They're behind double door, and honestly, no shields left to challenge him. Sab, and Sab is gonna be waiting for him to come out. Just as you thought you had fresh new shields for the winner, well, they're down and gone for the Summer Sunrise, stuck in the corner, and they're being tracked down by Sab, who's gonna throw some hands. And the rest of this hill will probably be done. 25 seconds to go for another shock rifle as CBA is sequestered to the opposite side of the map. And so far, so good, so great for Coliseum. We're gonna see an EU team take a dub today. We've seen one.
I'm not sure.
Soon.
Not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on other series and see exactly where those dubs will come from. Surely in a lower bracket, right? I mean, it's home turf we're trying to defend here. It's Birmingham, right? We've gotta have some kind of success somewhere.
Yeah. I think there's a host team ticket somewhere. But either way, Coliseum, like you mentioned, feels like they've been able to find themselves into very adaptable spaces. CBA have been they've been on the opposite flow for this King of the Hill. King of the Hill is such a basically 2 or 3 whole team engagement kind of definition per hill, and then when you're on the other side of that rhythm, you end up just kind of losing out the rest. So Coliseum, they see this one going 3/4 of the way for CBA, who's played some stellar defense as they play around the outside. This has been a nade fest, though. Trying to clean things up. Zove gets a double kill. Can they find the third as they throw a few extra frags? That's going to be Coliseum going down. They should complete this hill.
Huge live there from Zove, and it will secure the hill, as you rightly said. That is very, very big. Not only surviving, but also getting the 2 kills on his way as well. Getting 2 kills in transition here as well. All right, Zove. He came to play. It's like he's listening to me right now. Good job. Hey, he's turning up.
Quick shoulder massage, pat on the back, like keep getting them. Now we're right in the smack dab middle of this open double door, and there's a couple of key positions that have to throw some extra damage too, as you can go high-low from around that back hallway. Still though, CBA, they clean that one up just fine. They're gonna actually set up Sunrise to play as entry man. So they find first contact, using that Jet set to get themselves set just beyond. One extra player from Coliseum as Sab will go down, and now he's playing as not just the entry gateway keeper, but as the lurk, looking for a triple, gets it. Sunrise is hunting Coliseum down.
Yeah, the man who stepped away last year, I believe, because of basketball duties. I think he plays professional basketball in France, Sunrise. I feel like this hill is going to be a bit of a slam dunk. And it's 2-2, just like that. I don't know. I don't really know basketball nowadays. Coast to coast, I feel like that's a thing as well. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. American sports are weird.
They are.
It's 2-2, that's the main thing.
That's true. You know, I've tried to understand cricket, and I just can't.
Oh, how can you not understand it? It's really obvious. You obviously just, you win by, you know, taking wickets against your enemy team, and then, you know, you hit the ball out of bounds, you get 6 points.
I think it's the words. I think it's the terminology. I understand mechanically what you do, but like wicket is not a real word. That doesn't make. It's just a sound. Like it's the sound that a disc jockey makes when they scratch disc. They go wicket wicket. That's about it.
Hey, you're not wrong. I have no arguments with that. That's sound logic.
You can teach me later.
Drugs last alive though for Coliseum, and it's a horrible time to do so. Because, well, shock rifle in 5 seconds. He's still scrapping this hill, and, well, CBA, I don't think we're noticing or expecting that challenge and that tenacity. And Drak, who's, despite having the least kills on his team right now, actually, I believe has the most engagements, in fact, joint most alongside Boo Boo Doo. So, 9 kills, 11 assists, now it's up to 20. Sab has just joined them as well. They are all firing, all reading from the same hymn sheet as you would, but they've been pushed back a little bit here, actually. The whole time this has been going down, Zove's been just grabbing that hill time. But we've got about 10 seconds until Coliseum wins this one. Can Sunrise contest this? Probably not. Coliseum are stacking it, so time to transition to the new hill. And that will be the lead going to Coliseum. They're on map points here. One more hill to go.
Been a good comeback affair from out of CBA, but still, it is Coliseum that grabs that match point, that map 1 point first. 3 do fall out, so that rotation will fall a little bit south for Coliseum, especially as they now know where they're going to force them to spawn into that corner, and they start to stagger them away. Sunrise is not going to let free entry happen. Soul Snipe and Sob, they both go down, so you're already a third of the way through for CBA trying to force a 7th hill. Sunrise seems inevitable. He's imminent to wherever Coliseum tries to re-enter.
Don't challenge him. Hunting at your peril. Here he is again, getting a trade. That's really important when you're the team in control. Get those trades. There will be one last push here from Coliseum. Can they weather the storm? That's a 5 from Zove onto Drak. Put him on the respawn screen, and they've secured it. It's a sudden death hill. 2 minutes 45 to go. This is the last place of engagement here on the map. CBA look to be on the front foot in the more advantageous position here. The right lane completely clear. The pressure should come from the left here. This is going to be a big last hill.
Be a tough position to take it from because you have that shock side spawn where you can just drop down from that upper ledge, and then you're basically just in kind of no man's land. There is no cover. Good double kill from out of Sunrise. The dude is at 19 and 16. Has to be that pivotal mark for change, for consistency from out of CBA. They've got that little bit of time. 220. Don't think we're going to hit that neutral clock. See someone lurking on in. Soul Snipe caught with the pants down, and that's going to be Drak. Leveling the playing field. That's half the team gone for CBA.
Oh my goodness, Sunrise. Don't make a hash of that kill. Great lurk from Zove at the back of the hill, but I feel like that may just be a way back into this last hill. They've just tied up and gone past the progression of CBA at Coliseum. You've got Soul Snipe coming up on respawn here in a second. He could be a very pivotal player. Keep an eye on the kill feed. He could be spawning behind this CBA push. Where does Soul Snipe spawn, I wonder? Max, it looks like CBA have ignored him, gone straight forward. They've gone for the break, but again, with Soul Snipe coming through, he gets the kills. Boo Boo Doo Boo's there for help as well. And now CBA, their hold is broken. They have to break themselves.
Good bounce off of each of those times that you've seen them get some of those engagements, and a lot of that extra damage. You're going to force up this engagement.
Oh, no trade.
That'll be another one dropping out for Brainiac. Zove has to take advantage of this, but they get Boo Boo Doo Boo while getting shocked offline by Sob. Can't find Ninja. it consistently skirmished up and down this hill. It feels like they're going to actually go down to the timer, but that commando paying off. If you can be able to level the kickback on that gun, then it's huge. Double kill, 3/4 gun for Coliseum. We have 90 seconds to go. Only a little bit left to finish off this hill for Coliseum, but CBA is fighting.
Well done. Zove deciding not to just stand in the hill, get time. Knew there was a rat somewhere. You have to push past the area that you want to control. Did so. Took down Sab. No trade. And now Coliseum have to start again. We'd love to see some hill time on the board here as soon as possible. Might be a little bit too soon though. 2 in the hill go down. Ninja's last alive. That should be enough, but there's no hill time. Where's the hill time from Coliseum? Here it is. I think that might just be enough time here if Ninja can win this fight eventually to try and contest this hill. But no, I think they're stacking it. I think this is done.
That one ends it. Ninja. I believe that they were the last one that ended up getting popped out. That fight against Druck and Druck hiding to that corner and that little bit of extra kind of movement back and forth created just enough of a delay to not let anything else through from CBA. But shout it over to CBA. That first map, great challenge into the hands of Coliseum, but Coliseum welcomed them into the Thunderdome, and they're the ones that walked out with map 1.
Dude, so close. So close. We definitely saw some really close moments between the two rosters. Again, not sure which team is playing on ping, which is off ping, but that was super strong fundamentals, honestly, from both sides. We'll see throughout the replays, despite going 2 kills down, CBA were able to keep it neck and neck throughout the majority after that. Truly an impressive showing from both sides. Some nice shots, but it really was the fundamentals that we saw from CBA. I feel like a couple of trades here or there that didn't go in their favor. This was a big moment. I think this is what sparked really the comeback. So they're getting those 2 kills, and then after the 2 kills, surviving, getting 2 more in transition here. This on Druck is a big one. It's really good fundamentals. It's just those little moments that EU has always struggled with, whether it's ping or otherwise. Very close, but it is Coliseum who come out with a well-defined and well-deserved win in map 1. This could be a barn burner of a best of 5.
It's kind of a gift to see here in round number 2 of our bracket today. We will be showing you guys about 4, maybe 5 rounds of today's bracket, at least over into the winners side quarterfinals, as this will be a 2-day affair today and tomorrow, to include next weekend and then in 2 weekends from there for the actual online qualifier finals, to figure out who's got points, who will be top 4, who has that travel coverage going over to Birmingham. And in case you're my Americans out there and you've been saying Birmingham this entire time, we're apparently wrong.
It's wrong.
So yeah, it's wrong. So I had an entire group of Europeans, shout out to our awesome broadcast staff, that were all like, why are you saying it weird? I even had one American, shout out Meg, being like, you're just dumb. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's fine. That's fair. That's who I am.
Yeah, it's Birmingham. Birmingham. We don't pronounce the H because why would we? It doesn't make sense.
A good old
Birmingham.
But all right, so and thoughts, go to recharge. And similar kind of outset in terms of we get the high, we get the low, we get the shock rifle. Does any of what we saw for Vacancy and how close that was, it feels like we can see some good 50-50s back and forth between these two teams.
They showed glimpses of that, didn't they, on Vacancy? Lots of trades seem to be fairly evenly matched throughout the kind of transitional periods. There were big plays from both sides, so there is a chance we see that from Recharge. My personal opinion of this map and mode, I can't believe it's lasted this long. I honestly I hate Recharge Slayers. And
do you?
Yeah, not the biggest fan. Obviously, we lost a LAN, didn't we, in Blackpool on this very game mode. That was fun. And just generally, I feel like this game type, I mean, it's provided some classic moments at LANs, but once teams figured out that all you need to do is play the line between kind of bottom A and C and just grab the bottom A stickies, grab those for trades, then go over to top blue, grab those 2 stickies. It's just trades galore. If a team like Shopify gets even a 3-point advantage, you're not getting those kills back. They're just going to trade their way, into the ascendancy and just be out of sight by the 30 kill mark. There are some stipulations in which that cannot be the case. Like, it's not black and white. In a vacuum, it should be like that, but there's things like the shock rifle every 3 minutes. You've got camouflage coming up as well. Really important to keep eyes on those. But for my money, it's not big enough of a difference. If a team has a lead, all they need to do is play that side of the map and just cycle from whichever side you're pushing to from gold, get those trades and trade the way. But I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, Monkey Man. We're going to see a classic here. It's great. It's a great game type. I'm so glad it's still in. I love it.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you're being honest with us finally. Jeez. I will say that this is the only map. I'm actually looking directly at what I had gotten to witness. I went to the Carolina Major, right? Just before we went to Worlds, and Majin versus Lies Infantry, Game 5 for last chance qualifier to get to Worlds was on this map mode combo. And I remembered looking at what was happening. I was like, man, this game is going really slow. That game ended as a 45-41 full-time Slayer and absolutely played cat and mouse keep away. I had never, I think I maybe had seen one iteration similar to it, but not to that degree of playing to the timer and making it the most unfun like Slayer to play. It looked like people were playing Valorant with the way they were playing keep away from everyone else. How does that end up boiling out? Like, you're like, you know what? We're going to grind this one. We're not going to go out and we're not going to just throw ourselves into a blender. We're going to make it a tack shooter in Halo.
I mean, it's how the game type should be played. Did you say that was a map 5?
It was a map 5 to qualify for Worlds between Majin and Lies Infantry.
What were Majin doing in a map 5 in an LCQ? What were they doing?
I
didn't
don't
watch
know.
that. Why were they in a map 5? What happened in that series?
Lies Infantry was doing some weird stuff, okay?
Imagine? You mean like Majin? They were in a map 5?
Like Majin Club. Majin Club, yeah.
What are they doing? I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's how the game type of map really should be played. To be honest,
okay.
You shouldn't just fly out. When you watch FaZe versus Optic, when you watch Shopify versus Optic, you know, any of these top 4 iteration teams, they show so much respect to each other on this map and mode because they know it's one single mistake that can allow you to be snowballed, trapped at gold, trapped in an area. So essentially we're cutting the map in half diagonally here. If you give the enemy team the other half, you have to respect it. You can't step into their side unless you are all prepared and ready to go together. Unless, of course, there's a camo or a shock rifle in play, but otherwise it does come down to just putting your controller down and just almost walking around to the other side of the station and seeing where the enemy team is, what they're doing, and then just kind of sitting back down, putting your in-ears in, putting your soundproof headset in, and then basically trying to steady yourself again. But here we go. We'll see if it's as close as those teams. I think probably not, considering how good Coliseum have shown they can be. They closed out map 1, and one of these teams is playing off ping, so very important that we keep those things at the forefront of our minds. Brainiac, though, had a bit of a slow map 1, has the camo to start map number 2, and also is in a bit of a roll here. Camo shock now as well.
There's a lot of pop-up that happens with this squad in particular. Whenever I look at Ninja, when I see Zove and Sunrise, and it feels like I've seen Sunrise and Zove a ton of time ever since my iteration into EU. But Brainiac has had moments where he's absolutely done crucial things to keep his teams locked in. Now it's 7-6 opening 13 kills here for Coliseum, and main majority sitting with Saba and Boo Dubu. But that's also just the kind of opening volley between both these squads. With the shock rifle out, the active camo off, now it's about where you want to be able to kind of rotate in and catching yourself dead in the pit, not where you want to be 10 first for CBA.
Yeah, next camo isn't for another minute or so, and I say a minute or so because, to be honest, I can't remember. Did they change camo to 2 minutes 30 on Slayers as well on this map? I can't remember if that was one of the changes after I retired, so glad I didn't have to try and do more mathematics. So if that's true, then we got another minute until the camouflage comes up. We have CBA with a 2-point lead. You want to control again this line from C all the way through to bottom A. It looks like Coliseum have given themselves a good chance of being in a good position themselves for the camouflage in 45 by pushing through power from A after they won that, and now are just, again, going to play this line. They're going to trap CBA over at gold here. Sunrise and Code will have to push down long haul. They're getting damaged cross map. It's going to be a tough route to try and get back into the map for this camo in 25. And if you don't, I mean, even if you do, you're surrendering trades to the enemy team. Coliseum now with the lead. They have bottom A as well. This could be a big scrap for camo here in 15, Monkey Man. Watch out for this.
Oh, yeah, they're starting to get some plus-ups, too. Ninja, the lone survivor, and now Coliseum knows where the lone rat is left, not in the trap, trying to be able to hunt him down if they can. Sneaky little corner position. Ninja, not to be the safer, but does take out at least one and get some assistance on the other one. The fact that Ninja's alive right now and we go even off of that corner is crazy.
Blue spawns, Monkey Man, and A spawns. They split. Oh, this is a good call from Zove. No need to commit either side. They know there's a split. You've got Shock in, well, a little while. I mean, off the top of my head, should be in 5 seconds. But like I said, they changed all the timings. Oh, it is in 5. Okay. So new Shock coming up now. Zove can just make Coliseum sit at the back of the map. Chase. Oh, that's a big stick. That is exactly what I was talking about, dude. Oh, Shopify from year 3. Soul Snipe, his squad with Suppress on that team as well. Oh, they were the most infuriating team to play on Slayers because they would just have stickies in their back pocket the whole time. Zove goes down with camo, and all of that hard work for CBA comes to nothing because of a damn plasma grenade.
Man says he's retired. He's got the game built into his bloodlines. Just continuing to know exactly when all this would be coming up.
It makes me sick, Monkey Man. A sticky grenade! Oh, they've worked tooth and nail for ages for that camo.
Ooh. Okay, well they got the camo and they found some big value. I think it accumulated into about 3 or 4 kills. And at least knowing where that rotation was from back not Whirlpool, but Hydro. Sunrise, he's being hunted from 2 separate directions. Doesn't know where the ghosts are because everyone just keeps kind of throwing bombs at him. They got another, well, sticky grenade, and then they get immediately double clapped between 2 lanes. 4 down now as CBA. That's another stick. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if there's a sticky DLC just in the back pockets of Coliseum.
Just know every sticky grenade that comes through is just me shaking my head. I'm just sat here shaking my head, wishing that this game type never existed. But it is a skill in and of itself. It's kind of the nuances you don't really think about when you're kind of a top 12 team, even top 12, top 16 downwards at majors, let alone in kind of regional level. You don't think about these pieces of utility really as almost power weapons. Next camo in 15, speaking of power, could be the last chance to get back into this map for CBA. They're down by 1, but Zove surely is dead to rights here. There's no way he survives unless... Hello? Oh, it's a U ping for sure. Camo up now.
Camo coming up. The last couple have been won by CBA. This might be used as bait, and we saw that done by the best of them. Whenever we got to witness all of last year, Druk is going to at least clear the rat in the corner, and that now will go the way of Coliseum. So they picked it up onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Or to just get some extra info. He sees his teammate get very hurt. They don't know that the rest are just over there in red pipes, and they're going to try and go ghost busting. 4 kills down all of a sudden as CBA, just as they had struggled to get it back to even. That's going to be an easy, all shot to the brainstem into Brainiac. 1 kill left. Coliseum should be able to clear this one out. They will go up 2-0. Wasn't easy, but they didn't sweat it at the end.
I mean, yeah, GG's. I've got to give player the game if that's a thing. It's not, but it has to go to, was it Sab that ran through, cleared out the rat at the end for camo? Just credit to Sab. I mean, that just allows the rest of his team zero fear, sprints through past yellow door, past the rat spot, doesn't even check it, but just does enough, and his team backs it. Well done, Sab. Boo Boo gets camo. From then on, CBA have no idea what is happening on the map. That was their ticket back into a lead, but they had everything they needed, but didn't anticipate Sab just running like a madman straight into their whole setup. Just it was like a cat amongst pigeons. And yeah, that was GG from there.
Well, we go to, what is our third map type? We go to map number 3 here for this round 2 matchup. So feels kind of soul crushing to a degree. If you are CBA, you've been close, but close as horseshoes, hand grenades, and whichever one you want to play. So they will go to CTF on Aquarius. This one can be done in very quick succession. Over the way that we've seen some of these CTFs go, I feel like this might go full time, and especially with the way these two teams have been at it, Coliseum has done just enough to keep CBA at arm's reach. Gotta find their way over the hill, though.
Yeah, they do. They do. And I personally see it. I mean, I see it happening here. I can't lie. I mean, CBA, if they are playing on ping, which I can imagine, it looks like they are. They have a chance on Aquarius if you have a player like Boo Boo Doo Boo who can hit solid shots like this. If you can maybe make the game a bit torrid for him, keep him on a respawn away from the rest of his team, he can struggle to get going, and you can essentially isolate a player. This goes for any player, by the way, not just Boo Boo Doo Boo, but if you can separate that player, get him on a staggered respawn, there is a chance that you can make some things happen. I will say Zove and Ninja on this game type, a very, very formidable duo. Would like to see them put their best foot forward here. I just think Coliseum have been too strong. Their fundamentals are just really, really good. We'll see a lot of aggression from Druck. We'll see a lot of aggression from Soul Snipe and Sab. I think we are going to see here a very impressive performance from Coliseum just to really make a statement here in winning round 2.
There's an update as well. We had mentioned a little bit earlier that Usubeni had gone down 1-0 to Conspiracy off of that initial Empyrean. Well, then they took 3 in a row. So Conspiracy fell out to the lower bracket, and Usubeni is going against Underground. This bracket is evolving. Legion Gaming's already in round number 3. They're facing off against either Dilly's Dozen or Tenrai, who you had made note as being one of those very important teams. So see how most of this invasion will happen across this CTF for Aquarius, as it looks like CBA is prepping themselves for a good pull. Got at least half the team down at the Coliseum, but they're just in the middle of this plaza.
Yeah, and I think, or rather I fear, that this has just gone a little bit too long. They've allowed too much space. They've afforded too much territory to Coliseum off the respawn. They had them pulled out for just a moment, I believe. And Boo Boo was able to just run straight to the enemy base. He's now running their flag. He's just gone down, though. But yeah, that was a chance at a run. Sadly squandered because, again, affording too much territory. It's a very, very difficult thing to set up a good flag run on this map. So when you get the opportunity, you need to make sure those P-spawners can't just scurry their way through. This is too easy here for Soul Sniper. Wow, look at the awareness as well. Knowing Zove is going to spawn Fridge. That is very impressive, and that is the difference in levels right now in this series.
We've witnessed a lot of great just kind of overall map control when we see previous kind of bomb type, mode types. And then knowing, hey, lock them in, trap them over towards that Fridge side, because you're just not going to find an easy way to defend into your fortress. That's going to be first cap. Coliseum, after it was a momentary flag off, trying to be able to jet away. CBA, they have to be able to win this control position. Oh, they won another one back to back.
Yeah, that could be a misstep there from Soul Snipe as well. Just should know that that flag will not be salvageable. Now, Druck is still alive in the CBA base. Do they know? Yeah, they do. He's just gone down. So a chance at a 2-for-1 special here. You could grab the cap and the camo, but Coliseum are making things so difficult. If I'm the NA roster here, I give up that flag. I just maybe try and make things difficult, but with the camo, I wonder which way it's gone. It's definitely gone to a Coliseum player. It won't be Druck, right? Because he went down. It's not Sab. Who is it? It's Soul Snipe. Here he is.
Forward over to pull this flag even further. Zove getting rid of the ghost. So at least the Phantom Man is peeled away from Coliseum for now. Still, it was a nice opportunity for CBA. Still ended up just kind of at the doorway. They have not gotten their own cap as of yet. Coliseum, they're not going to let an opportunity go away. They use the numbers game to really just continuously force CBA to go back to the respawn. That's another big flagpole. The 2-man rush, they're going to get the beat down.
Oh,
they do it twice.
Wow.
Fantastic double kill from Brainiac.
Yeah, that's huge. That would have been a cap otherwise. One thing I will say right now, CBA, they need to start going past the objective. I know obviously you want to secure the return there, but It's lucky he had two teammates, Brainiac, to push into bridge. It's something we struggle with historically on our rosters, just kind of stopping halfway and not wanting to just beat the enemy team to the meeting points. Now, again, it's about, can you contain these pink spawners? Sab seems to be furthest forward. He's gone down. I think Coliseum will give this. I think this should be a tie and capture here off screen. A Brainiac. It all starts with him, and it all ends with Zove.
Zove's ready to defend as well because he's gotten the call out that they're going to move into the utility. He actually has a timing moment, so does fall out. I believe Soul Snipe was the one that put him down. That's going to be another big pull. This one going right up the belly of the beast. There's no one to catch the flag in base, so he does have to climb. So CBA has all of an extra second to work with. That extra second, well, clock's ticked. They got another one.
Let me tell you, man, Soul Snipe is playing some great Halo this series. The stats, maybe not flattering him, maybe not kind of reflecting how efficient he's playing this map and mode, but every big play we've seen so far has come from either Brainiac or Soul Snipe, and the majority have come from the latter. So yeah, very, very impressive. Camo intent, that'll be a big thing to try and contest, but with CBA 2 down already, Sunrise has an opportunity to do exactly what I was talking about. Go past those meeting points. Be a thorn in the side of Coliseum. He's gone to the enemy team's base, which is great. This is honestly a good play. Shame he can't finish off Sam, but at least they know who has camo here. Having a name on camouflage, so vital on this map and mode, on any map and mode really, just to keep tabs on if you're still looking for a camo player.
Feels like there was a bit of tunnel visioning from out of Sunrise, who's currently at 4 and 10 to try and get that flag pulled. They do eventually lose out on the camo as Sab goes down, but hyper focus is to kind of get that flag moving. Feels like a frustration point right in the middle of our current map. BR in hand, and Soul Snipe putting a man down that's in blue armor. Make it 2. As now 3/4 of this squad is down. Zove running away from further shots. And Sub wants to be able to get into it, and they get a double?
Wow. That was from embarrassing to emphatic there from Sab. The double was huge. The toss-up from Druck into the grateful Doodle, I believe it was, putting that flag in. And that makes it now a 2-flag cushion. 2 flags is the difference between CBA and Coliseum. Coliseum are 4 down. Druck spawning back base. That it can be difficult. It looks like they're trying to run this through the gens, and let me tell you, if the enemy team's spawning back base and you don't have someone top mid shooting them back, you cannot run it through gen. You just have so much damage in the back, and from 4 down on Coliseum, it's now 4 down for CBA, all because Druck spawns back base. They don't check it. They don't have a top mid Guardian Angel shooting over the flag runner. That's what could have been here for CBA. Soul Snipe almost with a triple.
Making life difficult even more. You saw the double frag attempt beforehand from CBA to try and get those spawns all blasted out. Coliseum returned the favor in kind and got a double kill to make life even more difficult. That flag was not home. 4-1 for Coliseum. This one a lot more lopsided. There's been a lot of pulls from CBA, but that flag has not gotten to blue home. So gonna have this one at least pull from either side. Coliseum just needs one more to move on to round number 3.
Yeah, Soul Snipe the overextender. We have to kill Soul Snipe here, CBA. Keep an eye on that kill feed. If Soul Snipe goes down, we should be okay. Where did he get to? I can't even see him. Is he in the blue base? Yeah, he is. He's behind them. Dude, this is so infuriating to play against. Ryan, who used to do this all the time, he would just be like, you know what, you can have a capture with 3 flags up, but I'm going to shoot you in the back. I'm going to make you respawn and have to decide, are you going forward or are you going to come back for me? The camo is burned. That is, yeah, very, very smart from Soul Snipe. Again, cannot sing enough of his praises. That is a killing spree just put to bed there. And I think this one will be over in a matter of moments if they can capture this 5th and final flag.
Flurry of frags from Booba Doobu. This flag was set to go. He got the touch just in time. Just short of 4 minutes. Zove is now back base. Waving at Coliseum.
Monkey Man, they've all overextended to CBA's base. They've spent so much time here looking for players that were wrapping back, but no one did. They went forward.
This is going to boil down to a big fight over towards that S1 and S2. So see if they can be able to get all the way up. Just run them down. This is a 2v1. Zove is the lone man keeping things kosher as we go into a flag off status. They're going to be hanging out towards that backside of Fridge. Oh, they miss out on the melee. Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down, and now you get to just wave your flags at one another.
Where's Druck? Where's Druck? Can he get the re? No, Druck goes down. Okay, that should be a capture. Okay, 4-3. There is still time, and there's still a chance here for CBA. They need to be very wary, though, of heads-up plays like that to make sure that all of Coliseum, when you're anticipating them to wrap back, don't just go and play mid-map. Don't go and play your own base, because it'll be game before you know it if that happens.
Oh, losing that engagement, trying to chase him down as they're being shot off angle. Another flagpole. Ninja might be able to just run this all the way out, and could you believe it? A 4-1 all the way into possibly a 4-4. They leave it out in open waters. They got information that someone was on their back base. Not gonna win this one out. Druck is able to take him down, and suddenly both flags are standing on top of each other.
Really close there. Could have been a big, big play. Zove last alive. Need to keep an eye on where he is. Sab says, I don't really care where you are. I just need to get this flag home. Zove has gone down. I think this is game. This should be a 3-0 in the series. Nice try from CBA. They gave it everything they had, but in the end, everything they had was not enough. They will drop to the lower bracket. Coliseum, oh, they look good. They look very, very good.
Fantastic. So that means that they will be moving forward. Where in the world is Coliseum on this bracket? With a 3-0, they move into the winner of Boom or Doom versus Paradox. And you're talking about Soul Snipe playing some of the smartest Halo. You don't see like a dominant performance from out of them into this, but everywhere and anywhere that CBA did not want him to be.
Yeah, definitely. You caught me just as I was about to have a swig of my water there, Monkey Man. Come on, what a dry mouth. He definitely passes the eye test, right? I mean, the stats don't really tell the whole story, but every time he was coming off respawn, showing CBA zero respect, pulling and pushing forward. So many times I was like, where is Soul Snipe? And then, Coliseum were happy to let the flag go because Soul Snipe was going to shoot them in the back as they captured the flag. And it was so frustrating on that map because essentially on that map, you want everything ahead of you. You want to be playing forward. You want to know exactly where everyone is. Everyone's accounted for. Everyone knows exactly what, where everyone is. Who's the fly in the soup? Who's the first spawner? And Soul Snipe, no one thought to keep tabs on him time and time and time again. And it's so frustrating when you have a player like that. You just know he's going to be somewhere. You don't feel settled. You can't play into your own rhythm. And I feel that was the difference there. I can't lie. The eye test is well and truly passed with flying colors by Soul Snipe. He is, looking very comfortable on this roster.
And it wasn't all settled onto them as well. Anytime that there was kind of a need for Druck to stand up, felt like they were the agitator to make life a lot more uncomfortable, especially for CBA. So that combination, I mean, God willing, it's a team. So they're able to work that well across 3 games. Very close contests, but still a 3-0 sweep all the same from out of Coliseum. So we have gone through our first couple of rounds. Round number 3 is starting to evolve, and that means that we need to see teams forthcoming. Before that moment, we're going to be taking a short break. So more of European Halo will be presenting all of this awesome Dreamhack Open number 1, the global sphere, as we get all these awesome teams competing today. We'll be back in just a little bit.
I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We can reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Perfect.
Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck in a something. Time shows we let it go too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. I don't wanna feel that way.
Double kill. Double kill.
I don't wanna feel Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck in a something. Time shows we let it go too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. Feel that way.
Hello, welcome back to the Dreamhack Open Series, day 1. Wonderboy here, joined by, you know what, we got rid of Monkey Man. We said this is enough monkey business, there's no more Monkey Man. We've brought in Van Adam, also known as Adam. Adam, good to see you, mate. You told me you were out for a heavy round of drinking last night. I'm disappointed, but not surprised.
I'm just going to get myself ready for all the action over the next couple of weeks, man. Yeah, honestly, today, just... I was watching you guys cast Vacancy earlier, and looking at the changes in map pools and stuff, and I'm super excited for kind of like this new group of games that we've got going on in run up to the Dreamhack event. But we're going to drop straight into the action here. This is Recharge Strongholds, and it looks like at the moment we're looking for the first attempt at a triple cap already, 16 seconds into the game.
Yeah, it will be our first chance to look at Chosen. Obviously, the Eco Smith is the name that stands out on that team. Multiple-time Halo World Champion alongside new players. It's weird to see him not alongside Stellar, of course, now joined by Tusk, Sirion, Breaking Shot. It's a fun roster. Good to see Eco still kicking about, and well, so far against Clutch Academy, they are well and truly on the front foot.
Yeah, I think we're in for a treat with a lot of the teams that we've seen in the run-up to this Dreamhack event. A lot of pros have managed to shuffle themselves around a little bit. To mention Eco Smith. Ooh, as you were just talking about there, Trippy's got his own team as well as some other people. So it's going to be really exciting. But Syrian is just flying through, complete Tarzan through the entire map, getting some shock rifle shots onto people here. Reckons he can get a little shot onto Sneaky here onto Jezko, but not quite managing to sneak himself into the position he wanted in that Walshy area down there.
Yeah, so difficult to break out of this type of situation if you Clutch Academy. Doing the right thing, going for B first, it sounds so counterintuitive, but the idea is you force spawns over at A. You want to try and take A back by just committing your lives to B. If you can get out with the stronghold and your life, that's great, but it's so unrealistic. The idea is spawn over here at A and give yourself a chance at this team fight, but Sirion is just cleaning up. 8-2 so far, Adam. He is looking hot. Very impressive stuff from Sirion so far.
A solid start for them, and the pace of this game feels really quick. We've seen a lot of POVs of the players just absolutely flying through. Tusk here going to help his teammates that's starting to fall on elevator. Two red players come in, so Vanit there trying to take it. I think he's going to be able to. I think a spawner came in as well there as well. Less blue Spartans on the map there for a moment. That's going to give them the time to move over there. And a fight breaks out in Whirlpool with a 2v1, trying to isolate it. It doesn't quite work out. End up with a trade 1-for-1, and then the push keeps going towards the elevator. Really hotly contested at the moment.
Yeah, a chance for Clutch Academy. If they can win this camo fight with Trojan going 3 down, maybe can put Trojan on the back foot. I'm surprised. Yeah, I was going to say that Sylvanic was getting away with B scot-free, and they should not have committed further resources towards it, if I'm honest. Tusk here is contesting the camo unsuccessfully, but you have to understand, you don't need B. If you have A and C, you have the good side of the map, camo's coming up, you just get the power up, you know, mitigate your losses and think about B afterwards, especially if Chosen are pushing forward. Despite all of that, Clutch Academy has been scoring the majority of this time. Chills was last alive for just a moment, but he had camouflage. He's been so sneaky right now. Eco can't find him. He is, well, he must be about 32 years old now, Eco. Maybe the eyesight needs testing. No offense to any boomers in the stream.
Oh, that hits hard, man. I'm older than that. But that was a really sneaky play, and we have seen some of the strongholds go up here. So I liked the comment you said about a lot of teams fight, like the fight for B here. I think, I mean, a lot of the action we've seen, Clutch Academy really been forced into a corner. We've seen a lot of their Spartans down so far during the game. You're talking about Syrian's kill death ratio earlier on, 15-6 now. So definitely agree with what you said earlier. We've been going on an absolute tear here, and it looks like it's a little quiet. Chosen managed to get their triple cap, so I think we'll see some challenge soon. But just overall, Chosen just blistering around the map and really holding those areas down that we need to have to stop Clutch Academy from getting any foothold.
Yeah, this play looks like it will work out for Syrian. Was caught in two minds. I was questioning the desire to push through to A, but in the end pushed far enough that the player pushing over the top couldn't really fight back and engage, so it did work out, but I wondered whether or not it was the right idea. For now though, Sirion and crew seem to be in a decent position. They are not scoring just yet, but considering the numbers game, considering where the strongholds are, the progression across the map, they look fairly comfortable despite the scoring going to the enemy team. They've just finished B, have Chosen, so the higher seeded NA squad here will be in a commanding position and can decide to split them at A or contain them for this camo here, Adam, in 5 seconds time. No sightlines though.
No, and they're flying around there trying to get some form of advantage. As the fight breaks out, it just manages to get him there as the body flies past from the 5 shot, and then another one. So that's 2 players from Clutch Academy getting 5'd. Fight for the camo breaks out. Double kill for Sirion as he takes out the 3rd player. And just like that, Wonderboy, the dominoes fall. 4 players down for Clutch Academy. Triple cap coming on elevator. Respawns in long haul.
Yeah, they should spawn long. Eco has taken a fight and won it over at gold. That's really, really bold, to say the least, but it's just so well versed in this map and mode. If I'm him, I'm thinking towards pushing A. His A anchor is gone in breaking shot, so yeah, needs to circle around here, help out that fight. Just gets caught on the turn with the attic spawners, but he did the right thing, knowing the breaking shot might lose that fight. Why not secure that trade? You cannot give A over to the enemy team, especially when you're in control of a trip cap here. It's a death sentence. You want to really strangle the enemy team, and that's exactly what Chosen are doing here.
Eco finds himself on a surprise boxing match with Jesco there as he tries to take battery, but a lot of the Clutch Academy squad are over in C right now, so he might have some support, but we can see the blue pips moving over towards C as a fight breaks out on mid there. Shock rifle is up, but yet again, just 3 players down from Clutch Academy. They're really having a hard time, as they would, trying to keep all their boots on the ground from the pressure.
Wow, Eco, I thought he should back down because he was a little too early to the push, but had long range assistance. He's just really putting the boot to the neck at the moment of Clutch Academy, and is already thinking about pushing forward to trade C. Even if they lose B here, they are going to be absolutely fine because Eco Smith is on the map, and that's all you need to know. Clutch Academy 3 seconds away from losing this map, and yeah, it's an expected result. Eco Smith showing his smarts and showing exactly why he chose Sirion for this squad. What a map 1 from Chosen.
That was a very, it's, you know, Clutch Academy had some moments in that game where we saw you were saying they scored for quite a lot earlier on, and then once Chosen were able to get their foot in there, they just kind of held it and they were just rotating so quickly. Look at some of these scores on here. Sirion, as you were saying, 21 and 10, so we're plus 11 with 8 assists. And then the rest of the team as well, all the way down the board. Very heavily outslaying Clutch Academy in this first game. Not to mention the damage as well from them. But Sylvanic did manage to put in quite a bit of damage for his team. He broke 4k, but was the only player to do so.
It was wild is we're not seeing the biggest damage differential. I mean, it certainly doesn't respect the final score. I mean, 250 to 68. You're expecting, you know, 1.5, 2k damage across the board being the advantage to the winning team. But honestly, Clutch Academy were giving scraps where possible. They were really stepping up to fights, and the difference in the end was just the rotations. I always likened this map and mode to like a jiu-jitsu match. It really doesn't matter who has the double cap, and an SLG on our squads would always say this map and mode, especially this game type, doesn't start until around the 200 point mark, and it's like we don't care if we're being trip capped. Even if they're not over 200 points, we don't need to panic. That's exactly what is the tail of the tape essentially in that map and mode. Speaking of map and modes here, Adam, a returning game type, another one I wasn't really sure why they took out in the first place. Street Slayer, it's back, baby.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Streets in again. It's fast, it's furious, it's dangerous. I think with the pace we saw on that last map, Clutch Academy have to be super careful with how efficient Chosen were at being able to move around. But given that the objective is now your Spartan, might make the gameplay slightly differently here. We have had stronger opening from them, 7-5, but it's very early at the moment, and Sirion is going to pick up his first camo. That's going to be out at 10, 20-ish, 45 seconds of sneaky time for him. So hopefully he'll be able to put some damage into Clutch Academy as he tries to get some info.
Just needs to survive in this position as well, knowing that he was going to be the most important player to deal with. Now, how quick can you get up the map here, Eco? Can you trap them all in C? Looks like he's going to go and take this 1 versus 1. He saw 2 players go up to B, and that's exactly why you flood the spawns on this map. On the other side, Sirion knows C is going to get cleared out, so let's push PD. Let's spawn them at Cafe, and now, yeah, they're looking at Sirion here, and PD is like, oh yeah, he's the kill. But guess what? The flank's coming in from three Chosen players. Perfectly done. Spawns are now at Red Room. They don't have a base. This could go from 16 to 9 to 20 plus in favor of Chosen.
Oh, it's hard to watch, isn't it? Breaking Shot was already halfway across the map and bottom sub as they were respawning there, and we saw all 4 red players go down in that cafe area with the flank earlier, and they're just so on it here. That is 1 drop for them though. Tusk and Eco going down, so that might stem the bleeding a little bit, but what ended up being a small 2-point lead for Clutch Academy has turned into an 8-point deficit at the moment, and trying to stabilise that's going to be really tough. Loads of fights breaking out in the middle, but even with the state of the game right now, Chosen were momentarily out-trading them there, but actually they only had one player left, so with camo up in 15 seconds, it's going to be all to play for.
My worry for Clutch Academy at this point is the pace. The pacing. They're playing kind of reactive to Chosen's pace. I would like to see Clutch Academy kind of push the tempo a little bit. A great opportunity to do that is with camo, but Sylvanik, he's not cleared C. He's not cleared C. He thought they've all rotated through up the P Street. Didn't think about the anchor. That time, Tusk was the man. He was last alive. I think he just grabbed camo as well, just to compound the misery. So you've got to keep an eye on Tusk here. He's going to be the man to watch. 14 kills already. Half of his team slays just from this player, Tusk. Not bad for a coach, huh? Doing it for coaches worldwide.
Well, that is a pretty steep scoreline this early into the game. Trusted him with camo, did go down. Tried to get someone with the carbine. 3 players down for Chosen here. This is a small moment where Clutch Academy could try to stabilize here. Sylvanik himself moving around to try and get some information, trying to help his teammate. Kills does get traded out, but Eco is mid, trying to escape the crossfire. He goes down as well. This is an opportunity to get Syrian, but Tusk is going to come through and help. So there are... That's an unfortunate grenade. Nice shot, though. But there are some moments here where Clutch Academy do take that initiative, and they are able to push through and clean up some kills. But Chosen have just been so hot on them, moving around the map, and as we saw earlier, shutting them down as soon as they spawn. But it's really hard for them to close this lead that's now got up to 8 points. 6 plus. Maths, man. 5, yes, thank you.
Don't worry. It's a hallucination. But that live from Sylvanik still ongoing, by the way. So good. He, despite being last alive, was being collapsed upon, was no shields, got a kill, stayed alive, linked up with his spawners, and he's still playing that live. He just picked up another kill on Tusk. So that is textbook Slayer, how to be on the back foot but turn it into the front foot by linking up with spawners. Really well done. Sylvanik still alive, by the way, and it is a key factor as to why it's now just a 1-point game. Clutch Academy, thanks to Sylvanik's heroics, still the same life, by the way. Turning the back foot into the front foot finally is put to rest, but has gotten his team well and truly back into this map. And it's exactly what I was talking about, Adam. Don't be afraid to play your own pace. Even if it's a bit slower, you don't always have to be pushing the pace. As long as your team are on the same page as you, little changes in tempo like that can be the difference.
Can indeed. And with this camo coming up here and the score, you know, both teams needing 10 or 11 points here to win the game. This is going to be critical. Nobody wants to fall, and the red team coming with a full push. 3 people just round the corner there, and Breaking Shot just gets absolutely blasted. And Syrian goes down as well, but Tusk manages to get the camo with it tied up. So it's going to be interesting how this affects the next part of the match, because Chosen did get away with a really strong power-up that can be so good at securing flanks on streets. Oh no! Oh no!
Front row seat for Tusk just to witness the Ego Smith brilliance on the over. Oh, can't finish it off. I put that one down to ping, but either way, Ego Smith, thanks to the info from Tusk, really just turning the tide. Clutch Academy, they made the play call, didn't they? You know what? We'll triple push ping. We don't care about camo. It's not the biggest threat to us. We can deal with it. And in the end, it wasn't. I mean, it could have been the right gambit, but for some Ego Smith brilliance, I mean, we're in the latter stages now. Just 1 kill to go here for Chosen.
Oh, you've got to feel for that. The idea was there, and you know, credit to Clutch Academy, they did full commit to that choice to go for purple, and they did take 2 players out, but just the momentum didn't carry through, and then Tusk got away with the camo as well, and it just kind of ended up going back to where it was. But definitely a good showing towards the end of that map too, showing that perhaps Recharge Strongholds wasn't really the end of the as bad as it looked, is probably a good way of putting it.
Yeah, and it was honestly the tail of the tape we saw in the last game was the damage, right? Not the biggest damage differential between the 2 rosters. I know Recharge Strongholds can get out of hand really quickly, but we're seeing the proof in the pudding in the final score. Just 4 slays between the 2. And Sylvanik, despite having least damage by quite some way on his team alone, he was the reason that they were even in with a puncher's chance at the end of that Slayer game. That life over at back C towards trash. I mean, really brilliant. If you were going to go back and watch any POV from that map, that was the big life that swung the game. Were it not for a sticky grenade by Kevin Eco Smith, this could be a very, very different series going into map 3. But the multiple-time Halo World Champion, he called game, essentially, at that point. You feed him the info. Here is that life. I mean, look at the score. They're down by, what was that, 8 points?
Yeah.
Still alive at this point, by the way. Now they're down by 3. They claw it back thanks to Sylvanek. He was a real thorn in the side.
Yeah, it was that Eco Smith grenade that you were talking about. Where I don't know who walked over it, but I must have been gutting. That push as well. Just 3 Spartans just flying around the corner to you there. And again, Clutch Academy moving around as a 4. They know the camera's there. That one. There we go. You just see the beep as you like go around the corner and it just sticks on your foot and you're like, oh,
the
come
worst
on.
part here is, Adam, you don't know what to do after your front man gets stuck. You don't know, do we keep going? Like, what do we do here? Almost the overkill. It's just a bit of hesitance.
Yeah.
It's the worst when you see your kind of lead blocker, as it were, just be stuck on the little toe. Oh, it's horrible, but that is the type of play that world champions make at this stage of the tournament. And yes, the reason chosen. They are entering King of the Hill live fire with a nice 2-map advantage. Very nice.
Yeah, so I mean, while we're waiting here in the lobby, if we talk about King of the Hill live fire for a moment, like the pacing of this game type is going to be slightly slower perhaps than the 2 we've just had. Live fire is not exactly a slow map, but it's a little bit, there's a bit more space, right? But we're all going to be converging on the hill. So what do Clutch Academy do you think need to look at here from what we've seen from the last 2 games to help them make this, take this to 2-1?
Yeah, it's definitely a different pace of game. We need to see more lives like Sylvanek exhibited at back C. We need to see much more of that, because if you can link up the last wave to the next wave when you're on the back foot, on this game mode especially, where there are side spawns, where there are different things that can happen on every single hill, it is going to be imperative that you try and do that. Cause a bit of confusion. You don't want these 4 on your screen to be just running away with the game. You can see the topic in the top left. I mean, top 4 potential. They definitely will be in that conversation. It's Eco with a couple of cool breaking shot, a young gun. He's been up there for a couple of years now, but definitely Sirion, putting the eggs in the Sirion basket, if you will. Sirion bowl? I don't know. We'll workshop that, but yeah, definitely in the conversation of top 4 for the Clutch Academy lads. Yeah, just check every single corner. I'm expecting some sneaky, cheeky plays. So when you're clearing any lane, make sure you check every corner, especially back B. I feel like there's going to be some rats on this map here, Adam.
I certainly should think so. Tusk reckons he's going to try and find out if there's any pushes coming around from the turbine side. Does lose his life there to Stefano, but we're going to pop him soon with the S7, and he just starts off strong. I thought that was a headshot, but he got him anyway. And I don't mind if this is the Sirion show with the S7 for a little bit here. This will be quite fun to watch, and the camo will be up real soon, so both teams opting to stay on the turbine side of the map, prioritising that power up. Stefano waiting. Does manage to get away. That's very cheeky. And it is burnt, but 4 players there already down for Clutch Academy.
That's the opening gambit of this map. Typically, if you're a team that is not going to play the camo, you go take the hill time. The hill looked completely wide open from our vantage point because both teams were playing for camo. The nightmare situation here for Clutch Academy. Yeah, you get away with the burn, but you have Sirion here on a killing spree. Has snipe, has tower control. Oh, I'll be interested to see how far he pushes down this lane. You want to anchor tower for the next hill. You have no reason to believe your team will lose. And yeah, rightly so, he's going back. Might get a split spawner there as well. Just switched off his point of view, but in the kill feed, we see trades going down. Yeah, I actually think that's a bit of a misplay from Sirion. Why not sit at tower? You're in no danger of losing that hill. Now, Clutch Academy, they've broken tower because of that elbow spawn. Yeah, some raw pieces of brilliance from Sirion, but it's mistakes like that at the top level you cannot make. You can't make those against the top teams.
Yeah, you would get heavily punished for something like that. And as you say, as he pushed forward, he was opening up those spawns behind elbow, and that's exactly what's kind of happened here. As Clutch Academy have taken control and just gone over halfway progress on the second hill of the game. Another push from Chosen is going to have to come in here, but they've only got 3 players up at the moment.
Yeah, this should be Hill. This should be Hill, and I hate to say it, but it comes down to that kind of fundamental shape mistake from Sirion. I would love to know what the comms are in that situation. Obviously, there were big team fights going on. Whether or not the panicked callouts from one side or the other may have shrouded his judgment in terms of what he needed to do, but you gotta have the game sense there to know that the next kill's coming your way. Next camo coming up soon. Slays are going Chosen's way, and yeah, it's a huge kill. The camo will go into the chest of, who is this? Eco Smith. All right, let's see what the vet can do. In fact, no, it's breaking shot. Okay, ignore me. I'm drunk.
A lot of switching over in the back of here. There's quite a lot of chaos. Tuss doing a really good job to live up as he was fighting in window earlier on as Clutch Academy were ticking up on this hill, but Chosen have already managed to get a third of this hill, so the game's kind of back in their power right now. A couple of their players do go down, but I won't say it's even across the map here, but players definitely falling pretty often here. S7 is up again. That gives a bit of pressure towards Clutch Academy, but it's going to be a bit confined in here as they go for some shots. I think going on screen is the right idea. Eco almost got away there, but he managed to do the follow-up shot, and a small-scale team fight here again as all the Spartans from Clutch Academy are just absolutely just sitting on this hill trying to stop the Chosen push coming in, and unfortunately Chills was the last player and Sylvanic is respawning on B. So the hill switches Sanjit again. Clutch Academy slightly ahead, but this is going to be their last chance push perhaps for himself.
Yeah, Sylvanic just got spotted by Eco. Now is Eco too far away to influence this fight, I wonder? He's made his way up to the platform, so did the right thing. Got back into the fight as soon as possible. But I just wonder, is there enough respect being shown for Clutch Academy here from Chosen? It feels like with these little mistakes in shape and transition that perhaps Clutch Academy, with how they've played so far in this series, they're not getting the respect really that's warranted. Now, will they clear back B here? They surely will have to, as Chills is here. But need to be careful. You don't want to underestimate your opponent. Sure, you feel comfortable on the map. You want to get into gunfights, but on a map mode like this, it can spell your demise. And you don't want to over-egg the pudding where possible here. Just get it done. Get into the next round as soon as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to be starting the day early with a few mistakes because, you know, you're feeling it, you think that you're doing really well in your series, and then suddenly you try to do this against a higher team, like another potential top 4 team, and we're getting real punished for those types of things. So, you know, they may have a bit of breathing room here, but Clutch Academy definitely no pushover. A few moments this series where they have taken the game right back to Chosen. And even though this third hill is clocking up here, it still can change hands. This mud hill can be quite hard to hold sometimes if you lose it, or to get back rather. But I think I have to eat my words there. I think this third hill is going to go to Chosen.
Enemy team score.
Solid concept, honestly. You're right. It's very, very difficult sometimes when teams are breaking through big door and making life difficult for your hill player. But really nice concept from breaking shot over at B. He blocked the spawns, realized there wasn't any pressure coming from big door, so went to go join the fight, found Clutch Academy all wrapping around the long side of the map. And that made it very, very easy. And I am critical of Chosen in this map, and obviously there's been some mistakes throughout. But it's because we hold them to a higher standard, right? I mean, Clutch Academy are playing really, really well, but this Chosen squad, I mean, you've got Eco Smith on this team. He's used to winning world championships. We expect the very best. Even playing with a new set of players, we always hold them to a higher caliber. We expect them to be the top end of this competition going into tomorrow, so we'll always hold them to a high regard. They're probably sat in Discord right now or TeamSpeak or whatever they're using and just like laughing because this map feels easy and this series feels easy, and they might watch the rebroadcast back and be like, what are these guys talking about? But it's true, the standard we hold them to is much higher than most, so we'll be very, very critical where is appropriate. For now though, they're getting it done on this map. 3 down for Clutch Academy, and they're looking pretty nice here on this P5 top mid hill. Just about, what was that, 15-20 seconds left on this hill. Clutch Academy, they're falling apart. They're pushing in one by one. You can't do that on this hill, and Chills last alive. I think this one is game.
Yeah, the unanimous push there. Breaking shot just entering Hill with snipe. Put so much pressure on. The little no-scope there on Sylvanik is not going to be happy about that one as breaking shot got tagged. But there is a final push here. They have to get this one. And there is quite a few of them, so they do manage to get it. But the F7 being out of ammo. Chosen having 3 players alive. Jesco and Sylvanik need to stay alive. He's on cuts, so he can't do it. So that means he can't challenge. And just like that, it's a 3-0. Chosen taking all 3 maps in this series.
Yeah, well done. Well done to Chosen. GG's to Clutch Academy. They will fall to the lower brackets. Chosen, they did what they needed to do. They got business done. And sometimes, this is with all respect to Clutch Academy, those mistakes that we kind of allude to are born out of unorthodox and unexpected plays from players that, you know, maybe aren't doing the fundamental things you expect. So got to give credit where possible to Clutch Academy. A very, very close map 1 and 2. Map 3, they had glimpses, but Sylvanik just sadly could not quite keep up with the rest of his team's damage and slays. Had a bit of a rough one after we were singing his praises in map 2. Clutch Academy, though, they will fall. Chosen, well, they advance.
Yeah, and looking at that scoreboard right there, Chills being the top damage, really trying to do what he can for his team in that one. 4,500, putting him just slightly above breaking shot. But in the end, yeah, despite the little mishap that happened with the first hill with the push that we saw, it was just really, you know, the caliber of players that are on Chosen. They are a really good team. And, you know, this is kind of them prepping for, you know, the rest of the bracket this weekend. So Clutch Academy, yeah, they go to lower bracket, but definitely had some moments against a really strong team that show that they will be able to take it to quite a lot of teams that they meet today.
Yeah, definitely. And don't get me wrong, we see that a lot out of raw players. Sirion is by far and away able to hang with the top players individually, but we saw it even with Wooten when we picked him up, what was it, 2 years ago now? There are certain fundamentals that need to be installed in players, and it comes with a lot of time, and it comes with scrimming and practicing, but you need to make sure that those fundamental situations are always being played correctly, because in transition, those teams, as we saw from Clutch Academy, they were able to win. The only hill that they won did come from that kind of overextend, that overzealous, and it comes from a bunch of different things. It comes from team comms, it comes from, oh no, do I need to push forward here? Are we splitting them? What are we doing? Are we going to take this back in transition? But realistically, the way that map and mode is played, if you have tower and the hills come into you at sea, you're fine. Don't do anything. Put your controller down if you have to. Just needs to be watchful of that. I have high hopes for this player going forward. I hope to see them really push on from that, and I look forward to seeing how Chosen do going into the future rounds.
Yeah, for certain. I think especially, you know, maps like, you know, if we're gonna, you got to be really careful with things like maps like Vacancy, maps like Aquarius, maps like Streets. Like, you can't afford to be making like spawn rotation mistakes, because it will completely throw off the plan your team has, and all of a sudden you're either like pushing the wrong way, you're running into a fight you didn't expect, or it's completely just messing up with the setup that you're trying to get as a team. You know, if you run it like they could have ran into like Trippy's team, and then that would have been an issue, because they would have not let them get away with something like that. Yeah,
would have been an absolute nightmare, but everyone's heard enough of us waffling, Adam. Our next game is going to be a winners round 3 game. It's going to be, I'm told, New Religion versus Noobs, and that's coming up here soon. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, go put the kettle on, get a cup of tea, whatever it is you need to do, because when we return, we'll have that match here for the Dreamhack Open Series Day 1. Don't go anywhere.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
Hello, welcome back to the Dreamhack Open Series Day 1. Wonderboy here alongside Van Adam. Adam, we've got some LATAM on LATAM violence coming up here. Winners round 3, New Religion versus Noobs. I mean, is it too early to say that LATAM Halo is back? I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a fun match, I feel, between these two. They'll know each other quite well, obviously.
Yeah, some of the players on here. We're talking about some of them earlier in the opening segment, but definitely a team that you need to be watching out for. I think, you know, the fact that these guys have managed to get to the round 3 already, like we've cut the amount of teams in the bracket down so much now that we're entering like that kind of top 16 area where the games start to get a bit more serious. And looking at the series that we've got ahead of us here, we're going to start off with the Strongholds recharge once again, and Street Slayer, King of the Live Fire, Flag on Origin, and then Slayer on Vaxit if we need it. So it's the same as the last, I believe.
I think you're right about that. And obviously we saw from Noobs, we saw their roster. For those who are wondering who is on New Religion, we are looking at Gorilla Loco, who is a player that has been on an upward trajectory for quite some time, alongside Strikey as well. We'll see them here. There you go. So you know what? You don't need me to rattle them off because they're on the screen. How about you use your eyes once every now and then? Evil Gory and Hero DNA, who I think actually is Gorilla Loco, so it'll be Tabvol? Who knows? I don't know. Reading is hard, right? Or do you make your own mind up? Whatever that name says.
I'm sure in 5 minutes time we'll get flamed in the chat for how we're saying all these names incorrectly, but that tower push at the start there, just going up, getting the 2-for-1 with the nade and finishing off 2 players from Noobs. I don't really think they expected it to go that way when you push that aggressively and to see at the start of the game, and they're going for it on batteries as well. And already, Harry, we've got New Religion. They've briefly got the triple cap there, and having a bit of presence on the map as some of these red players come in, so they're scoring points now, just getting up to 25. But Magico's got the camo, and he's taking A, so he's announced where he is. So we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, we'll see. Does win that fight, but New Religion needed to be aware that they were on the back foot perhaps a little bit sooner than they eventually realized. This is a really good game sense from Magico, making sure no one can pop up on bat ledge with those denial grenades. But A is the one thing you need to be aware of. You're not expecting players to kind of push through tower there, and sadly the tower player for Noobs was just not clocked on soon enough. Rawson last alive for just a moment. Now it's all up to Magico and Lior, who somehow get A spawns. They must be pushing C as well, right? How do they get A spawns there? Hello?
Yeah, some shenanigans going on in the background clearly, but that does kind of mess up what was going on there. B being the one that New Religion now have, trying to get pushed through there. Strikey doesn't quite manage to get through as he wanted. Trying to push through and get some space for his team on the other side of the map as the second goal, but they're flying through into into the tower area there from C. A little bit overzealous. Strikey finds himself the only player alive on his team, and the inevitable triple cap comes in, and they're waiting for the respawns. Not only that, but they've announced where those respawns are by capping A. So, kind of surprised they didn't try to apply some pressure to them there. And maybe they're trying to wait for him to fall into a trap as these points start to slowly tally up, just breaking 60 now.
Yeah, it seemed on paper it was a nice call. I mean, better to try and not trade when you're collapsing on those spawners at A and have spawners behind you shooting you in the back. I mean, who knows what can happen? Why not take the points? Right now, Noobs are the team that have taken the majority. I don't like calling them Noobs. We need to give them a different name for sure, because Rorch has picked up 2, about to be 3 with the assist. Strikey, I think, is camo. I could be wrong. Either way, doesn't matter. He's dead. And now's the trip cap situation. No anchor over A, Adam. This is going to be important to decide. Do you all collapse on A? Do you defend B? I think B is the right call because there's 2 players in there. Now you can think about taking the 4v2 on A. Would definitely recommend pushing this. You don't want to keep these players here alive because any moment you'll have 2 New Religion players spawning behind you. And, well, that's exactly what's happened. Exactly what's happened. And they will take back A, but they've let them out of long haul. The C will be captured, and if they can beat them to tower, which they have, New Religion should be in a healthy-ish spot to push forward here.
Absolutely. And we were talking about the discipline, or perhaps the ability to lock the spawners into certain areas here. Both teams kind of struggling to keep that triple cap. Sticky just kind of whisks past there. Magico finds himself last player alive, takes down Tab Balls, going for the plasma pistol play against Evil Gory, but that doesn't work out either. And it just seems to be this kind of back and forth where we're seeing squad wipes and we're seeing the strongholds flip, but neither team is able to really get that really smooth transition into the respawners to keep that triple cap down. So the resources being spread too thin. Hero DNA goes down, 2 players down on each team, make that 3 for the likes of Noobs. Then Noble goes down too. So a momentary fall down there. New Religion with 2 players up, and now they're scoring again, going for the triple cap as well. So we'll have to see if they can hold this as the red players come back onto the map.
Yeah, Rorch versus Gorilla Loco is going to be a really, really big fight. Rorch able to win out and get B capture. That's huge for his team's ambitions of just breaking out. You're not going to defend B most likely. Yep. Actually, I kind of like this call. They want to go to A. I thought C would have been wide open for them. But looks like you have a rat there. You can kind of defend B and take your time by playing the mid-map, make that C player irrelevant. I don't mind that at all. But it's not really working out for them based on the routes that they've taken. New Religion super comfortable, really happy letting Noobs sit at the back of the map, and all the while just ticking slowly but surely away at this lead. New camo just spawning now.
It is indeed, and these players are going to have to stay alive. Slight advantage to boots on the ground, mate. Nope, even, but the respawners for Noobs will be coming in as well. I'm up to the top of the elevator. Leroy's going to try and take some space for his team. Camo has been picked up off screen. We'll have to confirm who got that, because I wasn't looking and I should have been. Ooh. There we go, blue player hanging over. I love that jump. I love that jump. I never get bored of it. He might manage to get away with his life. Well, wants to find him. It's here somewhere. But the clock is slowly ticking up here, so Noobs really extending their lead. And one of the things I really want to talk about, actually, while we've got a quiet moment here and ask you is, do teams really abuse when they're scoring? Do they go for a different style of gameplay here and start to trade? Because the composure of Noobs and how they've been moving out of the map since they've held, they started to change and slow down the way they've been getting these New Religion players back to the respawn.
You definitely do. When you're on the front foot, you can tell which team is playing with confidence. If you have a lead to play with, if you're scoring, you can almost ignore the strongholds. Some teams like to play like that. Shopify, definitely one of those teams that have perfected that style of play, just playing the lanes rather than playing the objectives. And they will flood those lanes as well. We'll no doubt see them on a deep, deep bracket run in this tournament. By far and away the favourites to take the whole thing, the reigning world champions. But for sure, you definitely, where possible, want to stamp your authority on the map. You want to make sure and let the other team know that we have the lead. You have to come and get it from us, and we're going to play positions very aggressively, and it's so tough if you don't counter that properly to get back into the map.
100%. And while you were talking about that, I was looking at the scoreboard and the Slayers, not as far apart as you would think. The objective efficiency from Noobs here has been really good, and a considerable hold has just been ended, but I can't help but feel that this game's starting to slow down a little bit. Something's changed. We've gone from a bit of chaos, we're seeing a lot of shot rifles, a lot of fighting over B, kind of relative quiet. As the nades start flying back in, that's a great live up there. Almost from Strikey just getting the nade at the top of the head around the pillar. But yeah, it feels like the playstyle of these teams is starting to shift as we enter this 200-point margin.
Yeah, definitely. Sadly, I think a little bit too slow on this C push from New Religion. In fact, and get the Slays to go their way. I feel like this will still be retaken though, but Camo has been and gone while all this is happening. They actually make it stick, New Religion, so I eat my words. Leo is still here giving it a good fight. But it seems that C and A will be traded, so now the favourable AB is in favour of New Religion. There is, I think, still a camo in place somewhere as well. It must be Tabvol if it's anyone. But it's so important that you make sure that you finish off B if you're noobs. And Leo's last alive, so B no doubt will get reset. He doesn't win the A fight either. And all eyes on Battle Edge here. If Magico can get in, capture that stronghold, might influence the spawns just enough to make things very scrappy here.
Yeah, they definitely had some space on the map to fan out there. Getting that B tagged up. Yeah, I'm going to stack. Yeah, the point ships 200. That's super sneaky. If he got away with both of those players there, that would have been absolutely ridiculous. Two players do go down. The Oran Roach finding themselves waiting to see what to do next. Hero Dania only down for New Religion as they push around to the other side. We've got an exchange of hands once again. Blue team still scoring here, just about to cross 140. So this gap is starting to get smaller. We're 8 minutes into the game at this point. Strongholds, as you said, Harry, is one of those games where it's really hard to kind of tell who's going to win when it's like this, because you only need that one really good hold, right, after the chaos that's ensuing here in Elevator. And all of a sudden, the team that was 40 points behind is now 10 points away from winning.
I think noobs know that the New Religion can't hold A, and they don't know how to. I hate to say it, but New Religion taking too much damage on Needler from tower. You're never going to get those kills if your ambition is not to push, or rather is to push tower. Then the damage is kind of useless because, I mean, yeah, you get those tower players weak, but the top A guy is fighting cross map. He's putting damage down. He's never going to push tower. And it's just too much damage taken on A. It's so easy for noobs to push through. And A is the highest stronghold on the map. It's the highest point. You want to control it. And if you can't hold it, you're inviting the enemy team in and saying, you know what? It's yours if you want it. It's kind of the first step in a multiple step program to win this map. And I don't think noobs respect New Religion enough on that stronghold in particular, as things get a bit scrappy around this next camo. I believe it's the 4th camo of the game. We'll see which way it goes.
Definitely going to start entering those checkmate scenarios. Cheeky pistol or carbine in the back there, right in Elevator.
Oh my
picked up off screen the nice dancing shoes there, getting reversal 5-shot. You're going to feel good about that, but unfortunately then gets the shock rifle right in the face. So Evil Gory trying to get it. He gets nuked as well. Just the collateral damage there from all the nades, stopping that cap. And this, he has to live up here. Hero DNA has to live up, and he just gets blamed as he runs around the corner. And just like that, I thought they might have had a bit of petrol in the engine there to you know, get around and try to switch that, but Noob's really locking in towards the end and having quite a considerable hold there.
Dude, it feels like everyone was just waiting for the last like 30 seconds of the map to just unleash everything they had. 2 huge pivs, 1 from each team. But in the end, the final score is pretty evident that Noobs had the upper hand. And, well, you mentioned it, the Slays really close. Obviously, Tabvol a little off the pace. He's the big outlier here, but really, the rest of the team keeping up, going toe-to-toe with Noobs, despite the score being kind of 100 points plus apart from the two teams. It was really close. I think it was that moment we saw just too much damage being taken. When you have AB, just hold yourself on needles. Your job really is to watch big door. You don't want to look towards tower. You have gold players there. You need to watch the cross to make sure that your gold players watching the cross for A, who are watching the cross for the gold players, if that makes sense. That one triangle. do not get through. Make sure that they are not threatened. I think as soon as Noobs knew that that Needler player was taking so much damage, the collapse afterwards was way too easy. It was inviting them onto A, and that's, as I said, the important stronghold on this map.
Yeah, and it's having that discipline to know when you've got the resources to spread out or to stay thin. And countless times we saw during this game, both teams were unable to get that clean full squad wipe into like a long hole spawn like we saw Chosen do earlier on in the previous series that we got to watch. This one seemed like there was a little... That was a great shot as he walked around.
Oh my God.
But this one seemed like having that control and that presence to kind of get those setups that you expect on recharge for strongholds. It just kind of didn't land for either team, so it ended up being really scrappy.
It did get very scrappy in the end. It was just that kind of trading of strongholds. It showed that both teams kind of knew fundamentally how to play the game, and that game mode especially. It comes down to the fundamentals. I use the word so much, but it is just those little nuances that are the difference. And when you're not watching the right thing, it's almost an invitation to the enemy team. You're licking your lips if you see that. And certainly every now and then you will see that at this level. Just a lapse in concentration can be the difference. But we're into map 2. We're heading back to the streets, baby. It's Slayer. So first to 50 kills. Let's go.
8 seconds in, Hero finds himself on the receiving end of a frag grenade straight away. Frankie gets his 5-shot. Camo coming up there. Red gun, super aggressive. That's a big trade, leaving that down there on Oscar's house. Someone's going to need to pick that one up, especially if we can get the camo as well. And as we're in this early camo fight here, I think the pace of the recharge that we saw on the Slayers, how they were similar. Maybe we might see a slightly quicker and closer game here because of the way that both teams kind of struggled to get those really stable strangleholds again that we didn't see in that last game versus when we watched Chosen before. And that might be because these teams are close to match, but the aggression's coming in. The red room fight there. 2 players. Tadpole needs to get out of there. He's not going to be able to survive 2 of them. A nice little use of the Shroud screen to save his ally there. But that's a really close spawn on that purple corner there, which gives him a lot of information as to where New Religion are going to be. And I think I need to slow down before I start making conclusions here, Harry, because just like that, 10 kill deficit.
Yeah, it's been textbook from Noobs, really playing the gaps in the spawn zones really well, spawning players in wide open areas, not sure if they should go to their teammate who's dying on the right or the teammate who's dying on the left, and it has completely capitulated here for New Religion. They need a shot of adrenaline. I'm not sure if Tadpole's kill there and that win in that 1v1 will be enough. They're down by 11, and it is just becoming an upward battle for them in this series. It was a war on map 1, but here in map 2 it's a bit more convincing.
Yeah, for sure. You don't expect to have a lead of this magnitude after 2 minutes of game time. Definitely something that's going to have to be slowed down. If New Religion is going to find the space to catch up here as we just approach the halfway mark in kills after 2 minutes and 10 seconds for Noobs, which is absolutely ridiculous.
For streets, yeah, that is ridiculous.
And we've got another camo coming up here too. There's 3 players down for Noobs. They all find himself the last one alive. Respawners should come in time. Stand here will get his respawns behind him in sub, which is good for them because they'll get sight lines. But this is going to be a big fight for them. If New Religion can get this, that's going to give them space perhaps to get themselves back in. But that's a really aggressive slide. And even though Gory does go down, 2 players again down on screen for Noobs. So only 9 kills, 10. Camo still down. We all tries to go for it, but doesn't quite get it. That was really cheeky.
Yeah, nice try, honestly. That whole life is the reason Noobs at the moment are even within a shout of getting this camo. It is burned. But well done, Leo. That was really, really impressive. My question is, we haven't seen the red gun in a while. I wonder if that's worth fighting for if you're New Religion. I'm just trying to think at the top of my head, where do you get yourself back into this game? It's a 1v1 on the map. Roach playing with full confidence, just taking space, even though he might lose this 1v1. Oh, the split spawns. No, there isn't. I lied. I'm colorblind, Adam. Ignore me. It's fine. I'm drunk again.
I think the red gun's something we've talked about in the past where some teams perhaps don't time it or utilise it as well as they potentially could. It's a really, really powerful weapon on this map. Speaking of which, I think Rob picked it up.
Hey.
Speaking of powerful, 1, 2, 3, goodbye. Perfect comes in. So, they are double as well. I do love seeing the red gun on this map. I think it's very underutilised and it's really, really important to get this one.
Absolutely, it's psychologically so difficult if you're stuck over a PD, or even vice versa, and you see those red bullets raining hell upon your team, and you see nades flying in. It's easy to get shell shocked and stop you in your tracks, and yeah, it is just almost a psychological advantage. You hear and you see it. It's so powerful, let alone how much extra damage it does. 6 kills to go. This one should be a formality. 11 kills for every single member of Noobs, by the way. They are fully in sync, all firing on all cylinders here. Camo 20 might be a chance, but you cannot keep bleeding deaths. Your great listening, great comms, and, well, I think this one, again, is just, it's a matter of moments, it's a matter of kills before Noobs go 2-0 up.
Really surprised how this game kind of ran away with itself from the beginning there. We saw that early 10-kill lead. It kind of held all the way through, and the 5-shot comes in as well. The dominant attempt at finishing this match. 2 kills left, make that one. Camo's kind of irrelevant, and just to polish it off, all 4 players from New Religion go down at the end as well. So 12 kills, not quite the spectacular, but still not really kind of what I expected after what we saw in that last game there. That was a really good showing from them.
It was indeed. Very, very well done. That looks more like the Noobs I know. I keep... It feels really like bullying. Yeah, I don't want to keep calling them Noobs, because they're not. They're great. They're all great players. I respect them all. But if you call yourself Noobs, that's what you're going to get called. Much, much more what I expected out of them. I think that we will see them really push on from this. They will have to play, of course, against more than likely NA players. I know when we've played against LATAM teams in cups previously as Europeans, it's really kind of random in terms of which server it pulls. Most of the time, it won't pull East, it will pull EU West, which is so random. But if they play against North American teams, I mean, playing off ping in any tournament is really difficult, but they will have high hopes if they can kind of push on and push past their region rivals here, if you will, in winners round 3. They will definitely have aspirations of doing so, but first they have to win this map number 3, live fire king of the hill. One of my favorites, love it.
And we get to cast it almost pretty much back to back here in our second winners round 3 matchup in the last half an hour or so. All chaos, sniper rifle picked up off screen perhaps by someone there. Oh, it's stuck at the top of the... Oh no, it isn't. Someone has got it. We can hear it firing somewhere. 3 players go down for Noobs. Camo up soon. Both players again, or both teams rather, playing for the Camo instead of the hill at the beginning.
Oh, nice shot.
That was a good shot, but the aggression comes in. It does well to get that damage and then trade out. But Camo is still on the ground with an even amount of players down. Great support from Magical flying through to secure that Camo for his team and get the remote debt. That's going to set them up really well to get this some points on this first hill on B with 2 players down on New Religion.
The second series in a row, Adam, we've seen neither team go for hill. No one even sending a member over that side. The clear intention is to win the power up early on. And the mentality I always had with my team as soon as this was pushed to a camouflage on this map is, this is not an overshield. This is not, you know, something we desperately need to win this hill. So why not? It takes 30 seconds to spawn up at the start of a map. It takes, what, 40 seconds, 35 seconds to cap a hill? Why not take a big chunk of that hill time off the board? 2 teams in a row have decided, you know what, we'd prefer to have the power up, to be honest. More often than not, it's traded, so interesting to see. Well, when it does a meta shift, maybe some teams out of practice, so I'm not really too sure, but it's led to this situation. I mean, we're what, 2 minutes in and barely half progress on this hill. Nice stick from Gory. I think he got another one.
Wow. You gotta love the double stick. Never get tired of seeing anything like that. Spikes or plasmas, but totally agree on that one. You're almost giving away quite a substantial amount of potential hill time at the beginning, which if both teams do it, it cancels out, right? But you're here to cap the hill. It's king of the hill, boys. So we'll see how that plays out over the next couple of brackets that we see before we get to the event, to see if there has been a bit of a meta shift or it's a out of practice thing. But New Religion have got a considerable amount of time. You can hear it pinging in the distance on this hill as tower does get fought for. That is a really, really big trade. QT going down. As the respawns come in, I think New Religion will be in a slight advantage here, but no, I'm going to eat my words there. 4 down temporarily, and a great cleanup from Rogers. He just pings them in the head as they get really aggressive with no shields.
The unfortunate thing, Adam, with all the players' positionings and the respawn timings, you spawned New Religion on camo. So there's a camo player you now need to worry about. Not sure who it was that grabbed it, but we'll have to remember that in terms of how this break goes. Magico's gone down. They're 2 down on this hill. They're not timing right now. New snipes coming up. Yeah, kind of difficult to play through this situation. Ross almost pulling off a world star move, but yeah, there's the break, and this should be the hill. Do they know about Lior though? I don't think they do. This is a complete capitulation on the hill.
Cannot believe they were just allowed him to walk back and do that there, stopping them from capping. There might not be enough pressure to stop the score from going through, but small gaps in the armor like that, if that could have been a way more pivotal moment, moment, and really bit them really badly if they allow things like that to happen.
Yeah, it was a nice try from Lior. The problem for Noobs is that striking out snipe, and in transition, they did not secure tower. So they did have it for a good spell, but then that big team fight ensued, and well, Lior last alive has to deal with Strikey. They are getting close-ish side spawns. Noble spawns over at Keydor, so there is a chance despite Lior going down, if they can all survive, play their lives, get good trades. They can break from 2 angles on this hill, but no, their last alive is Magico momentarily. B is being pushed. This is really, really good control here from New Religion. They have an L shape, if you will, kind of a hill player, a back player, and then 2 players pushed on either side. You can push double left or double right. Looks like right is the call this time, and look at how much time they've accrued. No pressure at all on the hill from the left side. They have a clean side to work with, and despite them all going down, they're 1 break away from going 2-0 up. Big hold coming here from Noobs.
Yeah, the amount of time they've got on that second hill there really means that Noobs don't have much room for error. As New Religion start to prep the push. Another stick again. No, just cross-map spike grenade. I was like, hold on a minute. How many of those have we seen this game already? But the camo is up. So now they're going to have to make a decision between the power up or the hill. And getting the hill guardian, they've equaled out this hill. It's been pretty much uncontested. Unfortunate reload comes through, but Roch is there, ready to support. Magico's going to go through and try and challenge that camo player. That's a big push. And it's a trade as well.
Big fight. Oh, no way. No way. They should have been Noobs. And it should have been New Religion. Oh my goodness. Which way is it going? They scored the hill. Oh my god. That is crazy. And worse thing about it all for Noobs, they're scoring B.
Yeah, that was both teams having the opportunity to snatch that from under the hands or under the noses of the other one, and it just devolved into absolute chaos. I don't think either team expected it to go that way with the camo coming up. They thought they had the checkmate scenario. We'll get the hill, there'll be a silly push, and we'll move on. And here we are, every Spartan on the map just throwing their body at it. Speaking of which, 4 players dead right now as the S7 comes up, which means that Tadball might be able to get this or not. The hill time's slowly going up for Noobs as well, and they've not done a great job at getting those early advantages on hills. It's 2-0 right now. They need to see some more decisive time on those objectives, I believe, to be able to turn this around. 2 minutes game time left when they're not on the hill. That is still enough time to switch this round.
Yeah, I wonder if New Religion just continue to make this scrappy, take some clock off the timer. Because think about what the P4 hill is. It's over at Mud. It's such a difficult hill to cap uncontested. I wonder if you don't try and play to win this hill. I wonder if you just play the clock here. That's the call I would be making for sure. Just play spawns, play position, Looks like they're going to try and capture it. I'm not sure if that's the most optimal call, because if noobs break this, they'll have plenty of time to try and win that P4 hill. But first things first, they have to break.
Enemy team took the hill.
They do indeed, and these timers are very even. Got someone trying to hang out in the window there. 3 players going down for New Religion means this will be the first hill for noobs. I don't think they can get back in time, but as you said, that mud hill coming through with 1:49 on the clock. Perhaps this is the time where we do switch to a different strategy here and try and waste time. It would have been nicer to do that with 3 hills under your belt rather than 2, and a lot of long-range fights means that Lior is the last player alive, but he's able to just get the camo while everyone's trying to shoot him, and I believe he did pop it. I didn't see the blue light on the ground there, so camo out of action for this part.
Yeah, I mean, not just that. I mean, you would definitely want to defend this with 3 hills, right? But you definitely want to try and defend it with, what, 1:30 on the clock? Now you're 4 down? I mean, phew. Hindsight is 20/20, right? And each team has their own preference, but it seems New Religion are going to try and capture even this hill. They were just caught so far out of position. There's no need to think about capturing a 3rd hill here. This hill is so wide open. It is not a money hill by any means. So it's so important you play your lives on your breaks, and after that, play clock as much as possible. Magico last alive. They will have to try and snuff him out wherever he is. Oh, that's a nice new combo shot, though. Another one would be very nice.
Anyway, with 2 there, would have been quite the feat. First one was a nice shot. But you can start to feel that there's been a shift from hill time to slay time. New Religion doing a good job of just cross-mapping all of the noobs players as they come out of that big door. Now they're waiting for the next. Getting aggressive. This is good. Grenade bounce comes through. Striker tries to finish the aura off. He can't push now. S7 up in 5. Top mid control will give them the space they need. 45 seconds now on the clock. This is starting to feel a little hot under the collar for noobs. They're going to have to get some presence on the other side.
I think they've done it. I think they've broken. And I hate to say it, I think New Religion should have thought about burning some clock on that last hill. Because now you have beast spawns. Okay, it's a bit more difficult now New Religion have tower side, but as long as Roach plays his life, that they don't have angles on this from tower. You need to push into the open. This is a tie game. And if you just burned, what, 20 seconds either side, been a bit more patient, then you're probably winning this game. But that's the difference between experienced top level teams and some of these teams that maybe want to try and stamp their authority on the game when perhaps it's not called for. Unfortunate there from New Religion, but great recognition of the situation by noobs. Really well done.
I did not think we would be here 2 minutes ago with how the game was going. And it's highly likely we're going to go to a sudden death here. This camo coming up. We've got the hill in the middle of the map. Absolute death trap. It's going to be hard for either team to get a full hold. Strikey is the last player alive here. He's trying to burn that camo. Doesn't get it. Gets 5 shot. Magico pops it. So that's going to give them a really good advantage here to try to get around and flank to prevent any sort of meaningful push from New Religion to try to win this game. But still, you want tower control here, right?
Undoubtedly so, yes. Undoubtedly so. You want to, again, try and have that L shape wherever possible. And the focal point, the highest point on the map, tower, is where you want to be. Magico last alive, but sometimes in King of the Hill, you're only as good as your last kill. Magico able to get that one and another. So that will give Roche, Lior, Noble a chance to move forward, break this hill. New Religion around about 10 seconds away from winning the game, but here comes the cavalry. Hero DNA, aka Gorilla Loco, last alive. But now we're in the territory of this is kind of last break for New Religion.
This is definitely start to ramp up here as we enter sudden death very shortly if this hold gets broken. Roger's the last player alive. Very substantial kill there on Evil Gory to stop them from scoring, but someone else has gone in, and this is where the drama begins because there is no time. He has to win that, and it's traded, which means other teammates are now forced to run into the map, and it's really ticking down. About 2 seconds left. It's contested. You could hear it. Oh, and they all died and then scored.
Wow.
So, wow.
Well done, New Religion. Despite almost getting reverse swept on hills, you forced our first map for the stream. Amazing, amazing stuff. And I'm glad, I think, honestly, from the things that we saw on that map, I think that's the fair result. You know, what does that mean? Ball don't lie. I feel like that's kind of how that played out in the end for New Religion, because yeah, they did put themselves in a very difficult situation after that kind of P3 hill, but they clutched up on P5. Well done. And we go into map 4. I don't even know what map 4 is, Adam. I didn't even look.
I think it's Origin Flag.
I think you might be right. Origin CTF. Here we go. That's a nice treat. A little mix-up. First time seeing Origin on the stream today.
I'm going to be a little controversial. I want this to go to a game 5, and I want to be able to cast a vacancy game, just so I can get flamed in the comments for all the call-outs that I think I know.
I managed to cast it earlier without saying a single call-out. I think I called the tower the Tuk Tuk Tower, or I don't know, blue or whatever color it is. But yeah, I sadly don't have enough experience on vacancy yet under my belt. But this map, I played thousands of times. Halo 5, what a map.
Yeah, Origin's a great one. Loads of sight lines. You've got the snipe, got the rocket launcher as well. Loads of ways that you can run the flag here, and nice little crossfires and sneaky little ways that you can help your teammates when you stood in the right place. So utilising those are going to be core to winning this game. And the flag run itself doesn't take too long. So a quick few wipes into the cave, and you will find that you slowly end up quite far behind. But we're going to hop in, Coliseum and Usubeni as well. Some familiar names on both sides of this, actually. And with us having ball here, camo in hand, it looks like this game has one round done, but no matches won by either team right now.
Oh, Piggy! Oh, Piggy. It's alright, no one saw. Don't worry. We didn't swap especially to this game at the right moment to see that happen. Don't worry. But from one Mexican team to a couple of Mexican players, I believe Acid and Drift are from Mexico. They're definitely from the LATAM region. I, for the life of me, can't remember their nationalities off the top of my head. Like I said, I'm drunk, but it is a thematic connection, I suppose, between the two matches as we all started on Origin CTF. Usubeni versus Coliseum. This will be a very, very fun one to keep an eye on, as obviously Coliseum earlier on looking very, very, very good. But Usubeni, I mean, Piggy and Jackson, top 3 at Worlds with Envious, Acid and Drift, 2 very skilled LATAM players. They are no slouches. The first big match, I would say, of our winners bracket.
Yeah, for sure here. And as you were saying, or as I was saying at the start, the names here as well, a lot of these players are going to expect to get pretty far into the bracket. So there'll be lots of eyes on how these teams are playing, how they're doing, which matches they're winning and losing here. And I mean, looking at the scoreline, this second round is pretty far through here, but look how many deaths there's been in this game already. Both teams getting up to like 70 kills, 80 kills already. So this has been an absolute bloodbath so far, which I guess goes to show why there's so little points scored between the two teams with only 2 minutes remaining.
That's quick maths. Nice stick from Acid, but just purely seeing how these two squads, I mean, look at the squad competitions, right? This is essentially a pickup tournament for everyone that is not named Shopify Rebellion. And Piggy, Jackson, I mean, Piggy just 24 hours ago was saying that he needed a squad, so this was a team that was put together on very short notice. Coliseum. Oh, those are really nice shots from Soulside, who has played phenomenal Halo so far today, by the way. They are 2 players flanking them that are very, very good in Drift and Acid. But so far in this round, Soulsnipe is taking over and is contributing towards his team's huge lead.
He's indeed living up to his namesake with these precision weapons. Goes for the pot shot, gets taken out though. Maybe feeling it a little too much there, but I suppose given the state of the game, dying there wasn't too bad. Considerable lead at the moment for Coliseum, taking this fall away, playing in 8. See how that has to go with the Spartans all over the map as well. The push comes in here, and I think they kind of just walk over it and get it, which is a little surprising. Acid reckons he can have it, but Udumu goes down. Soulsnipe then goes in and trades Acid out as well. And there's just so many deaths happening everywhere here at the moment. I think Coliseum can just kind of hold the ball because they're so far away from the chaos.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make earlier before Soul Snipe just kind of went on a tear is just how the compositions of these teams look. I mean, there's not really much time to put in strategies or tactics. It's very much kind of a pickup tournament. And it's probably contributing to the fact that the pace of this game is 1,000 miles an hour. And so many kills, so many trades. Everyone's just trying to pull off that kind of miracle play that is going to break open the defense of the other team. Chance for a hold here for Usibeni. They are down quite largely in this round. And, well, Jackson's last alive. I think this will be going to a round number 3. As Sab should be able to pick up the ball and finish off the last 8 seconds. Speaking of their Mexican friends, Noobs, they are currently 2-1 down in that map 4. Could they be going to game 5 here, Adam? Oh my god, I don't know.
I feel like we blinked. Look at the game timer at the bottom of the screen here. This has been an absolute blister of a capture the flag game, and just like that, we're all tied up here again. 9 minutes left. This game's been absolute chaos while we've been on recharge, so I'm really keen to see how we've ended up in this position.
How's you all got rockets? They were up 40 seconds ago. He still had 2 rockets.
Diamond Hands holding on until he really needed him.
This is insane. This is the origin flag that I knew. I love this map, and I fear that the New Religion's winners bracket run might be coming to an end, but no, that's a nice wrap back. Now, what can you provide on the attacking side of things? We'd love to see either team here go and play elbows. In fact, Noble's running a flag. He's running a flag through Snipe. Wow, this could be the series right here. The series is in his hands. The kills need to come through here for New Religion.
2 players were down and they got cycled and respawned. They're nowhere near him, although they get cross on him. Tabvol just flies across the map here, but Roach is behind him. They have to stay alive. That's massive. Oh, but it doesn't matter because he's behind him. And I think that's it. So almost, that was close. The drama started to come through there, and I got excited because I thought we were getting vacancy, but Noobs managed to really get that great flag pull through and just spawn cycle half of the enemy team.
Roach, we all saw it. We all saw you reload on purpose so that you could get a +1 and a flag cap to your name, all right? You're playing for stats, you're playing for glory. It's not cool, all right? So, yeah, very, very close map there. We have, of course, our top NA and MX mixed squad going at it in the other winners bracket game. That's a winners round 4 game. We'll be right back with that one. Do not go anywhere.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Killing spree.
Absolutely, and we thought you guys could hear us, but actually now we're here. We're going to give you the welcome because we've hot swapped over back into the game of Ubusenia Coliseum. My name's Van Adam, I'm joined here by Hail Monkey Man. The continuation of coverage for Winners Round 4. This is going to be a great game. We're on the final round of Oddball here that we saw earlier on with 2 minutes 30 left. And we were just talking about, look how many kills that Acid and Mr. Soul Sniper have got in this series. Like, those two guys themselves are nearly topping 90 kills. It's been an absolute bloodbath.
I mean, you're looking at basically the law of averages. You play 3 full rounds, and between these two teams especially, you're going to have that many kills, but Soul Snipe has been absolutely popping off today. Definitely has been playing some of the smartest Halo, some of the most impactful Halo that we've seen onto this Coliseum squad. Usubeni, good combination of players that's kind of moved their way over to this, but for the shock rifle in the hands of Acid, we saw him just off of the active camo, and now trying to be able to lay down some heads and maybe give his team a chance to really get ball time, which they desperately need. I mean, look how little time is left with sub 2 minutes of neutral time to go.
Absolutely, this has been such a scrappy game, and the respawn team coming through C here, we're going to see a big push from Coliseum, but Acid is just absolutely just tearing them to pieces with the shock rifle, and that ball's going to need to get played out. 3 players there, Sab finds himself alive. It was the right play, but he didn't manage to get out of his life, so ball goes down, and back into the hands of Usubeni.
Yeah, camo coming up, and basically the latter third of this remaining timer, but time is now shifted. Usubeni gonna give it over to Yaxon, who's gonna try and protect at least his teammate as Mr. Soul Snipe becomes Mr. Dead Guy, running up the stairs. Boo-boo doo-boo over into that whirlpool section, and this ball is now in weird waters. If you're Coliseum, it's even worse ones for them because they go 4 down. You have 42 points and climbing over the halfway mark just nearby here, Adam. They want to shift this one over towards Hydro and have a reset point available.
Oh, we kind of saw that in the POV, but the collapse there that came in from Usubeni was amazing. They waited until the respawns came in, they timed it with the camo, they took it, and then somehow they fumbled the ball here and lost all the dot drift still with the camo, but it gets traded, it gets worse. He played it so right there and somehow ended up not getting the kills. Maybe the team shots weren't in how they wanted them, but the idea was there. Playing the ball there just ends it exactly how they want. The respawns are going to come in at the other side for Coliseum. Oh no, they're not. Usubeni moving over quick enough, but what an absolute split of what we expected there based on the setup that Usubeni had going into that.
Yeah, and that was Coliseum grabbing a short moment of opportunity to take that ball right when you were seeing the shift turn through that control room piece. And Usubeni was also ready for basically what was the fruits of their labors, forcing Coliseum to have to reset and already being on the other side of the map. So with 34 points left to go, to round out of round number 3 here on Oddball, Drift the lone man alive. Soul Snipe trying to pick up the shock rifle. He can't throw any lightning. Be the man to drop off, but Coliseum does get the rock back in their hands with 1 minute left on this neutral clock.
This is honestly anyone's game at this point, although taking the ball into Hydro to get a little bit of time, this is where if you're Coliseum, you're starting to sweat a little bit, even though it's only the first game. You're not going to be dropping any of them, really. If that push got through and grabbed that ball, that would have been disastrous. The double kill for Piggy's great. And there's 4 down there, Monkey Man. I think this round, this is the last push. This is looking really good for Usubeni right now.
Should be able to close it out. Their defense has been very, very clinical when they can do so. Soul Snipe has to hard focus Piggy. Piggy, alongside his teammate, is just not going to let him have it for free. He's going to chill off the opposite side of this corner. Might be able to get a beat down. Ends up resetting and playing the ball. But with Coliseum making this insurgency, they do at least drive half of Usubeni out of the way. It looks like they push them back to red pipes. 33 seconds to go. This can become Slayer for Usubeni to take this first map.
Yeah, time is starting to become a factor here. If you're on the blue team, you definitely want to be playing Slayer. Acid has definitely got that idea. Noob combo in hand. Gets a cheeky shot across the map, though. Got one final push. There is no time here to do anything. Piggy goes in and tries to do something, but this is getting really dicey if you're on the red team here. They have to do something.
Coliseum with not a lot of options. Yaxon is going to play pure defense to this. Now it is easier to just let the clock tick down than to go and take a fight. Yaxon is going to clean up house, and so will Usubeni as this goes through 3 rounds but doesn't reach max points. But Usubeni will take the dub necessary. Time has expired. 2-1 goes the way of Usubeni. Remember, this is it's like a halvesies envy, halvesies Akave, and I like seeing the mixture of regions on the global scale here for this open number 1.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier and loving like kind of the open style of the tournament where loads of teams by like Shopify have kind of shuffled. Why would we just play through this awesome players we've got there? Like, honestly, having teams mix up like this as we go into like another land for this year, even though it's not HCS, it's just so exciting to see what's going to emerge from it. But Take us through the scoreboard, mate. I'm gonna stop yapping.
Well, we were giving some good love to both Soul Snipe and Acid. Let's talk about the damage as well as the kills. 53 of them from out of Acid with 14k damage, making life easy for his team to transition around recharge. Druck was a madman and not found as often as everyone else, but also not finding the same amount of targets. Still taking the lowest in the lobby as he tried to pressure from off angles. But I mean, great starter kit from Coliseum and Usubeni. A lot of players and a lot of people probably looking at these couple of teams to really be making big impacts. You have, of the 8 players, a quarter of them former TSN and Cloud9 and Envy and Akave. You've got different orgs all just slapping some pace to each other and saying, all right, let's see what sticks. But we go to Slayer, we go to Livefire, S7, another camo, maybe a QT to mix it up as we go into map number 2.
I was trying to look at the stats for that last game, and I think, going back and looking at the stream here, they only won an oddball by 4 points there overall, despite what we saw in that last round. So that game was actually really, really close.
It was.
But going into this one with Slayer, we talked about how much of a bloodbath that last game was. This one is going to be even more so. S7 down at the bottom. Team's really going to have to be fighting for that camo. That's going to be so core to winning this. And with the sniper in hand with Piggy, if he can keep this thing at that camo for his team, they could start off really strongly.
Love the engagement that you get at Boo Boo Doo Boo. Not going to let them have that easy angle and just slide their way in. So on the escape rope is Piggy, trying to just navigate to the opposite side of the map. Saab goes down. Maybe find another red target in their sightlines, but they will continue to mosey away. That's a really good idea, considering. And they actually leave it to their teammate Yaxon, who has the active camo. So Piggy doing what he has to, but now they have an even higher impact Spartan roaming around this towards A.
They know it. Coliseum know it. No one's pushing. They're trying to bait the sniper shot because they know that the camo sniper is going to be out there somewhere, and they're all moving together. They managed to try to catch some players out. They managed to get Piggy, but such a good choice of the team to move around like that to kind of make a bad situation into the best version of what they could. Didn't exactly even up the game there, but you can tell the coordination and the way they commit together is definitely something that's working for them. They can collectively choose to change the pace of the game.
Now that the Brotherhood of the Traveling S7 has been found out where it's over towards green, Dubu and company, it looks like they either want to take these final shots or chuck it into the moat. Can't quite land either, so that means a free rifle drops into the hands of Saab. He makes the best with it as they put a new belly button into a Spartan. 3 and then temporarily 4 fall out for Usubeni. I think it was a 5-kill lead for all of a hot second. Coliseum not to be denied. This early 20 to 30 kill spread of keeping pace with this awesome multi-regional squad. So far, it's not really been too many setups. You had the one fearful moment of getting away from the camo snipe combo, and all everything else has just been chasing. But Usubeni back up to 5.
Absolutely. Small lead, but full team wipe, or almost a full team wipe, is still a nice little buffer that you've got. And really playing the running away game here. Piggy with a nice repulse, but does lose his life at the bottom. I know it is spawning. I think that's been picked up there by Druck off screen. Perhaps unable to tell that. But a lot of discipline from these teams. I feel like a lot of respect coming through. The pushers are very regimented. They're going together. And though it feels scrappy, the way that they're fighting is actually very intelligent and very coordinated. It isn't as messy as it looks.
It's still somewhat of a mess in terms of results. The S7 does go up into the hands of Piggy, though. That is the second one that's found its way into Usubeni armaments to start off. Both those shots will miss, so again, kind of rotating, retreating away, but that's... Oh my goodness, wait, did that fall off the pillar? It might have tagged their shoulder. Either way, they get a nice stick, but they've narrowed the margin just down to 2. Druck in a tight spot. He still takes care of business. Those both Acid and Drift, our Mexican players over for Usubeni, drop out for the time being. And this is about to go back to even right around the midway mark of this Slayer. And you know Usubeni wants to keep control. Coliseum is not batting an eye, and we're at 24 all.
This gap's closed up. Again, both teams playing quite close here. None of the fights are particularly far away, so lots of Chaos kind of ensues. Massive team fight, just complete carnage comes through there. There's so many grenades. Can't really tell what happened there, Monkey Man. That was just absolute chaos.
Sometimes you just let an explosion happen. You're like, all right, who lived? Cool. You did? Nice. 28 each. Piggy continues to be our main POV, and he's fluidly rocking around live fire right now. Got a combo with him. There's Soul Snipe on the other side of this low end, but then they see Druck. No, Druck has snuck in, and it's isolated a fight. Now Piggy is much the same. End up winning a couple, as Druck did at least get Piggy's teammate. Now Piggy behind this scoreboard. There's just a lot of Spartan bodies falling out, and ever since we got evened up, it's been all right, win 1s and 2s, and no one's really been able to reset off their spawns.
It hasn't. We're actually in a slight Colosseum lead here, just 2 points. Is that 3? Oh, back to 2 again. Very small, but it's gone around. Camo up in 10 again. 1 player down for each. That was a bad death for the likes of Soul Snipe, but other players going. That is surprising that didn't stick in. Probably some lag there, but I was trying to say that there's an advantage based on this camo respawn, but both teams are losing players one by one here. And with it being so tight and the camo being up, I think we're going to see a bit of a standoff for a moment, just like we saw early on.
I mean, it's a bait game at that point. You have that little bit of candy right in the middle of all the kids, and who's going to be able to get it first? Now, that camo is going to be walking over bridge here in just a moment. So that could be a huge turning point as Piggy wants some extra information. And the Axe are going to work together, and I mean, that's just another even trade. Still, in this carbine, Piggy laying down the law against Soul Snipe there in mid. 20 seconds until the S7 might be the last little toy left between both these teams to be a difference maker, and Piggy is definitely making a difference here out towards Keydor.
I like the subtle slowdown of gameplay that you get. No, whiffed melee. That is cruel, and perhaps could be the driving point that takes us to a 49-50. I really hope it isn't. Cheeky S7 grab. This S7 is the game here. Both teams have to fight tooth and nail to keep top mid, and with 2 players down for Colosseum, I think that might give Usabeni space off screen to pick up that sniper rifle.
Looks like it fell into the hands, not of Acid, maybe drift off to him. No, Piggy, of course. He's had his hands on the S7 more than anyone else throughout this Slayer. Only a 1-kill lead, goes up into the blast. They're trying to be able to read it. He gets a shot into it and knows he's gonna die with it, throwing it into the water. No one else gets to use that weapon.
Brilliant play from Piggy there. Knew that he was going to go, tried to do damage with it, throw it off the map. This game can't get any closer, and giving an S7 to a team at this point would have been a disaster, so that was a really good choice from him.
Still though, don't want to die to this engagement. Saab is trying to hunt down one man and then gets caught. Good protection. Piggy's going to try and engage early. Suddenly it becomes a 3-kill lead. Colosseum, they were keeping in lockstep and nipping at the heels of Usabeni. It's still winnable if they don't just suddenly funnel themselves into the death pit. And that's 2 down out for Usabeni. This has become a chess match. So you don't want to let yourself go down that easy, and you don't want to go down mid.
Quiet before the storm here. They gotta be so careful. If you're on the likes of Usabeni right now, you're thinking, trades don't sound too bad right now, if I know I'm gonna get it. Speaking of which, that was not a trade at all. Drift just runs in and gets punched in the face. But went the way we kind of expected there. So the game was the game was quite close. Same story, second match in here. But game going over to the blue team.
So close, but this is a no smoking zone, so the cigars are nowhere to be seen. 2-0 right now. Usabeni will hold on to this narrow margin of difference. 18 kills. Nice Saab. Able to find 8 assists with it. You had basically Soul Snipe having to play the assist game as it went 6 and 14. That might have been a key difference made, especially with the amount of damage that they were pumping out in those numbers in that previous matchup. And now walking through this Slayer, couldn't quite do the same thing. But I mean, Piggy looks like he just kind of had a mind for keeping that S7 in his team's hands and kept running away with it, living to fight another day.
Yeah, he did. And one of the things that the scoreboard really showed us there was Jackson actually had a great game. Even though he wasn't top fragger for his team, he was like the 2nd highest damage, or the highest damage in the lobby almost. And he had 14 assists. So even though he didn't get all the kills, he was really putting pressure on Colosseum there. which definitely led to Usubeni getting the win on that second match.
It's the unsung hero. See, I'm one of those bad casters, and I only look at the best numbers, but sometimes the better numbers exist within the range, you know? So, we go to a map number 3. It's going to be on the other side of this one. So, we are in our quarterfinals. So, we're looking at, I believe, Lattice. Yes, King of the Hill Lattice. They've got rid of Strongholds. Thank goodness. Lattice King of the Hill is one of my favorite game modes, mostly because of the starting and 5th hill, or rather 6th hill, that goes back over to that ice portion. So deceptively defensive. Let's see how these guys approach it.
I'm expecting a lot of time to get burned here from the pure chaos that we've been seeing so far from these teams. S7's going to be a big pickup. Speaking of which, Acid delivers the "hello, I'm over here" to Boo Boo Doo Boo. And that's 4 players down for Coliseum, so this is the perfect time to set up. And well, I thought we'd be here for a while, but if they can get the crossfire on these returning spawners, it's going to be real bad for Coliseum early on. Oh no!
Druk comes out on the other side of that with an S7 and a kill. Acid was on something and has honestly been performing so well through these first couple of games, using that quick jet to be able to get their way in and out of fights, but Druk just kind of staying stock standard and now takes their S7 from them. So this is a good chance for Coliseum. Maybe take this hill away, but they've actually stepped off hill. They want to find this next respawn set and put Usubeni in the pit. They get rid of Acid again. That's the second time in just as many lives that Druk has been able to win an engagement against Acid.
Yeah, and just like that, it flips over. 4 players down for Usubeni now. So it's gone the other way. Coliseum now having time to set up. This is a good position from Druk. This is going to give him all the info on the respawners. Doesn't quite get the headshot on Piggy, but that's enough to be a threat. And I think this first hill is going to go over to Coliseum here. So they're going to be thinking, what about the next one? Let's get ourselves over to Big Door at red. Only 1 shot left in the snipe, but it's enough. And they're there already, so the respawn was having to come in.
Fantastic adjustment. Druk knew what the next hill was really going to be their priority section, so they stayed up into that rafter position and forced all of Usubeni to have to be on that blue and green side. So, with Coliseum now in general control, looks like they're going to at least get half this hill time. And that QT will be coming up. Not exactly a major impact utility right now, especially because no one can get a hold of it. But they're controlling open ice and not allowing this rotation to happen over towards pipes. Now, Yaxon, you'd call them out of having a stellar game previously. Usubeni, definitely have to rely on them to start maybe making a jailbreak and busting their way in here to red.
All quiet at the moment. Druk catching some stray shots here. We need some collective action from Coliseum. They've got a lot of time on this hill. They need to take that time and form a coordinated push. But Acid's doing what he can to be an absolute menace to the players that are in back red there. And two more players from Coliseum do go down. But this is the coordinated push we were talking about. The QT used to effect to get out of those sight lines. He needs to stay alive here. And he does, almost, but someone waiting near Eli. So not quite working out the way that you expected there, but the live and the waste of time, very effective as the push came in. 2 down for each team right now. Chaos on the hill.
Oh, I thought that Piggy was going to get caught in the splash of one of those. Guess it only took out their shield. Get info that Booba Dooboos running it up into some speed skating. Shout out to the Olympics happening in just a couple of days. But Booba Dooba, they'll take over hill. And Coliseum started this off right by getting over half this hill, and they burned through just enough kind of neutral timer to kind of keep this one. All right, are we going to string you along, force you to get to this hill, but then get you into a different respawn? And Usubeni can still even this up. But there's been a lot of open activity through this double door. And I mean, Adam, so far it's been who's had that final grip on the hill. And it looks like Coliseum is prepped to be in a much better position.
Yeah, it really looks like both teams are struggling to get any meaningful type of setup here. You can see a player on the tower box just to the left. I didn't quite see who that was. They were trying to get those sight lines over so they could watch Screen's door and Blue Bridge as well. It wasn't really working out, but they did manage to get that in the end. Moving over to this side where the hill's on the green room. Holding pipes and cargo to stop the push is going to be so important that neither team can really keep 4 players on. So these respawns are going to be far away. And probably where the C stronghold would be on the ramp at the back of the screens. So give them the time they need. Oh my god, just get destroyed from the no scope. It's going to give the time they need to get a little bit progress on this third hill.
Acid has had wonderful highlight clips for their slaying potential through the last 3 maps. They've not turned it into a win as of yet. That's got to feel a little bit frustrating to have all your efforts come up a little bit short in the column that matters the most. Coliseum, a lot of time has been given over to Usubeni, but they needed to clear out the S7. They were hoping to recover the power weapon. Using the QT, Boobadooboo rejoins the rest of his team, and it looks like they will have at least a foothold here into good old green room called Ben 10. That Omnitrix sitting right in the middle provides them some extra cover. Usubeni's trying to break in. They're trying to regroup, and they're getting just run down by Druk around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that they're playing that there was nothing short of annoying for the receiving player. Can't get the space to lock this down. So many fights, just Spartan after Spartan just falling on this like silo/cuts area. How many in a row was that? Like 6? 7? No one can really get anywhere. Soul Snipe momentarily found himself in a duel with Acid as the only 2 players alive on the map. It's just complete carnage.
It's taken about an average of 1:15 for each of these hills too. And in that same regard, you're still looking at Coliseum bleeding so much extra clock for Usubeni to have to recover to get any kind of hill. We may end out with a 3-0 if like not even getting to full force for all of these hills with the constant kind of ebb and flow between these two. They use a repulsor. You're gonna aim for getting a melee. His elbow hits nothing but sky and air. Coliseum won't be able to sign this one out just yet. You have Acid and Drift that have a chance to kind of run it in, but then they're getting so much damage. Okay, this hill is probably gonna give them a 3rd.
Yeah, they've really pulled it back from the previous 2 matches of the series, though all the games have been really close here. So I guess it might come down to which match they actually prefer. But Bridge now, this is going to be a bloodbath. Snipes up. Bridge is really hard to hold. It's so open. A lot of people opt in for the blue side, trying to use the door, never really the tower side. And would you look at that? Usubeni spawned on the tower side. Totally wasn't done on purpose by Coliseum to give them the crap side to try to hold the hill from.
This one almost uninterrupted for a whole half of a hill to try and take the one that's the hardest to get. Oh, chopping him down from a corner angle. Saab waiting for more targets to fall. He's been given a gift, and it's a Spartan in his crosshairs. Can you do it again? Cleaning up shop. Call this man the janitor. He's taking out the trash.
Oh, getting windy. Go a little bit windy there. As the reticule slightly missed, but holding the spawns here. Piggy needing to stay alive with the ground. This is so important. It's going to give his team spawns kind of down to hopefully. If it's before most of the red team managed to push through there. You can see the pips actually. They were on ice, but they get cut off, so Piggy is actually the only man alive. This is a really good way to collapse in from Coliseum. They really read that so well from the comms that they had. And they've taken over this area yet again, so some more time on this potentially final hill. And look, time's going to start to become a factor now. There's only 1 minute and 5 seconds left, and Usubeni need 3 hills.
It's such a difficult one to have to take because that open bridge, you basically kind of put your big toe onto it, hoping that you can be able to cover it from one of those near side pillars. Otherwise, it's so tough to keep all angles protected. So for Coliseum, they built up into this moment. They knew they had to win those first 3, especially burn some of that time, about 1 minute 20 or so on average per hill. And then the rest of this is either, all right, we either go 4-0, or we're just going to make old Father Time be your worst enemy. Usubeni starting to at least be on north side of the map. That don't matter when you can be able to kill Spartan one after another. Still, though, building up just a little bit. Acid can be with Piggy, and Usubeni has to get this hill.
Yeah, the back is against the wall here. This is a steep hill. Not going to count them out, but you need something pretty special to come back from this. And Coliseum are just playing the annoyance game so well. Boobadooboo just not dying. Seb pushing through and just trading out like that. They're just making it as hard as possible to even just get a sniff of the hill with 18 seconds left. I think this game's over.
This one is probably written off. So 3-0 it is set to be. Well, rather a 2-1, at least in terms of our series, and a 3-0 through possibility of this King of the Hill. Now, I'm here for miracles, Adam. I don't want this one to go just sideways just because looks like mathematically it's gotta. Soul Snipe wants to make life difficult. 10 seconds will be on the neutral timer. That means Usubeni has to get down to open ice. Look where Coliseum is already set up. Bubudubu, Druck, and Sob already set to defend to not let them take that recurring hill.
This is really well played from Usubeni that this is going to be real tough to hold. We've got all the toys though. I mean, we've seen weirder things here, but this is a fantastic hold. They have no room for error. They have to be so proactive on the spawns, and that's exactly what Ass is doing around. He knows they were going to spawn red. He's taken the shots. He missed them, but the idea was there. He needs to get in and spot his team.
Already over halfway. Coliseum stuck into this corner off of red. Druck is trying to put some extra damage over into Acid, and Acid barely gets away. This Crate Hill looks like it's set to be flipped. Coliseum is going to be down into sewer. They get rid of Drift. Everyone suddenly dies. 4 down for Usubeni. Oh, hope was on the horizon, but it was all for content.
Wow.
They let you look at it just for long enough. But that was it. 3-1 for Coliseum. They get onto the board before game 4.
Wow. The commitment, the execution was pretty good there, but just falling right at the end. And who's to say they would have got the next one had that not happened, but it was a great attempt. So if they can take that morale into the next game, oh, we'll need one match to close this out. We're going to go to a game 4 yet again. We'll have to see what that is, because I can't remember. But scoreboard here. Look at the slaying power over on the side of Coliseum here, and the damage again. All 3 of their players can't even find my words. 3 of their players breaking the 6k mark. Jackson this time, unfortunately, struggling to keep up with his teammates.
Going to game number 4, we got Empyrean CTF, if I'm not mistaken. So
I'm so happy.
That one could be just a wash, depending on how some of the control of that map ends up going. An OG to say the least. But yeah, Coliseum was just showing numbers. Soul Sniper was kind of rotating around, but it was Bubudubu, Sob, and Druck that knew to be able to put down damage. Now, there was times that Acid looked monstrous. They looked like the mini boss, but then they were miniaturized when everything else of the teamwork from Coliseum really just started to shine.
They just seem to have the upper hand so often this game, the way they were proactively kind of taking space and trying to predict where things were. And even when it got scrappy, Coliseum just seemed to constantly come out on top there. So intelligently managing spawns of players that were left alive, taking fights in ways that meant that, you know, they could trade, or they could ensure that the way that they were playing didn't mean they forfeit the hill too easily. It was just a good game. It was just better map control overall. Usubeni still played well. It'd be interesting to see what the total hill time for the game was, but Coliseum were just better.
Well, we got CTF on Empyrean. So we can talk about the impact, obviously, of having to have general control of the mid to long haul portion of the map, snipe positioning, and the duel therein really kind of sings to me. And of course, you got that OS that got tweaked and has been underneath that sword section. So what's your priority here, Adam? Where do you end up wanting to rotate a little bit faster towards? Hit that snipe, grab the OS, control with the majority of your team there, and decoy over towards rocks? What do you do?
A lot of teams go over for the rocket launcher first, because the way that this map is, there's definitely a lot of pain that can have. But actually, in this case, they're going for the overshield first. So Santos managed to sneakily run away with the spanker and manages to say hello to Acid. And that's 4 down already. 4 down for Usubeni already. This flag is well on its way. We're going to see him lock him down, get him spawning at the bottom. And look, Druck's got the overshield as well. So this one, I think this is going. I think this is a cap.
Grabbing him in the heel. There's a triple kill. Druck with a 4-0, trying to start off his first life with a killing spree. The flag is actually picked up.
What?
Jackson,
How?
he intercepted him going through green, caught him just as he was going down long haul.
What a fumble. An absolute massive miscalculation there from that flag getting past that threshold and being lost while most of the players were dead. Druck was sat there with an overshield pinging down with a triple kill. How did they return the flag when that happens?
Control this S7, just getting dropped out the speed at which, because you saw the spawn, they had gone 4 down, but there was 2 spawners that happened to the low side of snipe and sword. So they ended up running to stair and went around to be able to intercept, because there was that brief pause when he was going past the OS player from Coliseum. And that gave him just enough time, especially as that flag was running north, to be able to get out and take him down. So we end up being 0-0 through a minute 30. Another flag pull ends up happening as Usubeni's been playing defense for, I think, the long term of the opening of this game.
I'm still reeling from that initial flag recovery that we saw at the start of the game. Oh, what a fumble that was. I really would like to see the POVs of how that happened, but doesn't matter now. This next flag sitting on the long haul. Piggy, last player alive. This one has to go in, surely. There we go. Piggy goes down. So Coliseum looking really strong at the start of the game here. That's twice they've managed to get the flag that far away. Rockets up in 20 seconds as well as Overshield as well. All the players here. We're going to have a round of fights. And then we really need people to stay alive, because if you get Rockets and OS, that's free real estate. You're looking at a flag cap.
We're trying to sneak their way into possible Rock's pickup, but OS is coming up in about 5 seconds. They won't have a chance to at least quarrel or debate about that one. But Coliseum, this pickup, I mean, remember, they were 2-0 against them in Usubeni's favor. First pull from out of Piggy, who has struggled to get out of his own half of the map. Finally gets a good look, and they're going to be on a high perch, kind of watching over anyone from Coliseum, trying to stop them. OS in the hands of Drift, and they now completely burn through that utility. And for multiple targets, and they have a sniper that they could go and grab, but they won't be part of the party as Boobadooboo grabs them from top of their tower.
Flag cap still could go the way here. There was a momentary 4 down on the side of Coliseum. You can get past this threshold. You can see them running around training here. He needs supporting fire, but I think he might be able to get over. No. Gets his head just sliced off by Sab, so great shot. But we're all tied up here. So both teams here showing the capability to not only squad wipe, but coordinate. Flag pulls as well, quite well. Oh, this is just so good. Sab is having a right good time with the sniper rifle. But I don't know who's going to win this. I have no idea.
No scope.
It's become much more 50-50 ever since the most recent cap from out of Usubeni, but Coliseum, I mean, they cannot let themselves waste the preheat of this oven. Because they were cooking really, really well, especially ever since that lattice map, winning on to that King of the Hill. But you've allowed Usubeni to get back into this game. Big pull. They're not going to have the same full shield protection that they had, as you have 2 players from the top side of Usubeni's tower. Now with Drift throwing some extra bombs towards you. Acid wants to do the same thing. But have they forgotten where Boobadooboo is? They kill 1 man. He might still be able to get this pull off.
Oh, he almost gets past. This is looking dangerous. Could have another flag cap on this one. No challenge. 3 tries for the teammates in there. Soul Snipe saving himself there. Training out his teammates, cap flag. Well intended, good choice. But now they need to have not over-committed. Because we all know in Halo counter cap, if you overcommit to a flag cap, you are opening yourself up big time for the counter attempt.
Coliseum in an awkward spot now as they're all spawning from their tower side. Boobadooboo does go down. That's a couple of big trades. Druck will fall as well. But Usubeni was trying to be able to get that counter cap. Looks like the flag is still at least slowly on the move. They got 1 touch to it. OS for Piggy. Doesn't secure anything, but keeps Coliseum on their heels trying to recover back to this. The Rocks got picked up, found themselves a pick. This has the potential to finally move its way into long haul, but look who's been stuck over into this corner. Piggy wants to clear out the rest of the rats. Just become the Pied Piper, Soul Snipe, and now Sob. Looks like they're going to be the fat rats that will not let this one go through. Yaxon has overstayed his welcome, and that cap will not occur. Flag's going to go back. Usubeni's going to have to restart.
Yeah, surprising turn of events and that little exchange there, turning it round. Soul Snipe attempting to move this flag here yet again. Knocking his teammate out, choosing not to full commit to the run. They need the comms though. They do realise that there are some players that are not accounted for here. Drift and Acid are somewhere. Acid takes out Boobadooboo off screen. I hate to say this. can't believe he's just got away and ran through like that when they have players alive, and just like that, it's 2-0.
You can't keep getting away with it. Well, he did. Still did. So all of a sudden, this goes and flips on its head. Empyrean goes the way of Colosseum, and the reverse sweep is now unlocked. But will it be picked up completely? We will be going over towards our Slayer in all of a moment, but I mean, look at the slaying differential that we got here, Adam. Colosseum, even though there was that one pickup cap, Usubeni just couldn't get opportunities to finish out, especially when they had that one moment where they could counter cap. Just such great work to own the field of Empyrean.
I absolutely agree here. I really feel like Colosseum just, well, they just totally outslayed them. Like, even though the damage was good from Usubeni, the amount of kills they actually got was far, far lower. So you got to finish off those kills, right? The damage taken on the likes of Colosseum was so much lower there. Some players less than 3,000, while some players on Usubeni had like 5,000.
Triple kill.
This was Druk at the start. Yeah, what happened here? Oh, we didn't get the full replay, but yeah, I don't understand how that flag wasn't capped. I mean, they won anyway.
You want receipts. You want forensic evidence. What happened?
What happened?
How did they
What
get there?
review it?
Someone had to have spawned, like, because when I saw the spawn timer from off of them dropping, I think it was like 3 or 4 down at the time, there was one spawner that came in just as the flag turned out from their own flag pit, and I think they just hauled ass and sprinted underneath that sword bridge, and they ended up on the other side with no one the wiser. But who cares? They won, whatever. We've got recharge. It comes down to this Slayer to see who goes to the semifinals for tomorrow.
Yeah, it is what it is, but we are taking it to the, as far as we're going to go in the upper bracket today at least, with this one. Recharge Slayer, big fan of this, not a fan of that nade though. All that. And huge camo fight at the start is what you expect here, but 3 players do go down for Colosseum, giving a lot of space on the map. It's going to be interesting to see what strategies these teams use. It's been a lot of very fast gameplay. We saw Lattice, how the teams are choosing to play very scrappily. Have to see if Recharge turns out to be more of the same.
First, 20, 30 kills, always pretty dead even for the most part for some of these upper echelon teams, which is exactly what we're getting right now. And you got to think, some of the only differences made at this point is kind of the mental warfare that Usubeni is actually losing compared to Colosseum, who has been very much locked in. Protecting Bubudubu, I believe, was Saab that was just walking that one in. And now you got 3 down for Usubeni as the field becomes a little bit quieter here on Recharge. Spoke with this a little bit before with Wonder Boy on full shock in the face. Welcome to the red pipes. Here's some lightning, but this game can slow down as much as it can ramp up in a moment's notice.
Can indeed. Taking space up here, Bubudubu knows exactly what he's doing. As his team kind of push forward in front of him so he can try and get stuff done. Druk knows. Not Druk, sorry, Drift knows. And he's in there. This is a surprising challenge. He does get help from the other side. Snowslight goes in as well. I like the coordinated pushes here. You can tell both teams are feeling very tense about the state of what's going on. There's not any like open conflicts. It's all very isolated and spread out as they try to get some sort of foothold in this game. But at the moment, Colosseum just keeping a very small but respectable 2-kill lead.
Keeping hold to this door off of Whirlpool. Honestly, Bubudubu is just challenging anyone. Like, all right, come on, get into my sight lines. I want to shoot someone. Let's go. But they're not. They're more so just teasing. They're all towards this elevator position, and this is going to burn just a little bit of time. Colosseum is not going to over-chow into at least that shock rifle position. They're even talking about it. You can see the open communication. They're going to just keep these crossfires and kind of see where Colosseum's going to rotate, and eventually when it pops in, you're going to see just 1-2 die at a time, but Colosseum has split their forces to go 2-2 and try and squeeze in Usubeni.
Yeah, you could see them thinking about, is it me? Is it you? Who's going forward? No, we'll stay over here. But the 5-shot comes in there, and really, this game's not going anywhere. It's a huge challenge through, but maybe a little too ballsy. Sav lives up, gets the camo. Was needed to be challenged for what's about to happen next, but I think there's going to be a lot of intel on the map to say that someone is over there with camo. Maybe he does get away with it. He's in a prime position right now. He needs to not let the enemy team where he is. He's doing exactly that. And I think if he can get into a good position where he can get a surprise, maybe go for the shock rifle perhaps. Oh, nearly getting the back smack. He's been found. That's catastrophic that he was found like that. Real shame that he didn't get the back smack.
Nearly give him the little love tap on the shoulder, but Piggy just barely in the nick of time retreated into top gold. Druck is going to try and at least fish one out. Drift will drift away just long enough to survive out that engagement, so no even trades. It's going 26 all. Trying to be able to jump over him. No ninjas for you. Drift is living large and living just on his toes. Shock rifle now go his way. That camo got burned a little bit before, so this is just going to be kind of raw peaks. Coliseum's on the other side of the map. Completely kind of flipped positions right now. This Coliseum has been a lot more prone to roam.
Killing spree.
This lead is starting to extend a little here. 4 kills as we enter what is not the final parts of this Slayer, but certainly well into the second half. It's cause for concern. You do not want to be fighting that uphill battle without the shock rifle, and it only takes another camo for this to get away. Game, so many isolated fights. Yet again, neither team committing to a full team fight, keeping angles covered and helping when needed, but not pushing forward. Camo is going to be up soon. 18 seconds. Probably got another couple of deaths that are allowed, and then after that, the team makes a big mistake with this.
Most you're seeing,
I can see the lead change.
Yeah, I mean, most you're seeing at any given time is 2. They've really narrowed the field each and every single time they're seeing an engagement. Oh, nice turnaround as they were being shot in the back. Eventually, Piggy does drop down, but it's a 3-kill lead for Usubeni. They've now caught Coliseum kind of looking a few different times, but Coliseum, Boo Boo Doo onto the camo. Does he survive long enough? He is being shot, and so that's completely burned away, not to allow them to freely get information. And they're going right back to safe quarter, which for them has been their fortress of solitude here in the control room.
2 kills now, though. So quiet on the map, realistically. Relatively, everyone is just kind of holding out here. 3 players holding out in this area. Usubeni really trying to form a perimeter so that they can keep their lead and kind of force Coliseum to make the engage. I'm not sure if they want that, especially with the amount of ways that you can get into this area. If they have to push one side, Usubeni out looking, and they know they've got the damage now, that's going to be the green light to engage. We're going to see a fight happen on the other side.
Bait him out. They know they got him in the corner. Boo Boo Doo Boo wants to try and bully him away. They want to escape. Piggy aiming to do so. They send in one of their main men in Drift to go and challenge anyway. Druck ends up dying. This is the same sort of EU situation that I keep seeing. You go to recharge, you play a Slayer, you play a game 5, and it squirrels down into a cat and mouse bait game. Do you engage? Do you take at least one out to try and at least get 3? Coliseum taking a moment to try and take a conference about it. What do you do next?
Well, the only thing you can do, try not to lose.
Get bigger number, win.
Number go up. Unga bunga. Yeah, this is a standstill now. Neither team wants to drop to the lower bracket at this time. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to get info, bait someone through. There's plenty of time left in this one. I think this is going to grind to a standstill for quite a while because a bad team push and a wipe in a team fight could easily flip this over to either of them getting a lead.
They're trying to catch them off guard. An overextension. They had one man dip a foot just a little bit outside of control room. Suddenly 2 fall for Usubeni. A 2-kill lead. Coliseum trying to catch up. Shock rifle and Boo Boo Doo Boo. All 7s across the board, by the way. Doesn't want to let them have a chance to peek without it being punished. Piggy is his next target. Suddenly we're tied.
And he's got the camo and the shock rifle as well. Boo Boo Doo Boo now holds the game in his hands if he's allowed to do the work. They'll know where the respawns are coming in. They know it. They also know where some of the remaining players were, but the question is, can he get the drop on them? Are they going to see him? Who's got the better gaming chair? Not Piggy, because he can't hit him. They know where he is now, so he's wasted half of his camo at this point. He does have info, but he's not been able to do anything with it.
Jackson, are they going to be prepared for this rotation around behind him? Not going to see him coming. Boo boo doo boo. Finish the job. Still evened up. Throws a chain lightning over down into control room. And again, this is where Usubeni intends to live. The line of delineation has been drawn in the pit. Usubeni does not want to over-engage. They want to stay on the spawn side. Coliseum has managed this entire map into a simple, singular quadrant. They're going to attack and squeeze from both sides, and Usubeni is going to be on the receiving end.
Next engagement's going to be pivotal. If the chip damage comes through, knows he's in danger. That was a good nade that's going to force him back. No follow-up, though. He's just waiting for someone to randomly take damage, and he'll get comms and push that. Ooh, that whiffed. Wow, that was so close to hitting him there. This is everything to play for. The tension is high, and there's 2 minutes 50 left.
We were at 6.5 minutes by the last time that we had started this slow, grindy engagement. World War I and trench warfare and trying to make that last lunge across enemy lines. The push and pull of this fight might boil down to the timer. Seen it a lot, and recharge continues to be where all those lines get drawn. Off angle, can he hit him with the shock rifle? Does so. He has a man engaged. They will drive up and they lose one down. They lose two. Usubeni suddenly up by 2.
That nade killed Sab. Oh, the miscommunication there. If they lose by 1 point, they have no room for error now. It would have been 48-46. Friendly nade there, really stacking up the odds against them. Saw the intention, but slight miscommunication to prevent a trade. Ended up causing one. And I think the camo up, that's a bait. Oh, this is going to be so upsetting if they lose 49-50.
Saw that long rotation by Piggy. Went all the way to red pipes. There's a lot of players that are out in pit, and that's where they're going to stay. Druck ends up being the last man to fall, a 50-48. Coliseum got so close. This goes to Usubeni. They'll be moving over into the semifinals and what was a tedious and meticulous ending in that game number 5.
I'm kind of glad that didn't end 49-50 just because of what happened, but taking a look at the scoreline here, like Drift and Piggy putting in the 16 kills for their team. Jackson and Acid scoring a little lower, but were able to keep themselves low down. But look at Acid's damage, man. Not the highest frags, but the highest damage on the team. But Soulsnipe really tried to do what he could, and they just fell short there. So great from all the players, loads of discipline from both teams, but in the end, better team wins. Usubeni secure their spot, moving themselves forward to winners round 5. The Coliseum going down to a lower bracket to meet whoever has been trying to battle their way through.
Well, that means that we're done at least with this quarterfinal, as tense as that was, Adam. We still have to do it again. So, Usubeni will plant their flag. Shopify Rebellion is looking to take care of business and get the job done against Noobs. There's 2 other quarterfinals, and we'll be covering one of them here, as we're going to launch over into Decepticons versus Legion. Pretty sure. So that's going to be a heck of a matchup. We have not seen Decepticons today. They were rated and put as a number 2 seed into this bracket. What's your thoughts on them before we jump into that matchup?
I think whenever Legion Gaming, Decepticons, a lot of these teams here chosen, they've got players on that are household names. Like, this is where the big hitters start to really swing their weight around. So, one of these teams on here, we had Legion Gaming on stream earlier, I believe, because we were talking about, I can't even pronounce his name. Is it Uzi? I want to say Susie, but that's wrong. I'm going to get absolute flamed for that. But we saw Common and Little Gators as well. Like, we saw these guys on stream earlier, and as we go through, it's just, again, Trippy, Descendant, Towlek, Precision, all players that we've seen play so much in the HCS as well over the last couple of years with Halo Infinite and beyond. It's the heavy hitters, man. This is where the new rosters start to show what gaps they've got, what they've been working on, and where it's going to take them. And we're so early in the Dreamhack kind of road to Birmingham as well, that the best part is that there's time for stuff to change with these teams as well. So a team might go out in the semis this week, but next week they might come back totally different.
Yeah, you got the point totals that kind of carry across all that as well. So being able to move it around. In case you didn't see how 2025 worked, well, they've got the point totals that still move with your individual players. So some of this might change. And in case it didn't work out this week, boom, you got another chance next week. And in fact, we'll be broadcasting here tomorrow for the end point of this first online open. Then we got next week online open number 2. And then in 2 weeks after that, we got the online qualifier to really decide for the top 4 for all that travel coverage over to Birmingham. I've been told not to say the H or an am. I've been educated. You're welcome, Adam.
Doing it right. But just to add on to the points there, if you weren't aware of how the seeding has worked this week, it's using the HCS points that Monkey Man was talking about. And then next week, we'll be populating all the individual players, or Dreamhack will, with the points that they get from this week. And then moving forward, we'll be using those points for the seeds. So, a bit of the bracket action we've seen today has been based on the previous. And then next week, we might find that a lot of the matchups we see early on, especially, might be slightly different.
All right. Well, for the time being, we'll see how all that stacks up. We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to be back with our last matchup, at least on broadcast, as we're going to go into Legion Gaming versus the Decepticons. Autobots, roll out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, every time I tried so hard to break these walls, I'd always be afraid to lose myself and fall. And when I took this path, I never ever thought it'd steer me wrong. No, beauty doesn't last
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dreamhack Global Open #1. Halo on the rise for the road to Birmingham. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Adam and Adam. It's time to get into our other quarterfinal. It's Decepticons versus Legion Gaming. A lot of big names from the Decepticon side, and a lot of memorable ones from Legion, who's obviously trying to challenge into this upper 8 sphere.
Yeah, Legion Gaming were talking about off stream here that they had a really fast run there to round 3, but you know, Decepticons, the names that they have, that's a pretty scary team. Legion Trippy, Sen and Talek, you know, pretty good group of players right there. Don't think that really needs going through, so Legion Gaming are going to have it cut out for them, but they have got an early lead with the ball. First points on the board after 20 seconds. Trying to do what they can to be able to get some points on. So it's all to play for here. Definitely want to see what happens. I think we had some predictions in production chat. Keep my prediction quiet here just to see how it unfolds, but I think it's going to be interesting.
Legion Gaming looks a lot improved, I would have to say, from their form over towards the major and worlds. They definitely had made it through open bracket, and we talked about with Wonder Boy about kind of being open bracket gatekeepers to make it to that upper 12 through 16. But this has been where the road ends for them a lot of the time. So I want to see how they challenge, especially with Common now from that Unreal Nightmare squad kind of changing around. But Decepticons have now gained control of the ball. Going to be towards that Whirlpool side reset to force Legion Gaming to go through control room to meet them.
Indeed. I like the setup here. I like the way the Decepticons are using the space that they have to get something that will play. Yes. So they were using the sightlines available there really well to form some sort of perimeter to try to help each other out. Got killed, doesn't matter, played the ball. And then because of the spacing, Talek is then able to be up in goal with the shot rifle. So it works out for them. Respawns were far away. But we're just wasting time. We got the lead. It's all good. Cheeky grab by Legion Gaming, but not really able to get anywhere with it at the moment.
Kind of re-engage when basically being absolute. Not much you really can do, especially with Talek just owning the doorway, playing as the bouncer there for anyone that wants to join Club Dead. They apparently are welcoming everyone to do so. Uzi becomes Dead Z, and it's just non-stop shock lightning from across this map. Gonna engage into Common. Common becomes a common affair under the floor. And Legion Gaming sees the Decepticons building up that score total as they're going to spawn to the opposite side towards that long haul.
The clock is really starting to tick up here. Just holding that ball top elevator while they've got 2 players hanging around. They're going to force spawns over there. Common does manage to get somebody. And one player, I'm really surprised they managed to get through like that. There's a Sprite in turn events. Camo is up. They are able to grab that as well. But the leads that the Decepticons have managed to get early on, this is good. A 50-point lead gives you a lot of space, a lot of time. Definitely not the time to be thinking about slaying out. We've got so long left, but just a nice, comfortable start. And the Camo goes into engage. 2 players flank through. But they play the ball. So solid play from the Decepticons right now. Successful playing the ball twice.
Enemy has the ball.
And then preventing any real sort of foothold and wasting as much time as possible.
Oof. Good use of that shock. It's been a while since Legion Gaming has been able to at least get a chance at the ball. And that's a chain lightning, actually, so a good chain reaction. Now be impactful across this map. Zuzi, 9 and 4. 4 of those coming very recently. But still, that's the kind of play that you need. They go running through, so they get seen again. They are landing every single shot coming out of the shot rifle. A killing spree. Trippy lone man left. This ball in the hands of Common, and they're starting to catch up.
What a shot that was, just to turn around and just blast him in the face with the shot rifle. That was brilliant. And all that gameplay there, diving around, that's got them only 16 points away with the ball firmly in the back of Hydro here. They should be able to do something with it. Trippy and Talek both in respawn for at least a couple more seconds as they will run across from Golds or from Whirlpool. That's going to give them just enough time to probably equal this up, form perimeter, and then play the ball.
Just as they try to engage the blue pipes, absorbing a lot of blast damage. Playing from just beyond that bubble. That's such a sneaky little spot for Zuzi. So this ball will travel backwards. I think it's heading from at least that battery's over towards top gold again. They know one man is low. They get him on the turnaround. No, they're trying to at least land a stick. That's not going to happen. Within 11 points, considering Decepticons had outright stolen that position from Legion Gaming on their early lead. Legion Gaming has kept this pretty kosher, but they're approaching that 2-minute clock, and I don't think it's going to hit that timer, but Decepticons, it's been tough for them to really maintain possession because Legion Gaming has ramped the pace up.
They are indeed. The start of this round definitely looks more Decepticons here. We have evened up. Common struggling to get themselves properly in the game, but they have been holding the ball for their team. 2 in 10 right now, but 35 points on the ball, putting him the highest objective player in the match at the moment. Descendant with the camo.
Enemy has the ball.
Going for that info approach there, looking for the no commons here. They're trying to flush out any spawners and block any potential ones.
Ball drop.
Usually going to spawn over the other side, but they are rotating here. They know that someone's over here. They are trying to do something with this space, and now that the camo is firmly in there, well, this round, there's probably a couple of pushes left. If you can't get it with 3 players down, this might be 1-0.
Yeah, this should be walking the rest of this 15 seconds over towards at least a reset, but Decepticons pretty much have it in the bag. They're going to try and rotate the way, get over to one of their teammates, knowing that they're going to only traverse through one of 2 main entryways, and that's through either control room or blue pipes. They take care of one. Zuzi is engaging with nothing in their shields. It's either 10 seconds for those points, or letting the rest of this clock run out, and Decepticons are going to go with the former. Legion Gaming, really good resistance to that mid game. Decepticons close this one out, and in pretty clinical fashion after what was a really huge surge of like good skirmishing from out of Legion Gaming in the middle of that match.
Ball incoming.
Yeah, Legion Gaming had the moments where they showed that they were able to keep up and to get some points on the board, but ultimately Decepticons just being more consistent with their approach there. Even getting in the Slay department, like 8 or 9 kills ahead, but you know, we'll have to see this second round. What are they going to adapt? What are they going to change? What are they going to do? Trippy goes for the really aggressive push. Doesn't get it. Camo's still on the ground, but not many blue Spartans on the map, so Common risking it yet again. Not having the best time right now.
See if they can get kind of the same general control. You always see the first couple of rounds for Oddball. You see the first one might be much more focused to getting to the ball off of the camo slaying, and then round number 2 ends up to being much more Slayer. We see this entire first minute is going to tick away. They're going to aim to get those spawns reset. And Legion Gaming really seems they're on the heel point of everything that Decepticons are doing, especially because they're now going to Fortress side. They're going to be able to top gold, force Legion to have to travel for that long haul, especially from that Hydro position. And this is exactly where Decepticons now start controlling the entry point. But you see, Uzi's just trying to sprint it down. So tired of being stuck in a corner, they'll go for the even trade.
Wow. Could be last man alive again as well because of the outcome of that kind of stuff. A couple of times he seems to be good at living up while his team are doing other things and trying to get information and biding his time, which has proven useful. But 3 players down for Legion Gaming again. This is going to give perfect opportunity for Decepticons to push in and do something. Common playing the ball there, great play from him, preventing this extension of this very, very small, I'm not even going to call it a lead, 12 points that's been scored so far by Decepticons.
It'll look like a much greater lead if we get to the end of the timer. For right now, it's more of a sniff. Knowing that one man is very hurt, they get cleaned up. This ball will now go into the hands of the Decepticons, and they're going to just hang out towards this elevator side. Really haven't focused on having to be towards the reset of that Hydro. They've very much gone for these engagements of forcing them to go high and to go low. Little Gators is one player that we have not really kind of chimed in about for Legion. Such a pop-off player in their first 3 series to get them to this point.
Yeah, he's really pulling his weight this game as well. He's been getting the kills, getting the assists. He's been putting time on the objective as well. And despite the fact that his team are losing by 1 round right now, show nothing to suggest that they won't be able to fix that. Sometimes you just need a bit of time to come online. This is the first game in a best of 5, so there's still plenty of time to switch this round. The Decepticons are just doing a good job at showing up all together as a team, right now and being a little methodical. Look at the hold of all the red Spartans at the other side. And the reinforcements are here as well. So they've got the crossfire and they've got the support as they watch the rotates come over. So really good play by Decepticons, good back awareness, and good control.
Good just timing off of their teamwork as well. They get ball time. They're all right, we need to clean this guy up, and they get him out. And then as soon as you think, all right, we're going to be kind of chopped down, moving to control room, the rotation has a man in support. Now they do track him down from Legion. So Decepticons do not get away for free. And Legion will have to have a consolation prize of being on the reset side of the map. A double kill for Uzi, 23 and 19, leading his team in the, at least general, putting Spartans into body bags sort of industry. Doing it again with a killing spree. So far, looking pretty good. That melee will not magnetize though, no lunge.
There's a little too far away there, but look, Legion Gaming, extending into the lead here, good hold. 3 of them go down, but it didn't get played. That's so unfortunate. That's going to give Decepticons the time to be able to get their score back up and exceeding Legion Gaming's. I have to say, the play of the ball from Decepticons has been great. And Legion Gaming, we saw Common play the ball as well, but they just... It's one of those times where you really needed to, and it kind of sucks.
That's a lot of bombs. That's a lot of explosions. And that ball gets played. If you can't hit them with a solid precision shot, then just throw every explosive nugget that you have into your old back pocket at them. Little Gators stuck between a pillar and an explosive place. Uzi's gonna get the fadeaway kill. And this one will go back to neutral. Now we're at the 2-minute mark, Adam. Decepticons have been able to burst away and finish out rounds before. Legion Gaming needs to keep them from having pure possession.
They do. I feel like we're going to see a lot of slays here. I don't think we'll see any real holds for the ball. Very risky for both teams. Camo is coming as well. That's a lot of damage. Getting the 5-shot. Can he get the other one? Oh, the head just missing. Gets reverse 5'd as well there. So, yes, I think we're very much going to see some slaying here. Teams need some position power to be able to do something, but we're just trading left, right, and centre as this clock slowly approaches 1 minute 30.
High ground position. And just when you want them to get comfortable, Legion Gaming is basically tracked down from behind. Oh, grab the ball one time. It's a curse. Descendant's not going to let them have anything easy. Common not having the game they want. They've been much more the objective man, while all 3 of the rest of their team has really been covering down. Sewing them away with both of those nades. Can't walk away with the ball. Little Gators, can they win this engagement? It's an awkward spot for Trippy. Trippy still comes out big. Should be able to continue running it down. You got Uzi hanging out with Elevator. That gets calmed over to him. Uzi, he's gonna get chopped down by Trippy. Legion Gaming is nowhere to be seen except for the other side of the map.
Quiet on the front. Just getting more time to hold. This is where it starts to get a little scary, because with the ball in possession, the way that they've been slaying out the other team, you have to get these. They can even trade out here, and the timer really goes in their favour. They just can't get there. Towlite just going in against what is a couple of players there. Help from precision off screen as well. And they know where the respawn's going to be, because where they're positioning, all the crossfires are coming in, and this is just such good lockdown of recharge by Decepticons, just stopping any real type of push from Legion Gaming. Uzi tries to do it, just waiting at Needler as well. It's just slightly defensive.
Well, I mean, when you're this good at your job and your job is Halo, sometimes it'll be offensive with just how clinical you handle someone. Dropping the ball, picking up his gun, and slapping someone into the grave. Descendant finishing it off. They'll carry the rock the rest of the way into a 2-0 here on map 1.
Well deserved as well. That was a good showing from Decepticons, really showing how they have the discipline and how they can have the objective efficiency to be able to pull back, but also to push with discipline as well. So good from them.
All right. Looking at Legion, you got a good first start, kind of getting the flavor and the speed at which Decepticons are going to try and execute into this matchup. Really good showing from out of Zuzi, going on this crazy run with the shock rifle. Fortunately, that was all kind of a mid-round situation to really make a nice highlight impact. But it did not echo into the later rounds. Slapped him around, though. Everyone got to get a piece of Zuzi as they got a piece of their skulls.
Really thinking about going into this next game. Not, like, Legion Gaming didn't have like bad games individually. Although, that sounds a little harsh what I'm about to say, but it's clear that Common had a bad game here. Like, wasn't able to get in the match, tried to hold the ball, did play the ball a couple of times, did what they were meant to do, but something on the Legion Gaming roster there is not quite clicking against Decepticons, and that really needs to be looked at. The team needs to rally around Common and help him out so he can get, you know, he's probably feeling a bit checked at this point.
Perfect.
Going the way it did.
Double kill.
And that's going to be really important going into the next game. As a team, you have to make sure that all your players are feeling all good. You know, we all have bad games, that kind of stuff that happens. So, moving forward, they really need to unify, especially on a Slayer as well, because you don't want to be checked and tilted during a Slayer, because it's just going to snowball out.
I mean, the good news for him is that game, sometimes you have the sacrificial lamb that it has to hold the ball, and it's tough to juggle between your gun and a skull. I mean, I barely, you know, juggle between walking and breathing. So see if maybe this one will be a comeback harder sort of situation for Common. But if it ends up being the same, they may be checked out going into game number 3. We go to Slayer, we go to Live Fire. Live Fire shows up 20 times, by the way, across our map pool. So in case you want to see Live Fire, well, here's yet another iteration as we hop into it in our first six kills.
You will take the Live Fire and you will like it.
Yes.
You will enjoy it. I don't mind it. The Imperium's back and then Vacant is in. We're having a good time. I just need to see Bazaar now. I know Captain James Force will be somewhere, like, laughing about how he wants to put Bazaar back in. Yeah, soon. He keeps saying it to me, but we'll have to see what the HCS overlords say about that when it comes to things like Dreamhack. I don't think it will get added in. Onto this game of Slayer here. Going for tower control. We've got the camo player there. That was really sneaky, but Trippy does go down. Common with the snipe. Has the ability now to lock himself in, get some kills on the board. Close out. It's a very small deficit his team has of 3. Very early in this game. This has been controlled. This has been better. It's been a little slower. Legion Gaming definitely having a shot here to be able to get the result they want here.
Okay. He'll take that. Honestly, Common will take whatever he can to be more or less even.
Oh, no.
A 15-9 and a sniper about to fall into the hands of Trippy is not what you want to see if you're Legion Gaming. It has all of a single bullet, so the damage doesn't need to at least be multiplied, but it's still going to happen. There's one extra as Little Gators will drop out, Trippy in his sight lines, and you still have 2 players trying to be able to get assists for the rest of the squad. Talik grabs 1 as Descendant is now the main man we're running with. It's 18-11. This is one of the more lopsided Slayers that we've seen through at least our broadcast times as Legion Gaming is starting to slip.
Yeah, we're still early on. We saw a full team wipe there just before that last sequence, and the camo is going to be up in 10 seconds here, so it's imperative Legion Gaming keep all 4 of their Spartans alive here. You don't want to be fighting for that power up at a disadvantage. Talik does go down, but 2 people go down on the other team as well. Make that an even trade on both sides. Still. And then a good outcome for them. It's usually getting that last kill to make it 4 for 3. So we close out by 1 there. Camo does get picked up off screen. Raiders does get tower left as well. It's looking stable at the moment. It's looking stable, but we need something to pull Legion Gaming into the lead. We need like a nice team wipe. We need the S7, or we need a smooth camo. And at the minute, Decepticons have the camo. The sniper starts to come up and send it to Saturday.
A highlight kind of rest with Zuzi, as we've seen them for a while be continuously kind of ramping up the confidence in favor of Legion. Trippy trying to land that quick no scope, and this one's going to be stolen by Zuzi, so 11-6. And the rest of the team is fighting to stay even 500. Now his Twinsy is going 4-10. You got to get kind of into that mind meld moment. Tell him, hey, calm, let me go to work. Gonna be at 2.0 KD after chopping down their most recent man. He gets caught with that frag from behind, so that means another toy is gifted over to the Decepticons. been drafting behind a 4 to 5 kill difference. That ends up being a pre-nade onto Common, unfortunate. But for Legion Gaming, they drop 4 out. They cut this lead in half.
Indeed they do. Oh, this is a nice flank on the back. 3 players on Decepticons, just not expecting it. Getting the 2 there is good. Need to go in and clean up. And goodbye, you're in the drink. 4 players down for Decepticons. So that went really well for Legion Gaming there, getting that drop on them like that. So it's just 1 kill at the moment. So very possibly could end up 1-1 here if they can keep it together. Common needing to hit the shots. Having a much better game this time, by the way. 8 and 4.
Sometimes you're just the objective machine. Not really much that you can do about it. Nothing left in the old mag, so nothing gifted over to Decepticons this time around. 1 and 2 kills has been the narrow fingernail of difference to be in front of Legion Gaming, trying to get to a 2-0 series lead. You see all of them sequestered to the green and A side. Oh man, this big fight being won here by Descendant. He ends up getting tracked down. 12 kills to go, but suddenly we're even at 38 as 2 more will go down. Trippy, the lone man, draped in red out here for the Decepticons.
This game's gone much better towards the end here, but because the margin for error is now so small, every single movement matters so much. And Descendant just runs into Turbine and just gets absolutely rinsed by 3 players looking at him from the likes of Legion Gaming. There's so many nades being thrown here. Common finds himself in a bit of a tricky position, but does get traded. And yet again, we're stuck in this evens, or 1 kill here or 1 kill there. It's really anyone's game.
Little Gators surviving by not being shot from the old paintball. Zuzi stuck in the corner, and eventually an assist comes out as Descendant hasn't been as ramped up and locked in as they were before. There's nothing really to be won here for Turbine, so as soon as you step up to it, you're hoping for some high ground. 5 kills left to go for either side. Decepticons had themselves about a 4 and 5 kill lead in front of Legion Gaming. Legion now in a slight moment of control. Little Gators stuck behind these sandbags. It's going to be a combo kill to make it now 3 each. Legion Gaming within 2.
Defeat.
Wow.
50-48.
It
Rounding
really
it out.
closed out. It really closed out towards the end there. They were holding on, and they were able to show up as a team, but again, just the consistency that the Decepticons are showing here. Hold them out ahead towards the end. So 2-0 to them. Still 1 more to go. Sorry, talking a load of rubbish here. Legion Gaming managing to play it out at the end. That's why you went so quiet. Like, what are you talking about? But
Yeah.
look at the scoreline here. 20 and 11 from Susie. And then Common as well. 12 and 8. Much better than last game.
Absolutely showing up. Uzi was having themselves a tough time in the middle of that game. Went about 4 and 10, but they were consistently putting damage out, which is what I want to see because they got 12 assists to help out their brother in arms and their brother from another, well, from the same mother, to be able to get to 20 and 11. He goes 50-48 after a recharge oddball that was good in the middle, but not at the end, both rounds for Legion Gaming. Common, again, having those moments where sometimes you just gotta show up. He kills the Phantom Man, in, I think that was Trippy, by the way, and steals his gun just as soon as he was stepping up.
There was a lot of good moments from Legion Gaming in this match. We were able to get full team wipes. Didn't really see a lot of spawn management onto the other team, but at the same time, we were able to mount pressure and not necessarily throw our lives away for trade after trade. They were able to get some moments where they did get the leads, and here's one of them. 4 of them going down for Decepticons there after that really good tower flank. That, I mean, in truth, that tower flank single-handedly won the game. That was the thing that decided that they won.
Good tower control overall across that map. Just now as we work over to King of the Hill and Lattice. So you put the squad on notice. I'm not gonna lie, we were talking about previous predictions from the broadcast booth there, Adam. I was looking at Legion Gaming, and I was looking at what happened at the end of last year. And knowing that they kind of went 0-9, didn't have themselves a great time. They've shifted some things around. Common from Unreal Nightmare. And then Decepticons, I mean, you got a big bag of talent that comes with these guys. But it didn't complete into that Slayer, even with having those narrow margins of difference. But we get S7, we get ourselves on top of the first hill, as they're going to have a nice way to push Legion into worser spawns, and well, getting clapped at the window is going to help him out too.
That indeed. I think this is a little bit dangerous here. Decepticons are really going to have that experience and time to show that, you know, holding out areas on a map like Glattis, where there's a lot of open sight lines, you can manage spawns relatively easily. This is where Legion Gaming really need to make sure that they're not allowing mistakes to happen. I mean, both these teams have got Worlds experience, right? But Decepticons, like, Trippy is literally won it, I believe. Someone's going to correct me on that if I got that wrong at some point. And then, you know, Talent Descendant and Precision have all had lots of experience on team too. So they'll have a lot of know-how on how to really punish bad mistakes on a map like this where the spawns are so good. Of course Trippy won it. What am I talking about?
Right? Well, Legion didn't even get to sniff this hill. Got to look at it from afar, like a child looking at a toy through the window. But that was about it. The next one already being worked on here by Decepticons. They're trying to work these objectives just so quick, not allow Legion any time to really get set up. Zuzi is going to be not looking through the sewer and the looking glass as a killing spree is acquired by Descendant. He is eventually cut down and even here for Legion Gaming, now trying to just look through this double door. Common? It's a common mistake. You don't fight against Talik.
Yeah, getting 5 like that ain't gonna feel good. You two up in 5. Speaking of getting 5 to Descendant as well, into Uzi, this is a lot of random fights where Legion Gaming players are going down, and as we approach the end of this second hill, this is not the start of the game you're looking for after you win a Slayer. If you're on the side of Legion Gaming. And Descendant's just going on a tear here, like 10 and 1 triple kill. Where's the over? Not close enough. But this is testament to the players that run Decepticons. Even though the Slayer can be close, just look at what they're doing right now.
This is about to become a 4-0 in a flash. We've had 29 seconds of neutral time, which means every single time that they're setting up has already been in imminence to what comes next. Legion Gaming, they're pretending that they get to play some King of the Hill. Uzi, very damaged. No one can engage into this. You have Trippy from right around the corner, protecting his teammate. Little Gators goes down. Descendant lives here in Ben 10 world. And now we're going to go to hill number 4. Oh, stepped up a bit. Oh, he actually has given his teammates some time to rotate up. They want to get that S7 and they want to move around.
He was indeed. Intelligent choice there. Just standing in the hill isn't the answer sometimes. You know, you can use it strategically to wait for respawns, to wait for items to come up. You can use it to kind of try to screw over the other team, what they might be predicting to do to waste their time. That was just one small example. It's one of those things, it's like akin to when people throw a sniper rifle off the map. It's just something you should do,
There's another one that's been thrown at least onto the floor after a couple of big trades. Tough hill to gain to completely 4-0. But Decepticons is making life easy by making Legion have to go over towards that A crate stack. Common is hoping to at least flank around Trippy, but Trippy has friends, and they've also got themselves some shots. A killing spree. That's going to be a double kill from low side of sewer. 17 and 3, by the way.
This scoreline at the top of the screen, if you're on the side of red team, you're having a great time. But if you're on the blue team, oof. This is rough. This is more than a consistency and experience type of deficit. This is pure dominance. This match isn't even close at all.
Slayer before seems like a weird dream. This one we switched to a nightmare very quickly. Decepticons absolutely decimating this squad. If it's not a Slayer, does Legion exist? We'll get to find out on Empyrean, and I feel even more fearful of this one getting done just that much faster.
Yeah, I think going into this Empyrean, there's a lot of fear to potentially be had because it's the older maps, isn't it? They've had a lot of time to play on this map. And maybe Lattice was something where they've not practiced it too much. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out, but looking at the scoreline, I mean, I really need to go for it. Look at the kills and death spread between the teams. I mean, case in point here, Descendant did actually have the same amount of kills as the entire side of Legion.
No,
and Trippy had more. So there you go. Yeah.
Talking about rude. That one hurts. All right, well, we may spend more time in the lobby setup than we will with Lattice being a challenge. We'll get to find out. Or even on to go into Empyrean. So what's got to be the focus? You let that one wash away, right? You can't think on it too long. It happened. It's there. It's done. We had thought if Common didn't bounce back from not a great KD spread of the first oddball, that things might be washed. Everything ended up okay into that Slayer. So for Legion, it's got to be the same mental warfare being won going to game 4.
Yeah, and I think going into the Empyrean, you know, if we get rockets over shield again, if we get snipers going awry again, once that flag is past that threshold, it's real hard to stop it. And we saw that earlier on. We had some lightning fast Empyrean CTFs earlier today.
So quick too.
And from what we've seen from Decepticons, Legion Gaming needs to be real careful on this one, because Empyrean CTF can be over in a matter of minutes.
Also, I misspoke to everyone else out there. We will be having this matchup, and then at minimum, we're going to have one lower bracket matchup. The semifinals will be solidified, but we'll have something. Slap down is Uzi as he went sliding for the OS, Descendant wagging a finger over the trigger of his S7. Wow.
It's not for you, my good man. That is for me. I was going to say make it stop, but it looks like it. Oh, the lunge and the repulse there, going against the wall. Bit of a misplay, should have moved back. Usually gets himself the S7. Not the expected outcome from that one. The respawn start coming in. This is a nice sight line, but not really much to do with it. Definitely going to get triangulated as well. And the flag was moving. It seems to be at the moment that it's feeling a little more balanced than what we saw before. There's still plenty of time. It's very early.
If I were to measure the entirety of this match just from the first 5 seconds, then this would have been done for Decepticons easy peasy. But great recovery so far here for Legion Gaming. They snap back. They do not allow this one to go too crazy. Zuzi, in fact, they will infiltrate, and they will have the first pull. Decepticons, they're being caught on the wayside. Legion Gaming looking to have this first big, at least tag. They do have one man low side tower, but they don't have the angle.
Oh.
They just barely get on the steps to be able to shut them down.
And then they pull the flag for insult to injury as well with all those players down. And they're waiting for the respawns, and they're all going to come in at the bottom, and there's nothing they can do. And it's just the preemptive setup that we were talking about here. And getting repulsed for insult to injury. And then they score the flag as well. Like, if you're on the side of Legion Gaming, like, that entire sequence just sucks so much. But it's just a testament to Decepticons and the way they were able to play around it. And they're running the flag again.
Back to back. If they set up just right, could be a third in the stack almost as quickly. Legion Gaming, they've got to be able to put a lid on this one. But 5 seconds or so until rocks are able to show up. Ascended at 7-2. The flag is still not all the way in. They had to complete getting at least one man down. Common has a chance to do the coolest thing if they can be able to get a kill. Might still add one to the feed. They do. Talik at least gets rubbed. That's 3 out for Decepticons. Flag doesn't get pulled in Common. Oh, they can't get to Ascended, who's just weak around the corner.
I was surprised that he left mid for that there, because Common being on his own, I mean, they essentially gave up all the power up, so perhaps they knew they'd already been picked up, so that's why they went after Common. Hard to say without the comms, but I was surprised with that choice, but then I'm not a world champion, they are, so who am I to question this? But the flag is on the move again. So Susie, this is the second attempt we've seen at a flag run, but this time they had a little bit of OS, which is gone now. And we're past the threshold here, so we need to see some of the players from Decepticons go down here, or we're going to see some crossfire from that training area.
Oh!
Speaking of which, it's almost like I've watched matches on Empyrean for a couple of years. Shut down.
Same exact way that they were shut down the last time that they had a flag this far. Trying to wait it out. Doesn't matter. They're going to add some extra bullets to the old chamber, make it a fresh 9. So Precision waiting for the rest of this to happen. They're going to send their flag back. They're going to get a pull, and that one's already traveling outwards. So they, quick little jab into the shoulder.
they're just so good at preventing the capture. We've seen them move up, get the crossfire from sword over, snipe the guy with the flag twice, and then promptly pull the flag and then capture it. Not capture it, sorry, like counter run it. And this is the thing I was saying earlier about in Halo, if you overcommit to a flag run, if you don't realize when the flag run's dead and you stop, you end up in this scenario where you get really close to getting it. You end up really close to getting it. And then because you overcommitted, they end up taking your flag, and that's happened twice in this game to Legion Gaming.
Double kill.
Every time that's happened, it's been a nice counter pull. Decepticons, at this point, you win the entire mental warfare if you just decide that's going to be the way you do it a third time to close out the series. A lot of fight here. It's 25 seconds to go for rockets to spawn. Nice drop down as Uzi gets turned into paste. Trippy's going to run south side towards sword. They force at least a couple players from Legion to be stuck in Green Hall, and they're prepping themselves. And now with both Precision and Descent and getting rid of Common and little Gators to make the last big pull, they're just going to do it themselves.
Potentially the last run of the game here if they can get some support. Trippy really good at living on his own or being the last player alive for his team. We've seen a lot of not solo action for him, but he tends to kind of operate on a longer tether to the team than the rest of the players, showing his playstyle. Makes him a very supportive team and also good at kind of anchoring positions and securing spawn locations as well. Does go down though, 2 for 1, or 2 for 2 as it is now, but as you said, you know, there's 6 minutes left and we're 2 flags up here. Legion Gaming have had a couple of goes at this flag, but no real evidence of real map control for a pro thus far, and something needs to change in the next couple of minutes for that. We need to see them push aggressively together. We kind of tried that when they had the overshield, but the pieces didn't really fully fit together because it resulted in a counter-attack.
They do about 60% of the job, and then the latter 40% of, you know, getting the rest of it done is completely out of sorts. All right, where do the spawns end up coming from? They're going to be on the other side of that crossfire setup, but it's not going to be well set up because Zuzi's going to be hunting them from behind. So is Common. This should be the freest, and it will be. Took all 4 for Decepticons being down. Finally, they could run it out, but now the man is dead with that sniper available. All 4 down with Legion Gaming.
Yeah, they went for the spawns at the bottom and then they overextended and waited for them to be behind, and then a collective team fire from 4 players on Decepticons was brilliant. They just mowed down each player one by one. And this again is how you end up going from a cap. Oh no. You go from a cap to a counter cap again. So it's like they had the right idea. The Decepticons will spot any space that you give, and they will punish any weakness with extreme precision. Especially when he's on their team as well. So,
punitive measures have been levied, and the punishment is a 3-1.
So, Decepticons advance to the winners' semis, while Legion Gaming, they make themselves down into the lower bracket. Keep an eye on what they do, but it got close on the Slayer. Like, the Slayer was good, it was close, but the objective game types really showed the difference between these two teams.
Right. So our top 3 of 4, Shopify made it through Noobs. Usubeni, you guys saw into a game 5 just a little bit ago through Coliseum. Decepticons taking down Legion Gaming. That means Reality Check and Chosen will be our last ones to round out at least the upper 4. The other side of this bracket is evolving much the same way. We're actually going to get online with them. We've got an all-in-A matchup of Temps Gaming versus Tenrai. So a lot of eyes have been looking at Tenrai. They actually just took out Majin, which was kind of EU's last hope for this first online open.
Enemy team scored.
Was indeed, and you know, we're quite far into the strongholds right now, and Tenrai doing a good job. Got themselves a 75-point lead. Kills across the board look fairly even though, suggesting perhaps that the way that Tenrai are playing the map, the efficiency of which they're playing the objectives here, is leading it to be how it is. But we've just seen a flip over, so lots of respawns for Tenrai coming in here. Whisper doing a good job to make sure that nobody spawns in there, and getting a triplet cap here is the right choice. Now they can push, so Temps Gaming can now push and really punish them for allowing them to get 3 players down at once and it can get the triple lead, getting into something quite more substantial.
Whenever you see these trip caps, some teams, they'll be like, okay, hey, we don't need to overextend. We hit 2 points, control the last. But then you're always in a knowledgeable position of knowing where your opponent is going to try and take that next hill, where they want to be able to kind of rotate around this map. So you don't have to chase all, but you could definitely force life to be hard to live. Tenrai, recover well. C is not where you want to have everything have to flip, and don't jump. Well, they're telling them, hey, jump out of here. They got active camo, and C maintains to be flipped. They don't want to let them know that they're near that platform by tripping it. Still, they'll clear the rest of that as everyone ends up spawning away. So what was a 145 to like 70 or 80 mark here, Adam? Suddenly it's about, and it's actually more than even as Temps Gaming is taking the lead.
Absolutely, they've done a great job of flipping this around by managing the respawns. We've seen a lot of collective wipes onto Tenrai while we've been in the match with them here. And Temps Gaming have done a real good job of stopping those respawners from coming in and taking different objectives. They've really been good at funneling them. And that's how we're in the lead now. And holding 2 is fine. You know, you need to know your limits sometimes. And
Double kill.
probably going to lose this one after after Echo getting the double kill with the
Enemy
nade.
team scoring.
But it goes to show that you can turn Stronghold's games around, and you can do it by being more methodical and looking at respawns and looking at what teammates are actually doing. That's really how Stronghold should be played.
It's gaming.
Oh.
Another one in the old, what'd you call it, the drink? Just drop in the pool. Yeah. We've seen a lot of Repulsor play since Empyrean to here.
We have actually, yeah. We've seen quite a few. No pancakes though.
Yeah, that we had one chance where we were gonna see that with that opening sniper play, and he like slammed a shot into his chest, but then just couldn't get the pancake to happen. Whisper taking over from C as best they can, as suddenly Tenrai has found themselves in a scoring position. That was what, 100 straight points for Temps Gaming, but Tenrai still bucks right back. D will be under threat by Nuclear Blaze. Super cool, edgy lord name. I like that. Still, 200 points, and Tenrai is looking to sprint towards the end.
We've had a bit of back and forth more recently here. It's starting to feel a little more scrappy. Not really seeing teams kind of lock down particular areas, but more rotate each other out. Tenrai trying to take C here is quite ballsy, especially when that means they're highly likely to lose A with the respawners that make them. After this part, I think we're at the other side of the map. But Temps Gaming really need to push forward here. And they don't really have the guys on the map to be able to do it. They can't push B. There's too much pressure, so I would say they have one more push left, but I don't even know if they have that.
The problem is, as soon as they hit that platform, it's just going to be traded. And this has been good rotation, especially out of Ezo, who has been just rotating and roaming, especially with this camo now. Feels like Temps Gaming, great surge to bring it to even and more. But this one's going to go the way of Tenrai for this first game. Strongholds is an unforgiving mistress, and it's all about being able to maintain general map control. And Tenrai relinquished that a couple times, and ultimately was able to pave the way to a successful endpoint going to game 2.
Indeed. I think from what we saw there, these teams, there's not too much of a gap between them, even though the straw would suggest otherwise at the moment. Looking at the slayers for the board here, they're pretty close. They're pretty close. Assists across the board good, kills across the board fairly even. Nuclear Blaze going 10 and 17. Probably could have done a little bit better, but you know, across the team, you try each other. Damage was a little on the lower end, more consistent on Tenrai. So close, but Tenrai just being the better team this time, managing to flip it over, get the damage in, and stay alive more often.
This is also a neat Tenrai squad composition. It's made up of kind of that upper 12 through 16 sphere of players. You've got Envor that's they were from Unreal Nightmare, and then Ezo off of Kraken Seas. We even got to see in the chat that Mighty was talking about Ezo just being kind of difficult to have to play against in that previous Majin versus Tenrai matchup, with as well as Looney up from Dark Inside and Ice Kid. I think they said it was like Omit Black, so kind of off of that extra farm team from Omit. So neat to see them continuing forward into this challenge. But I mean, from off of what we saw, it doesn't feel like it's just going to be this kind of lopsided affair. Definitely a good takeover for control there from that live fire strongholds. But otherwise, we go to Vacancy, and I'm learning to love Vacancy. I'm not gonna lie, Adam. I haven't really gotten to play on too much, but with the way that you can kind of cross around this map, feels like there's so many options for the main kind of quadrants you put yourself to, especially like this open lobby for hotel, that it's so tricky to have to work through all of this. You're never truly safe.
I'm really looking forward to getting to cast a vacancy match. This is the first time. So I was watching you guys on it earlier, and I have thoughts on vacancy and how it plays, especially in Slayer, which is fundamentally different to how it plays on objective mode. But we're going to hop in with Ice Kid here on the top of Red Tower. We're going to see how vacancy does play in the Slayer setup. Pushing through a big door to top mid. We're going to see a lot of rotations. It's very easy to get teams stuck in small rotations on this map. You can do it effectively by locking down 2 segments of the map so you can collapse. We'll see if that happens as the momentum shifts. That shock rifle really important, and not forgetting the grapple bottom mid, which can be used for some great rotations as well.
So many tricky positions to have to keep rotating around. Temps Gaming ends up going 3 down, and 10 is hit very quickly inside the first 45 seconds by Tenrai, as they have taken advantage of Temps Gaming kind of being caught into the 1vx blender. Shock rifle right now online with Ice Kid. See what they can be able to land. Nice, perfect reversal. They shut him up and shut him down. Whisper on the opposite end of a would-be reticle, and they want to cut down all lanes. And this has been consistently Wolfpack hunting from out of Tenrai.
This is a surprising amount of Spartans getting themselves onto the cafe area there. Like 3 or 4 people all just fighting on that small ledge. When there's so much of the map to play with just because there was a shock rifle there. And you can see that on this map, people tend to spawn like right towards the outside. Nuclear Blaze there, right on the elbow on green. It's quite far away from everything that's happening. You don't want to get stuck out there. And holding this area usually works in oddball, but in Slayer, it's not somewhere you particularly want to be. It's low down, it's easily accessible, it can be flanked. There's so many entrances to it. If you spawn there, you don't want it. So getting caught out there, not great. Maybe explains how Tenrai have been occupying other areas of the map to get this 7-kill lead that they've got right now. Great grapple play as well. And don't jump. Still very early in the match.
Then our 30 to 40 scale, starting to get towards that midway mark, and just as the veil goes down, they get that shot off. So Nuclear Blaze, a little bit behind the general curve right now from out of his team with Temps. Still getting some key info. Fire Ice, rather, as Ice Kid and him will trade. Only down by 2. It's gonna be that jump point once we hit into that late 20s and 30s. Tenrai, they had themselves, what, a 7-kill lead at one point with Temps Gaming, but that early Slayer is never what happens at the end.
Yeah, and just like that, we're all tied up again. A few fights coming out in the tower in the red area here. Red is really good for holding out. Again, for Slayer, not somewhere you want to stay too much, but having a Spartan here can be quite useful. It gives you a lot of sightlines and control, blocks some good spawns. And it allows an easy retreat into green over here as well. So, out there, not too bad. A lot of fights on multi-levels coming through there. The push through from bottom jail over to that side of bottom mid right there. I don't think they were expecting that, and that might give them the edge they need to keep collapsing on that. Now we've got a Temps Gaming lead of 3 points. 2 players will turn around and find themselves in the respawn screen. That is a big pickup though, because if that player went down, if Looney went down there, that would have been an opportunity to start snowballing the game.
Looking very dangerous. Don't jump, taking a little bit of electro damage, and then they feel the full lightning bolt straight to the skull. Rejoining the rest of the squad is Looney. They got that shock rifle, and that's going to be at least another kind of pseudo smoke upwards. Oh, do we hit the old Tarzan? Yes, we do! Don't jump! It's going to have his legs buckled down as Looney lands themselves 10 spot.
Massive fight in jail once again. You can see it just turns into a bit of a mess when everyone starts fighting here. I'm loving the shock rifle this game. Looney having a great time. 12-7 right now. They're managing those respawns from across the map. If you're going to hold red, or watch for the blue spawns to rotate up and around from that elbow area, you're going to get shot in the ass. It kind of reminds me of Streaks where you're in mid and people spawn in subway.
That's fair. Fantastic footwork. Trying to do the wiggles, as Captain James Force would say, as we dance around. Whisper caught from off angle. And Ezzo, 15 and 8, trying to turn it into a 2.0 KD. Can they do it with the commando? They eventually get a trade kill. They give themselves up as well. What was a 1 kill diff and actually down by Tenrai. They are 6 up on top of Temps Gaming off of all of that ramp up for winning that shock rifle and using it to full effect at a Looney.
As this game's drawing to a close, you don't want to have 3 players down for your team. I think the nails in the coffin are starting to become apparent here. 2 kills for Tenrai. Needed. Oh, he's getting caught out there on the tower as well.
Defeat.
Really got to manage the high ground on Vacancy very well. It's easy to get stuck in the low ground and start causing problems for yourself. And we saw there a lot of the time that, you know, top red, top mid, and hanging around sort of the higher areas of the map really helped out Tenrai during that game. I'm gonna say that gave them the lead for certain.
And it feels like that game, it feels like Vacancy overall has a good evolution point for that constant high and low battle. We see that a lot for some different maps. You see it for Solitude when you can, but this one it feels like you can do that much more around the entirety of the map openly. Good work from out of Looney and Ezzo. Everyone really being able to make big impacts, and now into Tenrai. Remember, this is an elimination match, so they're up 2-0. Temps Gaming on the ropes, moving into, let's see, I think that we're in low LR5. So if you wanted Empyrean, by the way, we got CTF coming up with that again in a second. Reality check 3-0's chosen. So some of these fights are not like the other, but still you get your top 4 all the same. And that means that those 3 teams, I guess one more needs to be added, will be waiting in later rounds for everyone to show up. But, you know, we went forever at them without having Empyrean. Now we have it a lot.
Yeah, that's true. And just so people are aware here, Reality Check beating Chosen, you know, Eco's team. Reality Check is Penguin suppressed. I'm going to say this really bad. I think it's a Vorsi, I think. I know they're a really well-known player, so I'm going to get absolutely pasted for saying that wrong. But yeah, and then
is it a Bushi?
Yeah, I think so. And they're Valkated as well. So like this team, and thanks for bringing this up, this team is definitely one to be reckoned with as well. And it's no surprise that they were able to fight against Trippy's team, or they're going to be against Trippy's team, and they're also able to fight against Eco's team as well. So definitely one to watch in the weeks to come. But we're going to keep our eyes on the current match we've got on screen, Temps Gaming versus Tenrai. Potentially the last game that may send Temps home. There's a bit of CTF on the old Imperium, we've seen a couple of times today.
Whoever wins this matchup, be it Tenrai to do a 3-0, or if Temps Gaming is able to clutch up, they'll have to go into Coliseum, which we saw a couple of times today. So the end point for some is maybe the next boss for others. Either way, early slaying into the old pit to try and take over the OS has now gone and evolved into Tenrai engaging into blue territory. Nuclear Blaze is over into that Mauler hallway. They're clearing anyone that's still here. Looks like over-engaged. Nuclear ends up trying to drop into his own flag pit. This should be a nice pull, and good coverage by Ezzo, knowing they're going to be on the top tower.
Was indeed. The random shot comes through there. This flag, Ezzo needs to move with it. Nice curb slide. The respawns are going to be coming in. He needs team support here. They are there. He does get taken down. But they need to be very mindful of where these respawners are going to come in because they're stood here. And this bottom flank that leads to all 4 of them being dead by Whisper is exactly what they need. They need to move up, push onto that top side, get onto Bruce, get 2 Slayers here, and then block spawns because, as you can see, Looney's spawn bottom and Envor has it as well. So they now have the height advantage to set up for a fight.
That was a tough moment for Tenrai, not just because obviously they lost out on that flag, but the flag started moving towards green when they were trying to take that slide shot towards the player that was over towards Sword and Bridge. So as soon as they did that, the entire definition and identity of that rotation out became much more mid-focused. So now the flag comes back, another pull already occurs as Temps Gaming is under direct threat of fire yet again. 3 down. Tenrai should be much more protected as they'll travel the much safer, longer haul.
This flag making its way through here was pretty much uncontested because of how it was set up, of course. That is going to be the first cap of the game towards Tenrai. Envor securing that for his team. And all the toys are coming up now as well, so that was a good decisive time to catch that flag. But 2 players from Tenrai have gone down, so if he can pick these up, even if he can burn these rockets, that's a win for his team right now, which he does. But the flag has been pulled, so his team's going to spawn up on the bottom. He needs to try and wrap around to help out, and getting that kill is only going to make that easier.
Don't jump, getting hot feet, explosive toes, as Envor now at 9 and 3, 3.0 KD with a handful of assists. He's aiming to pull this flag. This will be the 3rd pull in as many minutes as we've been here on Empyrean. All focus went to the low side of the map. Now there is another one trying to at least move up into mid. Nuclear Blaze kind of stuck in their own hut. Really can't move out. You do have 3 down for Tenrai, so this is the moment where Tim's Gaming needs to start asserting themselves across at least the mid part of this map, and that flag did not go any further.
No, they tend to get stopped dead in the tracks on the top end of the long hole there. I like this full push coming through though. It has been stopped dead in its tracks. Nuclear Blaze needs to go down to stop this. He does. That's going to give them space to rotate around, and the rest of the team finds themselves on their own side of the map. So very much over to Tenrai right now. There's no real imbalance in game state, but pulling the flag will put some pressure on them. I don't think they have enough members on the map to really make that mean anything.
Don't jump. Ends up being tossed aside as Ezo wants to elongate this map a little bit more. Yeah. Ooh, great snipe out of Sar. Oh, and another one. Just the same way. Use up what's left in the magwell. They won't find anything extra. Looney would be a monstrous player to put an S7 in the hands thereof, but he won't find a toy, but he may have a flag. Ends up falling away. So 5.5 minutes so far. Could be 4.5 otherwise. Tim's Gaming. They've had 1 pull. Adam, they've really not been able to get deep into Tenrai territory for a while.
That is correct. Looking at the Slayers as well, Tenrai have massively outslayed them at the moment. Just edging up to like 34, 35 kills right now, which is like quite a lot more than what Temps Gaming have, which means they're not going to be able to have the pressure. And just as we say that, 3 players of Temps Gaming down, their flag's been pulled. They're going to spawn on the bot side here. This interception is really good. The rest of the team needs to be ready, waiting to get these. And look, man, if they get this, the rocket launcher and the overshield are going to come after, so they could potentially back-to-back cap this with all the pressure they're going to get from the Slayers. This could be the end of the game if we get this.
They lose their position, but the damage was immediately done. Rockets in the hand of Ezo, like you mentioned, and now it's just about making a big pull. They end up just tossing the ladder rock. Don't want to let that go to anyone. Totally fair, totally fine. Nuclear Blaze ends out Ezo. What further can you do if you're Temps Gaming? Because you've not been able to see any kind of red bricks across Empyrean. Can't get onto the opposite side of the map. Whisper on his heels is being yelled at by Tenrai to stay back.
Maybe I got a little too excited there, but there was definitely a moment where the game could have just ended. Tenrai were able to get the overshield and rocket launcher there off the back of all that pressure and getting that flag. That was really, really dangerous for the likes of Temp Gaming. So it's good that they managed to get out of that, but they've still got an uphill battle to climb here. They've got to get 3 flag caps. Here's potentially the first one. 6 minutes left. Can someone catch it? Hopefully we'll see off screen. The snipes are up as well, and there we go. So they need to get 1 more flag, but the Slayers still quite a gap.
Luckily, this game is not measured in the slaying department, but it definitely speaks to the story across this game as to how many times they forced Temps Gaming to have to reset. Now, in favor of Temps, they made the best of whatever situation did manifest, and that's getting that 1 pull. So finally, it works out for him. 3 go down again for Tenrai. Looney was looking to snag up what's left of that sniper, and they want to be a thorn into this spawn. Oh, missing Whisper just as they run out. That's another pull. Nuclear Blaze is going to make life difficult for Looney. He's going to toss out every single shot that he can, and now Looney has to play pure defense and not let this flag through.
Yeah, I don't know how this scenario fully came to be here, but it sounds like maybe they thought that this game was over, and they allowed Looney to be in their base with a sniper while also simultaneously letting their flag get pulled as well. It looks like they are going to get the read. And potentially here with 3 players dead and the Rockets and the Overshield coming up in 5 seconds, I think this is game. I don't think you come back from this.
We're going to solidify that with a little drub of truth as that goes 3-1 here on CTF Empyrean. And Tenrai going 3-0, eliminating Temps Gaming to face off later into Coliseum, who's waiting in that lower round number 6, slowly but surely narrowing this field, Adam. Everyone sprinting their way now through this lower bracket.
Yeah, it was real good from the likes of Tenrai there. Some very decisive moments in that CTF. Maybe not as clean as we've seen with other teams, but still some good decisive moments. And the scoreboard kind of shows it as well.
Oh, looks like we're going to be taking a short... Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right. Envor. I mean, honestly, this group overall, kind of expected them to be just as impactful as they were. It felt like Temps Gaming had brief moments of keeping up. Otherwise, Tenrai, they weren't just keeping up. They were setting the tone overall for this matchup.
They will indeed. And looking at the bracket there, Tenrai going into Coliseum. A bit of a challenging match, perhaps. Legion needs to wait for their Legion Gaming needs to wait for their opponent, and Noobs as well. This is all coverage onto the lower bracket. We'll be keeping you on with that as we go. That's lower bracket round 6, which you can see on the left hand side there, I believe.
Yep. And we're actually going to be working into our next matchup after a short break, as we're going to have CBA. Forgot all about him. CBA, who took down Resurgence, who has been seen a couple times on stream. They'll be going against the winner between, I just literally lost it. I had it on my bracket. Hold on. The winner between Clutch Academy and Underground. So they'll be facing off against CBA, and you guys will get to see that here in all of a moment. I appreciate you guys sticking with us, as well as make sure to check your drops, because we've got ivory armor coatings for all of your weapons out there. So if you stick with us for a couple hours, you can get those good to go. But for right now, take a short break. We'll be back in just a second.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
tentacles. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Kinda cold-blooded, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to your head. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
We used to think our words were gold, that our blinded hearts could withstand cold. We were catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high.
Okay, guys, welcome back to our coverage of the Road to Dreamhack Birmingham. This is our last series of the day, and if you've just dropped in, my name's Vanadam, and this way, this is Hell Monkey Man, and we've been guiding you through our lower bracket coverage. We're going to be visiting lower bracket round 5 once again. This time we've got CBA returning to go against Clutch Academy, and we've got the same map pools that we just had before.
Gonna see how this one all turns out. Live Fire Strongholds was where we jumped in the middle of those two teams just a little bit ago, and it was a great resurgence. Vacancy ended up being kind of a wild turn, which so far all our teams have met Vacancy with kind of open arms and really good general gameplay. But it's been Empyrean rather, that has been our turning point for who just can finish out a lot of their CTF runs. It could end up being that 3-0, that spread. On the other side of that, Charge Ball and, well, maybe some Origin Slayer to drill it home. But Strongholds, Live Fire, my least favorite combo of things. But also, I'm just not a Strongholds guy, so, you know, that's on me. I didn't like Territories back in Halo 2, so that's who I am.
I think this game is going to be... I think this is going to be close. Both these teams have great players on. Clutch Academy especially have some good players. We had them on stream earlier. Fortunately, they did go against one of the strongest teams in the bracket. It was Eco's team, Chosen. And they weren't able to win that. But this one, I think this one's looking good for them. So let's hop in. It's the final series of the day. Strongholds Live Fire. We're going to hop right in with Sylvanic. We're going to see if this team can get this S7.
Very strong squad, but not to be forgotten is the last remaining team from all of Europe still left in this online open with Brainiac, Sunrise, Zove, and Ninja into that Jesco, Sylvanic, Stefano, and Chills combination. Gonna flip a few of these as Trip Cap is Timp, but C at least will deny the full spread of points to just be collected by Clutch Academy.
Yeah, and CBA getting that camo for themselves there while rotating to A. So I think what we're going to see in this game is a lot of pushing around and a lot of constant rotation. Not many players going down right now, but we get caught out on cuts. And Sylvanic finds himself in the hands of Zove, who managed to get that kill, which may be pivotal in them allowing them to take C and stop this very slow early build-up. No, it won't, because he gets sniped in the face. Off screen somewhere else, the blue team take B instead.
Interesting defensible position there for holding that S7 just off that corner from Bridge to try and have an overlook towards B and C at the same time. I like it because most teams that think, okay, you're going to play kind of just above into the stack of tower, and otherwise you're not going to be off angle. That was a really sneaky one. Still, though, it's going to be CBA that takes, well, both A and B. Trying to steal that away from them is Stefano Biscuit. They do at least get one trade. Maybe setting up a successful secondary, and it will be half the team down for Clutch, but 3/4 out for CBA, and the lead is set to try and change hands.
Yes, indeed. It's a little back and forth right now. Just himself leading on frags, so Clutch Academy were very slightly ahead until Ninja tied him up there. And both teams here looking for some sort of way to get through and get a stranglehold, but it looks like we had a crash out there, which kind of explains why the triple cap was coming in. So we'll have to wait until we hear what the official verdict on that will be this early in the game. But as soon as we know, you will know as well. I think we've done all right today. I think that's the first one of those we've had on stream.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've actually had more of our producer having to change lobbies than we've had players actually crashing out. So we'll find out what the entire referee moment is going to be from our awesome admins that are helping us out from HCS. Shout out over to their grassroots kind of partnership with us, as well as everyone that's been able to really kind of put in some good work to showcase this this first open day for Dreamhack. So, all right. We got a sample size there, Adam, and I think it's about as even as I was expecting this to be. Clutch Academy looks like that they're definitely kind of ramping up for being. They're peeling open pages of the playbook to not just try and execute from a standard angle. I mean, that one snipe play, felt like, okay, they want to be a little bit more tricky if they can.
Yeah, I mean, when you're like this far into the competition, like your best of 5. Sorry, not your best of 5s, but you losers round 5. Like when we start getting this far into the tournament, like it's not just enough to kind of understand how the map plays, right? Like you got to start forcing errors. But it looks like from the chat at the top there that Sunrise is suggesting they do a full restart. Rules suggest that is what they're going to do. I thought they were going to do that, so we will be doing a fresh restart. I think from what we saw at the beginning, I agree with what you're saying. I think this game will be quite balanced. I think though there is an opportunity as always on Live Fire, that if you can just get that moment where you get that full team wipe and you're just sat on tower with the sniper and you force the other team to spawn turbine, that is where you get the big points. So we're going to see if these teams really like to hold C and B, force the other team to spawn A. If they go for more of a rotational game style, where they're just constantly trying to get the enemy team to be on the back foot, we're not really going to know. We'll get a little bit further in the way we just got before that crash happened.
Also, shout out to our producer giving us all the good information. That is Bittersweet and Frag Out, that are awesome admins today that are helping with all of the decisions, all of the coordination, alongside what we're doing through our production. So, all right, full reset. CBA and company. No one really kind of the worser for that one. I think we're within, what, 4 to 10 points of difference. No one's going to be too butthurt about what comes next. So, right into the midst of it all, and in fact, a triple cap. Trying to attempt it, but they just simply flip sides.
Do indeed. There's loads of boots on the ground, but perhaps not expecting to run around the corner to 2 blues. Getting 1 trade there was really good for them. That was not any outcome, but again, Clutch Academy 4 players down here as the clock's ticking up, and they've set Sunrise back B, so he's going to be waiting for these respawns, hanging around on concrete, and get the typical kind of low Onyx rank, like flank from sandbags round to the other side as they spawn. They just wipe 3 of them out again. Not going for the 4th though. And nice early 50 points here from that great rotation and prediction respawn. They just force Clutch Academy into a bad scenario.
Sunrise is living in green, and so far the points are living in the hands and the pockets of CBA, as they've already gotten more than a minute's worth collected between them, and they were actually unlocked for a triple cap. They're going to slide up into this bridge side between B and C, and now a whole bunch of free shots. Savannah could not track down where in the world Sunrise was. In fact, they reset this B position. Stefano and just will fade away, and I feel like Sunrise is living an extra life that maybe he shouldn't have gotten away with, but still more points that could be collected by CBA.
Yeah, there was a player down there that I'm not quite sure if they died. I don't see the left count there, but there's another player from Clutch Academy that kind of disappeared. They're back now with a little bit of help. Like the 2-man push that pushed forward there, forcing them backwards and also getting themselves B, which means they're scoring now. Respawners for CBA will probably be like back house, kind of like behind where Brainiac is right now. And Clutch Academy got a good amount of space. 20 seconds for camo. They want to be careful how far they push for this, because they could go for B, could go for C, and then just lose the camo anyway from the trade fight. So 2 players of CBA have gone down. And the fight breaking out on C plat sends another one down, so the staggered respawns here is looking more like a Clutch Academy camo every time someone goes down.
We was told that there was at least 2 that are on C plat. Didn't know where the second man was, so he's kind of running from ghosts. And now Clutch Academy is taking over the mid-top side of this map. QT online for Stefano. Give him 1 extra TP if he wants to. Not going to take it. Brainiac kind of stuck in open waters as he and Zove aim to incur into tower. And it's about to be a trip cap, so they need to start looking at this C plat. And this is double points for quick catch-up here for Clutch Academy.
Is indeed, and the flip around there was really good. They're losing boots on the ground again. There's 3 players down. They have to be really careful to stabilize this. Fano needs to stay alive to get this. That is a huge kill. Killing spree for him, which means they can hold C, which means the spawns will come up on the other side. They're sending everything they've got. Brainiac really wants this man dead. He wants that tower because he's got the sniper on his back, and he is allowed to live. You can hear Brainiac firing that S7. He gets him. That's a huge pickup for them. It's going to help them to hold. They got A and C. All of the blue players are around B, and they're going to respawn down there too.
50 cal in the form of an elbow.
Oh, they got split.
just being splat between his eyes. And now, yeah, you have all of CBA on opposite halves of this map. QT is going to be up in about 15 seconds. Half of the team of CBA is also gone. Solid connection from off of that S7. Stefano, their elongated life has really spelled good tidings for Clutch Academy. They're trying to play catch-up, only 10 points short of it. B flips to theirs, and they're going to hold B and C in a very strong position. This S7 should allow them to generally control it. Zove and company, just going to forget he exists.
Oh, trying to be sneaky, and they just turn around. It's like Metal Gear Solid noise, and he just gets wrecked by 2 people. Nice try. Yeah.
Very dominant opening, about 60 or 70 points or so out of CBA as gone immediately even. Clutch Academy with massive catch-up time frame. Just doing it. But now triple cap. B to be unlocked. No one at the other end of the map. And look where they have them sequestered. They're going to be out towards that turbine.
Yeah, this is where you have to really hemorrhage the bleed in here, because getting stuck on turbine like that while they've got triple cap, this is where it starts to get real scary. Sylvanik is the last person alive. And now they've got them cycled onto B as well, because they picked the camo up. They've got time to get over. This is big. This is really, really scary for Clutch Academy. They need to stop this now.
Looking like more of the same of what we got early portion of this game. Flip B and C, so points begin to accumulate for Clutch Academy one more time. And you see Brainiac 4 and 11, but they've just been rotating around this map. They've been trying to get some extra information to allow both Ninja and Zove to execute when they can. Clutch Academy caught out a little bit. They are still scoring for the time being. B is definitely a point of interest always on live fire for strongholds, where I love to kind of flip around onto green. And Brainiac wants to provide covering fire for Ninja as he ultimately gets scoring back online. It's now less than 100 points for CBA to take this first map.
Indeed, and we're only 5 minutes in here. Both teams have a sizable score, but definitely from the Slayers here, breaking the rules and trying to do some maths. Got around 44 kills on CBA versus the 37 kills that's on Clutch Academy here. So stats to tell a story. Clutch Academy really need to capitalise not only in a way to shut CBA off the map, but also they need to be more efficient with the objective time as well. Because we have seen teams with less kills win stronghold games, so there is a way to do it, especially with damage as well.
Turn around that corner and Sunrise ready for the engagement. They go kind of even out, and every time they even out, it actually is much more to CBA's favor. As long as they're in the scoring position. 75 points to go before they close out map number 1. And Clutch Academy has been on their heels. They've been scraping. They've been able to at least challenge out a couple times, but it feels like every time they get in scoring position, get at least a couple of these sites here at them, then it's a triple cap the other direction. Something about the way the CBA is manipulating after the fact and then taking those sites at will has just forced Clutch Academy to be chasing them. Now we're about to be at that 50-point skid mark to try and get CBA done with this first map.
And the game has completely slowed down because CBA are totally happy with the hold that they have. And Clutch Academy are trying to find a gap there. Sunrise has gone down. Zove is one shot. They only have a slight advantage. The shield recharge time really screwing Chills over there. Slightly late on the duel. Sylvanik manages to clean it up. But look at the bottom. Everything's slipping around. Clutch Academy getting themselves some points on the board.
Gonna get a whole chunk of them. Oh, they're gonna get caught out from 2 separate angles. That's gonna be a double kill. Sunrise hunting him down. He's gonna be towards that A side. B and C to be held. Edor, okay, getting caught just around that active camo. And the Ghost Man will come around. So that one will be activated by Clutch Academy. A and C will flip to the other sides of the board. And now that you gotta make a game plan and call. Do you go to fight towards B? They don't know where the camo guy is.
They have to be happy with their hold here. Being patient is definitely the key to succeeding. We don't want to make any silly mistakes. With Zove putting pressure on this side of the map now, that forces Clutch Academy to make a choice somewhere on the map, and Sylvanik has to win this fight. This is pivotal to the game continuing, and he trades it. The 3 players for CBA go down, and there's kind of this pseudo triple cap threat going on here, but C does get tagged to take us back to the AB hold for the red team.
25 seconds to the next S7. Active camo here for Stefano. C may be around, but that actually gives kind of a good look for Clutch Academy. They're going to try and trap them towards that tower side of the map. 160 and climbing. It was about, what, 115 or so when they've begun getting some points, and it's been a run in favor of Clutch Academy. A gets turned out, so now they hold either side of the map. The only place you get to live if you're Clutch Academy is off towards green. 28 points, C under threat. That S7 is available to whomever's brave enough to go and grab it.
Sylvanik reckons he is the man with the plan, with the sniper rifle, covering his teammate as they try to hold C. Margin for error now is getting smaller and smaller. 19 points now. If you get Brainy out, this was really big. He had some support on C plat, but it's gone. It's come back in. Jesco trades himself out there to save Sylvanik, who has the S7, which you could argue is definitely worth it. Gets the tag as well. Respawns will come in soon. Monkey Man, they just need to hold this. They've got the S7, they've got C, they've got B. They just need to wait for him to push. They need to cover big door.
Point spread has been about 10 to 80 in terms of the most recent scoring. CBA has been locked out. Only about 40 points more to go, trying to help his teammate out, and they will get him. 3 out for CBA. Clutch Academy trying to turn it into a comeback. B and C is where they will live. And now they aim to get that trip cap and trap CBA wherever they may be. Sunrise being tracked down from behind. QT's online. S7 in the hands of Sylvanik. They can grab another one. Their teammate will help them out. They flip A. B and C have to be where CBA maybe begins getting this score under control. But they are 16 points away from being dead even.
Oh, when Clutch Academy waited there, they had that moment where they purposely waited on the top of the barricade to top mid so that it blocks the spawns in A and cause CBA to spawn a turbine. That's got them to where they are now. Having that just awareness of the 2-3 second slowdown that they needed has really pulled them back into the game.
Oh.
But look, the triple cap's coming in as well, so while I'm singing their praises, this is like the fuse is counting real fast. They need to challenge anything.
4 points. CBA seeing it all go to bluster and crumble. Clutch Academy has a chance to do coolest thing and complete this comeback. Then they can be able to take on more. A double kill for Zove before he falls. Sunrise. His team needs to get one sight. Clutch Academy is not going to let it be easy. A, while 3 are down, might be able to get just enough points. They will QT back to B, and that's where the threat is. Trying to be able to use that quick remote detonation 2 points away. They have to be able to get rid of one. They do it on the 360 off a perfect, and CBA do not fold. They will be able to grab map 1.
That was great from Ninja there, using the QT to split his pressure across the map like that, and also watching over that game. And even over the last few weeks, whenever we've had tournaments here, whether it's been EHL or whatever, Ninja's always been really good at making sure he's on the camo for his team, and that game was another example where he was using the camo and the QT to make sure that his team won the game.
CBA nearly let that one slip through their fingers. I think it was about 220 to about 120 mark.
Yeah.
100-point lead. Clutch Academy, gotta give them a lot of credit. They did not let that game go easy.
No, they absolutely didn't. And there was a lot of good moments there. We saw both teams get full squad wipes and then triple caps coming too. And it's just great to see like efficient use of the QT, but players just be so on it with that kind of stuff. And I really think having that QT at the end really solidified that lead, like being able to have that pressure amongst the 2 different strongholds that were there. So it was really well played by Ninja at the end. Obviously, the whole team worked together to get to where they were with that. It was a good showing from CBA. They really worked cohesively to lock out Clutch Academy towards the end.
Probably the most amount of times that we've also said A, B, and C as CB and A across the Strongholds map. I have to think that they did that on purpose. Get to say the first 3 letters too many times. But, wow. Where that QT did come into to play, see if that one kind of pans out going into our second map and into some good old Slayer. This one will be Vacancy as return to form from what we saw just a little bit ago. So no S7, but you got a shock rifle. And seeing how these players are gonna be able to go and set up their highs and their lows. Maybe Clutch Academy finds that one to be a fatiguing moment because they were so close to catching up, but just came up a little bit short.
I'm looking forward to see how the teams try to shut each other out here because it's competitively so early in Vacancy's lifespan, despite the fact that we're very much towards the end of Halo Infinite's lifespan. I don't think a solid meta is played by all teams here. I was talking earlier on about how using the high ground to get teams to be stuck kind of in the green courtyard or on elbow near where people play the ball is really good on this map, and holding red tower and blue tower tends to have a lot of success as well. So we'll find out what they have to do here. We're going to drop in with Jesco, who's at the back of green courtyard, and Brainiac is coming for the first challenge and ends up first blood.
10 seconds till that shock rifle comes up. This feels like just a brighter version of Solitude in its own little weird little way. I feel like maybe that's an oversimplification. It very much is so, but it's as if they turned on the sun for that map. But 4-1, just kick things off. Is a great start here for Clutch Academy, and that's going to be Chills that picks up the shock rifle. I think he just Goomba stomped onto a CBA player as well. So leasing out some electricity for CBA to field.
I don't think you're right. I think he did actually. And a lot of fights here, like breaking out on the top side of the map. Holding red crossroads can be quite good for the tower. You can see there that Chills is waiting in the jail for some respawners to come up, but he finds Sunrise, who's trying to hold out the tower for himself. And this escape route bottom mid can be really helpful with the grapple as well, but they actually end up trading there. So 7-9 right now. Neither team really holding like a certain strategy with this. They're more kind of orbiting and just trying to figure out where the other team is going to be. But this is a huge push from the blue team from CBA on red tower. That's 3 players in there. You don't want to be challenging that, but he goes anyway. Gets 1, gets 2. Getting taken out from that. And suddenly, all of Clutch Academy almost there was nearly dead at the same time.
You know, my brief interlude of witnessing vacancy across this day, I feel like I see a 1 versus 3 far more often on that high-low corner position, more than any other side of this map. Craziest position. It feels like a trapeze act, and everyone's just kind of hopping down. Clutch Academy, this lead went from around 3 to 4, now dead even through the first 26 kills, and now on the slide as CBA finds themselves slowly but surely trying to bunch it up, but Clutch Academy's not going away.
They definitely aren't, and the game has slowed down a little bit somewhat here. I'm trying to mincing my words. But Cafe push from Sylvanic here gets Ninja, which means there's 2 players down. Zove's just kind of chilling over near the red tower as well, so they're keeping space between them right now. You can tell that the pacing of this game, both teams are scared to really throw full pace at this because it's the unfamiliar kind of environment that this is. And I've seen games where other teams really lock down certain areas and they really abuse the spawns on this map. Like, you can control the spawns quite well on this map if you can space correctly and at the right time. It's very effective.
3 out for CBA as well, and then Clutch Academy, under the initial earlier threat, has really been able to take control. So 40+ kills shared between these squads. And, I mean, the pop-off, Stefano looked like they were with it in that previous strongholds. They're at 9-4 right now. Opposite of them is Sunrise at the 9-5 mark, and that is a very familiar spot that I always get to see them kind of travel to, especially with CBA. But nothing really too out of sorts at this point, especially for Clutch Academy, is holding a pretty good handful of kills just in front of CBA, and it feels like they've always been reactive, but unable to kind of dictate how this is going to go with Clutch.
Absolutely. 2 players down for each team as well at the moment. I keep feeling this sense of quiet that keeps happening on this map. It isn't that big. And this shock rifle can be really, really important. Sunrise needs to live up. They know that's down. The push could come in here now. There's 4 players. Zove's watching the other side for them to come through. But not a lot of kind of pinches being made by teams. A lot of the fights that we're seeing here are either like 2v2s, 1v1s, or tend to be not full engagements where it gets a little bit scrappy and then people back off. So, again, you can hear all the grenades in the distance. The tone of this match is very different to other Slayers that we've seen thus far today.
Yeah, it's not just breakneck speed. It almost feels like, you know, other games would be like Quake 4. This one, much more meticulous. And we've seen some Slayers today that have gone to time and have not hit max score. This one, because Vacancy had been a little bit more experimental, teams have gone one of 2 ways, and the majority have been towards, all right, run it down, run it down, run it down. Let's just find contact because I'm otherwise lost on this map. This time around, feels like experience has finally spoken through. Zove, a lot of good fire rate, and is just putting some bullets into Spartans that are just stuck behind enemy lines, and a good shutdown. That's 4 out for Clutch Academy, and that's a lead change in favor of CBA.
Has indeed flipped the lead. A lot of those respawners are going to know are going to come in on the Cafe or Blue Elbow. Zove trading himself out there. Not the best outcome, but certainly not the worst. But a lot of blue players of CBA falling off screen. They tried to come in for the pinch one command. It's not worked at all. Shroud really helping them out here. Brainiac also getting traded. I think that whole sequence actually ended up even. But it really looks like CBA had the upper hand, and actually they totally fluffed that and ended up going evens on trades instead of slamming them as they all respawned in that elbow area.
They had a chance to get out of there scot-free and take 3 free kills off of that flank, but that Shroud definitely saved the butts of Clutch Academy to at least get a few as they exited. Zove, the lone man alive here for CBA. Still just a 2-kill lead as they try to force Clutch Academy into uncomfortable positions. Brainiac, they'll have a nade. They shut him down. Good double kill. And this modem of separation, you have 2 in lower side mid. Ninja's just straight up checking them. They're gonna have that shock rifle available. It's a strong position here for Brainiac and company to maybe pick it up. But now the numbers in their favor. They can be able to take some better trades. Maybe come out, forcing this one done. But there's now 3 kills out. They've got two to go.
Double
Lead up crew. Spill on aisle 5, coming through on all of the one-shots that are just chilling here, and there's 2 in red towers. Zobe just needs to trade this and it's the end. Another player goes in to help him. There we go. I think, was that Ninja or someone that went in behind him to clean up there? That was good. It was a very controlled game of Slayer on the map. There was a few moments where we started to see the collapse potential coming towards the end. But that's the second game going over to CBA. So, final EU remaining team here. Doing well, 2-0. But still up to 3 potential maps to go. So we have seen reverse sweeps happen, and they can happen.
By the by, we have one other EU team that's been living on. And they, in fact, live on to tomorrow as Conspiracy, lest we forget. With Finners, Scarcity, Slink, and Suspense from the EU side of things. They move beyond, let's see, who was their matchup opponent? New Religion. It was a stellar Game 5 series. And they actually move into, I believe it's Chosen, starting tomorrow. So this could be 2 EU teams with CBA and Conspiracy. Strange not to think of or not to see Majin kind of joining that grouping, but that's why we play the Opens. That's why we play it on the global affair in an arena. But this could be the last map, at least between these 2. And on broadcast, yeah, with Empyrean coming up. I think this is like the 4th time we've seen Empyrean today.
I love Empyrean. I always say it when it comes on. I hate how in like ranked it has like a 2% chance of being rolled. Yeah. Like I literally went in the last entire season getting it once. And I'm like, please don't do that. It's a really good map. I would rather play Empyrean CTF than Aquarius Bomb any day of the week. Thank you very much.
Give us more. Please and thank you. Also, less maps where I have to have a mutilator in my face. Okay? Just saying.
They need to bring that into ranked. We need to bring that thing in.
Could you
so fun.
Well, in ranked, yes, that'd be funny. I don't think... okay, what's your over-under? Next time that we get pro play in Halo, will we have people actually using shotguns? What do you think?
All right, controversial take. I'm going to get cancelled. I hate GAs. I think they make the game less fun to watch.
Real. Real and
give me the heat wave. Like some guns, okay. Like the Mangler amount of ammo it had was too much. That needed sorting out. Like Lucid's been on about that recently in some of his videos where he was redoing maps and stuff. But yeah, like I don't mind the Bulldog. I don't mind the heat wave. I don't mind all the weapons. I think we should use them. But heyo, I'm not playing at this level. These guys are, and Jesco's not playing because he just got domed.
Bring out my boys. Shoddy. And also let's have everyone use assault rifles, please and thank you. In fact, more assault rifles. In fact, assault rifles starter. Oh my gosh. Cut down.
I think the assault rifle's GA'd as well.
Yeah, I know. Sad. It's not even that big of an impact. Everyone's just mad about it. Whatever. Anyway, I also have been a non-GA enjoyer. But Clutch Academy, they've got to be enjoying some space moving up this map. Not prepared for the smaller corner. Great movement. What in the world?
Desco needs to stay alive here. This is so dangerous. There's going to be so many players waiting up the top. Chills has respawned. They need space. Clutch Academy needs space here. Staying in the base is not good. Look how they're taking the high ground. This is going to make his teammates spawn bottom mid. Which means they're going to have to push across top mid if they take this flag from here. They really want it. Surely he's going to go down. He stayed alive for so long.
Toss this one in the bin. Ninja wants to hit the slide. They at least get a trade. have a chance to maybe go pick up that flag, but they also got to watch out for these spawns from the low side of the map. And now actually you see how they're running that one down from the opposite side of bridge. They're going to aim for a pure defensive position, especially as you're seeing the numbers drop like flies. CBA trying to turn this one in. It's in their flag pit, and the other guy's dead. So with a stick, they're going to at least pause the moment for Clutch Academy. CBA's going to get the respawn. They're going to get that flagpole.
Oh!
They get a beat down.
I think you're getting the touch.
Oh my goodness. Should get it. There. A mosh
that-
pit.
The Brainiac touch there as he ran in just before it got scored by Zove. That saved the flag. That was so close. And he managed to get the kill and trade out as well. Best outcome.
The messiest way that we've seen a flag get scored today. But I like those goal line stands. And you saw Clutch Academy going all in on the south side rotation. Great turnabout as Jezko is able to at least put a couple down here against CBA, and that's 4 out for CBA, so you have huge mid control, and now Ninja and Brainiac, everyone getting stuck in this corner.
Yeah, these split spawns from Clutch Academy though, with the respawns up top, that means that Sylvanic gets a little bit caught out. They use a rocket launcher to clean house a little bit. Brainiac finds out the hard way. They're going for the S7s up as well, so Sylvanic's really going to need some crossfire from his teammates, or he's going to get sniped as he tries to go through this threshold. They're already on him. He knows it. Nobody can see him, but no one's there to help him, so he's going to have to wait for his shields to recharge. Far from dead, though. This flag definitely has the chance if team helps out, and Chills does exactly that, but Sylvanic does go down, and this flag is half back to being returned, and then Jessica goes down too, and then ping, flag run over. So good try, but held up a little there. The top respawn's not helping.
Zove was the one that started off the shots that forced them to pause. Didn't take any extra risk to try and move it up that long hallway lane. And now you got a second pull from out of Ninja and company. Toss this one a little bit faster. They want to move with pace and not allow the spawns to come through, especially with half of Clutch Academy going down. Don't have an even eye off of the peripheral. I don't think anyone is there. This one should go much more easily into their room, so that's going to be a second cap. CBA, that one was a lot easier than the first.
Yeah, they wiped everyone out apart from Jessica, and now it's just where you can't stem the bleeding. Like, you keep getting rotated, you keep dying, you're spawning in the bottom tower, they're holding your stage, and they just keep pulling the flag, and that's exactly what CBA are doing to them right now. They've killed them again. Spano Biscuit is mid. If Ninja wins that fight, that means he's going to be back towards tower again. And once we get through the threshold, it's essentially the end of the game at this point, unless they can crossfire him as it goes over, but I don't think they're going to be able to.
Tossing it in the bin. That'll be 2 EU. They'll be making it to day number 2. CBA takes it through 3-0, not just in CTF, but in the series. It was a couple close calls in the first couple of maps. But for Clutch Academy, that will be the end of their road as CBA will be advancing on.
Yeah, it was a good showing from CBA, good roster. Seen a lot of these players do other stuff too, and the Clutch Academy players too. They played well in the matches we had on stream, but goes over to the blue team. So they'll be playing in losers bracket 6, seeing if they can make their way towards the end. A little bit of comments about ping in the chat, but look at the scoreboard. 15-6 from Ninja that game, really putting in the work for his team. Even on the sides of Clutch Academy, the KD ratios, the way that they were slaying out, it wasn't that bad.
No, there was actually a couple times that they were moving well and deep into CBA side of Empyrean, but Empyrean is a tough mistress. Just like you mentioned, once you basically make it past halfway, it's a full escape. It's unlike what you kind of get off Forbidden, which I wouldn't think that I would give kudos to Forbidden, but it feels like onto that map, you have a chance to still make it back, even with everyone knowing the pathway that flag travels. Empyrean's a little bit more cut and dry. But that is also your lower 8 that make it through to that LR6 for Sunday. So everything that's kind of in front of them, that's what we got coming forward. So Conspiracy will take on Chosen, Noobs and CBA, Coliseum and Tenrai. I believe that, Legion Gaming, they still have to figure out their opponents, either Lost or Boom or Doom. So whoever ends up kind of rocking it into that matchup. But either way, hell of a day as your upper 4 for Shopify Rebellion, Usabeni, Decepticons Reality Check. Now, give me your hottest take. Do you think Shopify Rebellion does or does not get disrupted by any one of these other 3 teams?
I currently think, after what I've seen today, that the final is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Tricky's team.
Okay.
That's where I'm at right now. Yeah, that's Decepticons right now. That's where I'm at right now. I'm surprised that Chosen got knocked down. I'm very surprised about that after what we saw on stream, but we'll have to see. They'll be waiting in the lower bracket, having made it as far as they did. And they won't play till tomorrow.
Does Usubeni stand up at least to force a game 4 against Shopify in that semifinal?
Ooh, see, I don't know. I don't fully know about that. We did see a lot of action from this team, Usubeni. We saw a lot of stuff from Piggy, Acid, and like all of them. That was against Druk and the rest of his team as well earlier. And they did have some promising moments. Like, as a team, they were good. We saw Piggy especially get some great moments with the sniper rifle as well. I think that was on Lattice earlier on. Definitely think there's some space for it, but if not against Shopify Rebellion, I definitely think they've got some fuel in the tank to be able to get themselves up that lower bracket. But just look, like, it's the roster from last year. It's Frosty, it's Last Shot, Royal 2 and Psycho. Like, these guys, they were a menace. And they're going to continue to do so. But we'll have to see if the meta's shifted. You know, is the understanding of the game shifted enough at this point in the life cycle that we can figure out what they were doing that made them so successful? Because that's not happened for a while. If you remember all the way back in year 1 with the Optic Dynasty, where they were so good in that first year, and then everyone figured out what they did, and then the next year it kind of like didn't fall apart, but they weren't as good. And we've not really had anything like that since, but Shopify Rebellion were good last year. They were one to watch, so maybe people have kind of learned what they were doing.
I mean, they were good last year. I think they're still good this year. Regardless, you guys are going to get a chance to at least see them coming over into Sunday, as we will have both winners semifinals and a whole lot of winners that will be showcased going into tomorrow. So Shopify Rebellion versus Usubeni, as well as Decepticons versus Reality Check. That will be showcased here on European Halo. And we've got the entirety of that bracket, lower side and upper side, to have to run through. So plenty of Halo through a couple of days, and this is exactly the cadence that we'll be doing for both of our opens as well as into the qualifier weekend at the end of February. I want to give some love over to Drax, over to Infinity, Meg, Reed. Our production today really doing a lot of great work, and of course over yourself, Adam, as well as Wonder Boy jumping into the booth, and you know, we made some good vibes happen for this first global open for the road to Dreamhack over in Birmingham. So feels like Halo is living large and living well right now.
Yeah, it's really good to be back, and same to you. It's good night with you. It's been a blast today. I won't be on tomorrow. I don't know if you are, but the rest of the guys will be here covering the rest of those games that Monkey Man has just gone through.
We got Tudor and we got Seal that will join us tomorrow. And make sure that you guys do join us. It's going to be the same bad time, same bad channel, slightly different faces at different times, but a lot of Halo left to be seen. You guys have been fantastic. Hope to be able to see you again. It's going to be day 2 for Global Open #1 for that road to Dreamhack over in Birmingham. I'm Hell Monkey Man. That is Van Edom. You guys have been fantastic. We'll see you tomorrow.
this night? Is it raining when my place is dry?